Alright, everybody. Hi. What's up? I can't even talk to you. How you doing? We got the court trial, so I wanted to go live. Tony's back, as you know. Let's jump on in. I'm making breakfast and coffee and stuff. So I'll be right back. What up, Echoes? Hey, hon. I'll be right back. Oh shit, I gotta switch over. Come on, Joey, Victorini. I haven't seen you for a minute, have I? I don't remember you doing the trivia with us. You can't even see out the window. Hold on.
Students with ADHD save 10
this channel,
hours studying with this Chrome extension.
But no, by all means, go ahead, skip the ad. Save a few seconds.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, reports, write-ups, but sometimes reading can get really, really tiring. To stay focused, I use a free Chrome extension called Speechify. All I do is highlight the text, right-click, and then Speechify reads it out to me.
SEC data show $359 million of GameStop shares failed to deliver.
I can increase the speed,
they
and monetize
monetize
a variety of really high-quality voices.
The Ada County Courthouse. Can you believe it? Victorini. Wow. It was I think it was the night before, but I did do a live yesterday, but that was just me venting, I guess you'd say, about the trial. Okay, I'll show it. Yeah, we are. It doesn't get nice here, Joey, till it hits the 70s, and we're in the 80s right now, but yeah, it's probably the 70s. We got a cold front coming in a few days, though. I guess whatever's knocking you guys down is coming our way. Finally. Ooh, tension. 45. I'll take a 45. You guys, well, Boston not so much, but yeah, some Boston. They come down here in New York. New Yorkers complain that it's so cold here when it's 40 here. I'm like, you're coming from like -4. And you're telling me that 45 is cold? Wow, yeah, I bet it's constantly cold. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I need to bump up the volume. Bump up the volume.
We are back.
Yep, a little bit.
Ada County case.
Try that.
CR 0124316665.
Not much, just a little bit.
Koberger. Counsel present. I think with the exception of Mr. Hickstein. Is that correct?
Put it there.
And
Sorry,
counsel
it's loud for
previously
a second.
identified for the state are present as well.
He's like whispering, huh?
Is
I'll shut
Mr.
up.
I see the. Is Mr. Thompson going to be on the? Okay. All right. So Mr. Thompson is appearing remotely. This is the time set for a number of hearings this morning. Yesterday afternoon, I issued an order by which the proceedings would be handled, the order in which that they would be handled, as well as designating the amount of time, generally speaking, that the parties or that the court will devote to the issue. The court has received extensive briefing by both parties and has reviewed it all thoroughly. So the first thing I want to address, just because the public was not here this morning, I did hear information from security and from Ada County Transport regarding security measures that would need to be taken had the court allowed Mr. Koberger to appear in civilian clothes. The state did not object to Mr. Koberger appearing with civilian clothes. The court has employed security measures and is comfortable in terms of the security and flight risk related to Mr. Koberger with those measures, and therefore has granted the defense motion to allow him to appear in civilian clothes. The first matter we have to take up this morning is the objection to the testimony of Dr. Barbara Wolf related to the method of execution. So let's proceed with that. The state can be heard.
Your Honor, would you like me to address?
Podium, please.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. Our objection on this witness is really just the ripeness issue. We think that this claim is quite clearly several decades early at this point in time, and that's assuming that there's a conviction and imposition of the death penalty. And so we're just trying to save everyone time and would ask that the court find this issue is not ripe before we have an evidentiary hearing on it.
All right.
That's the extent of the objection.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Dr. Wolf's proposed testimony is important for the court to hear and to think about the larger issue, and that is Idaho's inability to execute somebody at the given time. And there's a constitutional issue with having somebody sit on death row when there's no meaningful way for them to be executed. And Dr. Wolf's testimony will highlight for the court some information that may come up if Mr. Koberger's ever convicted, and if there's a death penalty, and if he faces the firing squad as one of the options.
Well, I will say I'm not particularly convinced about your, well, I'm going to save that till we get to the merits of it. Let's talk about whether we need to hear from Dr. Wolf first, so I can continue.
Your Honor, I think that Dr. Wolf's testimony would provide the court with information about conscious pain and suffering, awareness of that pain and suffering, which matters for the Eighth Amendment, as well as why that information is known by her now. It's more recent information. It's after Idaho's history of having the firing squad and then removing it in light of the Bayes decision, and then in 2023 instituting it again. But this information about consciousness of pain and suffering happens in that window between 2009 and 2023. And I think the court should consider that and have that information. We also need to make a record in the event that there was ever a conviction in this case.
So how much did it cost to fill your tank?
Almost $100.
How much is the car payment?
$140.
Thank you. Any rebuttal?
Very briefly, Your Honor. I would just note that the defense did submit an affidavit. The court can review that. It clearly indicates what she would testify to if the court were to allow her to testify. So we don't really need to make a record because it already exists in the form of that affidavit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. The court having reviewed the materials, believes that given the concerns about the current justiciability of the, or ripeness, if you will, of the issue, I do believe that the declaration is a sufficient proffer of what that general testimony would be that would allow us to discuss the issue. And so for the time being, I'm not going to hear from Ms. Wolf, or Dr. Wolf, I should say, her testimony. The declaration is an appropriate proffer. I will hear the merits of the motion based upon that proffer next. All right. So let's hear that from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask the court for leave to supplement that declaration. The information that is more recent between 2010 studies and a book that was published that is relied upon by Dr. Wolf, that's not contained in the declaration. And I would like to make that part of the record too from her. So if the court continues to have her testimony not be allowed, I would ask that I be allowed after the fact to make that part of the record.
You can submit that, and I will then hear any objections to that, and I will consider that.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Then moving on to our argument, and I will largely not repeat what's in our brief since the court has had a chance to take a look at that. We think that the court ought to strike the death penalty in this case and not allow the case to go forward as a death penalty case because Idaho does not have a current means of executing anybody. When somebody sits on death row and there's no real means of executing them, that is dehumanizing to that person. That's similar.
Say there's no means, under Idaho law, the method of execution is lethal injection, and if unavailable, then the firing squad. You rely significantly on the idea that lethal injection is not available based upon the quote-unquote botched execution of Mr. Creech. It seems to me that was a particularized incident wherein Mr. Creech, the execution really hadn't even begun yet in the sense that they couldn't locate a vein. I don't see how that issue is universal.
Your Honor, I would agree that Mr. Creech's, the situation that happened to him was unique to him. I don't think he's the only person that has ever had that happen. I'm not in the state of Idaho, but I think that that's happened before when the means of execution couldn't be employed at the time. But since we're talking about Idaho, I think we should look at what happened in the Pizzuto case too. And in that case, there was no ability to obtain the chemicals to kill him with. And so his execution, his death warrant expired without him being executed. After that happened, Idaho passed legislation that would allow the Department of Corrections to obtain the chemicals to kill somebody in secrecy. After that happened, there's still a lot of difficulty getting the chemicals because pharmaceutical companies don't like to have their...
They have obtained them twice now, since then.
They've obtained them twice for Creech, yes. Now, something has changed in the death chamber for how they will try to execute Creech. I don't know what that is, That's probably one of those things that we'll learn a little bit more about through Creech's.
Well, I think that they're going to utilize a central venous catheter. In other words, accessing a central vein rather than a peripheral vein. My understanding that there's federal law approving that procedure, as well as a recent decision by the district court approving that procedure. I think that's the difference.
And I think, looking forward, we just don't have those answers yet. We don't know how that's going to unfold. I don't believe his execution is moving forward as is scheduled. And if we look at the immediate history in Idaho, and that's what I'm looking at when I'm standing before you representing Mr. Koberger and saying to you that Idaho doesn't have a real means of executing someone. The firing squad ended up on the books because of the difficulty obtaining the drugs to kill somebody. That's why the firing squad came back. The history of the firing squad, which is...
All right, you guys want to check out that new podcast that they did? I got a good text just now, that's all. I'm happy. Okay, so I don't know, I'm on here, might as well stay on here now. I'm sure the troops will gather. Maybe I should change my thumbnail. What should I change it to? Where's the... I got dunks, and I have the vanilla. I found the let's change the thumbnail to something. Let's do this picture here. How's that for a thumbnail? That'll work for me. All right, I have. Yeah, there's a podcast that is. That's the funny thing is that's the second time I replayed it thinking it was live. Now everybody's gone. They're like, that's okay. We can chat. I wasn't going to do a show till tomorrow, but this can just be us chatting, even if it's a couple of us. I don't care. What difference does it make? Everybody, there's nothing. Is there anything else on? There's nothing else on. We can look around. Hold on. Let's change the YouTube thumbnail. Here, you guys can go backstage with me again. See all my happy messages. When I got on today, this one was still live from yesterday. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I'm glad you did, Meg P. Thank God you're here, right? No, I knew. Tony's back, everybody. Tony is back. And he's pissed. And this time it's personal. Sorry, we got Joey FFS. This is an interesting group. I have 3 people in my chat. Swamp Rose had 179 today. I was so happy for her. I was like, yeah, that's awesome. Good for her. She does a show every day. And she works so hard. Okay, let's see what we got. What was I doing? Changing the thing there. There'll be many me's. There will be more than one me. All the other me's are going to come out. Yeah, that. I guess it's also misinformation of it by putting the courthouse on there. But I can put one of the courthouse members. It's a public picture. People are like, oh, what did this lady do? Is that what you meet? I like meat. My name is Meg P. I like meat. I'm in a really good mood today, you guys. I don't know why. What's happened? What is going on with me? Hey there, Swamp Rose. Congratulations on a great show today. I caught the end of it. And then I panicked. I'm like, why am I not broadcasting the hearing? And then 20 minutes into it, Meg P's like, Kane, why are you playing this again? So right now, while I make I'm cooking a little bit of breakfast. We can listen to this I'm gonna tell you, this is the Kmart of podcasts. guys. I'm gonna warn you right now. But it's at the end. If you can stick around, if I don't clear the waiting room. He's weird. Let's see here. I guess I have it. I think I do. I think I can. I think I can. Where is... Yeah, that chat was flying, Rose. Good job. I'd have you up here. I'm waiting. I think you have a new mic on the way. It turns out the audio problem is, what am I even doing? That's it. I'm shutting it down. I'm leaving YouTube forever. Everybody's leaving YouTube forever. It's like, bye. No, don't leave. And Kane Ultra, that's, Meg, you really created a quagmire with that one. Because Heather keeps using it against me, and it's not fair. What was I doing, you guys? Oh my gosh. Oh, look it. Wait. Wait, no. You guys have all been here. So this is what they give you. And I set it up. And those are a Royale with cheese in this country is not cheap. But that's the membership deals. They have to approve it, apparently. And let's see if we can right now. I think I have to wait. Oh, I can. Okay. I swear Meanie is going to kill me. She's going to unalive me. Alright, what is it? A Meg? Pea mashed potatoes? Do you want to be loaded? I gotta make sure potatoes you can spell with an E or without an E. Did you know that? It's however potato you want to spell it. Okay. Let's see. We gotta... I'm in the United States. Now I gotta select a price. And let's see. I don't know. The only price slots left are $4.99 or $5.99. That's a lot of money a month to watch the Purge. Keep it going. Will you choose, Meg P? You want to be $4.99 or $5.99? Well, you know what? She's worth it. We'll give her. Let's give her a perk type. Let's see. Where is it? Members shout out. And we'll call them Meg P. Mashers. There we go. Victory is working. Okay. Alright, it's done. Now, I don't know if she's going to come back in here as Meanie or Effie. I could do Swamp Rose Coleslaw. Is that popular in Cape Cod or Nantucket or wherever? I wonder. Coleslaw. You got to get the pound and a quarter lobster, though. Do you know that the lobsters actually, and everybody knows this, I'm just learning today, they get really big, but they have to throw back the big ones because those are the only ones that can mate with the small ones. All right, we'll add her, and it'll be exciting when I haven't been approved. So I want help with finding the little widget things that they give you. Thundercats, oh! That's you gotta every time tax match because Thundertax. You heard me. I have the. I was working at Amazon, and you have the rows and the aisles where you have a bag, I think, or whatever, or a cart. You grab the stuff out and you put it in the bins. And one time we were like midday, and my my two coworkers next to me, and I would sing all day. I'd sing from the minute we got there to, because they used to have music. What's up, Jeff? And they would, you got to you put your name on the dry erase board at the beginning of the day, and I'm very wet-mouthed to this coffee. Dunks. It's like they're getting the sponsorships in there. Who are you? Anyway, woke up 1984. Ta-da! Ta-da! Somebody complained because everybody, a lot of people were playing like curse rap music, and it was just YouTube playlists or whatever it was, or SoundCloud. So we lost that. So I would sing from the. This is the longest story to tell the dumbest story. I feel so stupid now. But they would play the music, and I sang and said, "What was I? Who?" Oh yeah. And so we're just in the middle of working, tossing, and all of a sudden, coffee down the way. I have the power. And my coworker looked over to his buddy. He's like, "Man, I thought shit was about to get real right there." Sorry, that was a long story. Kane with the stories. And the mashed potatoes even. Oi! Hey, Mushugina. Alright, so that's the big, happy, exciting news. I think that Kaylee was suppressing me going over the edge to do this. But I had that beach dream with her and Maddie. Laying on the beach, chilling. So everything's cool, and I think that we're really close here, y'all. Or as Viv would say, we're already there. Okay. Anyway, let's see what other... Oh, you know what they give you? And I love this. Where is the thing? It popped up in my thing. And you other creators know this, but... Oh, where is it? Oh. Is this it? No, this one. Supers. Oh, you can do supers too. Anyway, they give you music. And I looked at all of them, and they're just like cheesy music. It's not like they're giving you Michael Jackson or something. But of course, the one that I go to, I don't know if you guys can hear this. Let me see. Hold on. You can't hear it, but I'll put my mic up to, or here, I'll put it over the air. This is the one I liked. So this may replace Doubtfire down the road. I don't know. You hear? It's called elevator music. And I was thinking about it. I was like, elevator music has its own nostalgia. Because I was listening to it and I'm like, yeah, I don't remember how many times I actually heard elevator music in the elevator. But I think doctor's offices and, those are kind of memories that you suppress when you're a kid. If you had to get in the car and go somewhere, it wasn't usually to Disney World or some great memory, right? So it kind of brought back, it just had a flood of rush of Tishrino, hello, Mittens for Kittens, Windy, again. So maybe I'll just play the the other one was, they had like they had Hall of the Mountain King, which I think was from the Bilbo Bad, the Hobbit series or whatever. Hall of the Mountain King, something like that. So they were okay. I mean, it's kind of a cool little perk that they give you. The 7th floor lingerie, baseball equipment, nursing bras. I didn't have to do any work. I got a song. This is a good opening because, you know, what it did really... well, when you're already here, it's the soundtrack, McPhee. But it made me picture the back rooms, the liminal space they call a place where there's supposed to be activity and there's not. There's no one, and it's empty, and you can feel like I was saying last night. They built a silence chamber at NASA or whatever, and it was so quiet that nobody could stand being in there for more than like 4 minutes. You literally start losing your S after 4 minutes. And because it's so quiet, you just start hearing like your stomach and your thoughts in your brain, and all the voices get a lot louder, you know. So yeah, that's the... Just keep that playing for a little while. It's not gonna hurt anybody. So it reminded me of the back rooms, and I'm like, well, there's a perfect opening for the show, and you know, Tony agreed. And so if every show I could be rolling through the back rooms with this music, I can't get all the way off the screen. I can't. I must be on screen at all times. Welcome everybody in Massachusetts to Nantucket to what we got? Boise, Idaho up in here. Loving the elevator. This is the 8th floor now. Shoes. Tonka trucks. Menswear. Next stop. Lawn equipment. 10th floor. When we get to that penthouse, yo. This is just a perk. It's a perk. Quit yelling. Alright, silly gooses. Is that my thumbnail now? That's not nice. He's not nice. How about that one? Let's change it to that one. I like to... If you guys notice, sometimes I change my thumbnails after I set them. If I'm like a scheduled thing. I could put them side by side. This is... Woo! How'd you like to be in that guy's court, boy? Bill Thompson was bad. Alright, let's change it over. Oh, man. Okay, let's see. Yeah, alright. 0 blank. Uh-oh. I've been demonetized already. He almost made it! Come on, Kane. Oh, yeah. Alright, we'll do that later. I guess they didn't like my... They didn't like me using that lady's picture. Private selection. I'll play that song all day. Alright, I gotta switch back to headphones now. And I'm supposed to be boring you with this other thing, and I'm boring you with that thing. Let's see. Her name was Heather Fitzgerald. She's gonna yell at me because she's the lowest price one, but I was like, well, okay, you're the most commonly purchased, the highest sales. So she's a producer, you see. I know where it is, so sometimes it's easier. Let's look at the news today. If Trump keeps his campaign promises, it could be devastating for Idaho. That's clickbait. That's clickbait. I gotta do it. Have you guys seen the map? And there's t-shirts out of it. Of the red and the blue states voting thing, and it's the T-shirt says there are no red counties, only red cities, or no red states, only red counties, or something like that. I don't know what it said. Meg P, you put that out there? It's diarrhea of the mouth, Jeff. It's not like I have the gift of gab. Some people, they have a pitter patter. They call it like a banter. I'm no magician. I can't make these things appear. Oh my gosh! I thought we were being invaded. I can't. They're gone now. They pulled in and they backed up like, oh my gosh, you can see me. Or I'll leave it just in case they come back. Today's show brought to you by the number 7. Jesus. Somebody get him out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Don't you dare. Tish Reno. I shot a man named Reno just to watch him unalive. I had a friend. I still have a friend named Reno. He's now a preacher man. And he's one of the best drummers ever seen. We used to do the Johnny Cash song, and I changed the lyrics. I shot a man named Reno, and he'd be like, Kane, I'm telling you as a friend, Kane, give me a lighter, Kane. That's not really a good effect. He's like, did Kane just have a stroke? Alright, so clickbait. Promises made, promises kept was the motto of the Trump campaign. So here's a look at some of the promises that could have a direct impact on the state of Idaho. Mass deportations. Get some more. Did they say a negative effect? Devastating effect on Idaho. So if they deport those illegals. Who wrote this? Scott Green? Trump promised mass deportations of undocumented immigrants, which would have a devastating impact on Idaho's economy. Well, they do have a lot of agriculture, don't they? And a lot of manufacturing. Imagine what would happen if that went to Americans. Was that good idea, right? Okay. Without these workers who often take jobs that Americans don't want to take, I don't think there would be milk. I just don't think we can tell. Oh no, there's a possibility. There's an extreme possibility there. Because we all know every single buddy in this room is going to be a future TikToker and a hip hopper with their blue blockers. Tariffs. Trump promised more tariffs in his second term as president. If you don't know about the tariff things, you don't care. If you know, I guess you're into it. Foreign policy. So, yeah, it looks like the leader of Moscow buddying up, chumming up. Okay. What does foreign policy have to do with Idaho? U.S. Senator Jim Risch, Republican, Idaho, is slated to once again become chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a position he held in Trump's first term. Risch is going to have his hands full trying to understand a disjointed Trump policy that could turn over parts of Ukraine to Russia, as well as the possibility, according to Trump, of allowing Russia to invade NATO ally. Which one? Oh. Estonia, bro. From Estonia. The West. You know what I'm talking about. Remember MTV? Remember the old MTV? Like right after they stopped playing videos. I gotta go flip my meat in a second, if you know what I mean. What up, toes? Alright. TOES. Head, shoulder, meat, and toes. The budget. Many conservative Idahoans have expressed their ire over the federal budget deficits, but those concerns went by the wayside when Trump, a Republican-led Congress, passed tax cuts. If history is an indication of future performance, wealthy Idahoans could see a tax cut while the federal deficit increases. True, Trump's promise of cutting taxes on Social Security income and on tips would help a large swath of Idahoans, but the consequent loss in tax revenue would contribute to more budget deficits that could be made up only by draconian budget cuts, as suggested by Elon Musk, whom Trump has also brought on as a transition team advisor. Hey, there's my birthday. Pardons. Some Idahoans who participate in the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol could get pardoned. How is that devastating? Vaccines. Idaho already has the highest rate of vaccine exemption. Robert Kennedy. Okay. Taking him at his word. Okay. Whoa. Devastating. No milk would suck. I'll be honest. I've learned to, do you know if you take hot water and get the filtered stuff and you pour it on cereal, it makes porridge? That's how you make porridge. In this house. Anyway. But you can just I'm off milk. That's what I was trying to tell you. Milk is not doing a body good. And you think it's all this great. It's great for cookies. Actually Coca-Cola is better with cookies. Oh, that sounds so bad. So bad. Alright. So milk, no. Water in your cereal. Just pour it in there. And if you like a sweet cereal like I do, like I like that Publix Crispy Raisin Bran Crunch, you just let the water sit in there and, oh, that sounds gross. No, it's not. He's disgusted. You don't need it though, is what I'm saying. When you're a thin, healthy, fit guy like me. Alright. Let's see if now they're letting me into my back rooms. Alright. And we'll change the poor lady. Feel bad about that now. She didn't do anything to you. Alright, enough, Tony. Let's see here. This guy. If you weren't afraid of the name, now you're afraid of the... Okay. And I guess I could change the title. I'll do it for Swamp Rose. Diarrhea of the mouth. Oh, you two. Any day now. Ding dong, ding 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 dong. People are going to be like, what in the world? Okay, Idaho for... This will just be the blah, 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 blah. Oh, you know what it'll be? Idaho for Royale with... See what it does to me? I don't encourage this behavior from my internet browsers, but when I do... Idaho for Royale. You know why they call it a Royale with cheese in Europe? That's what they call a quarter pounder. The metric system. Kane B's Royale with cheese. Come and get it. There we go. All right, that's better. Now we'll get all the purgers in here. All the ones who purge. Okay, where were we? What are we doing now? Ding dong, ding dong. This is just a wild live. I should probably get drunk for this one. I've done that in a while. Leslie and Billy like, cheers, man, yes! The quarter pounder, yeah. It doesn't make sense. Royale with cheese. I like that. That's a heck of a lot of money to pay to watch this show, though. It's not exactly Paramount Plus, I'm telling you. It's alright. It's okay. It has its moments. Has moments of doubt and pain. I liked the thumbnail I had yesterday. It was sort of artistic. Kind of captured the moment of... I did 5 hours yesterday, yo. And it was post-woke's like, yeah, I've been on for like 2 or 3 hours. I don't know how you guys do 5 hours. I'm like, I don't know. I invented the 5 hours. And then Heather's like, yeah, 12 with his... Twiz with his 12-hour live. 12-hour drunken live. Which I totally missed that one. And it was like one of the best YouTube lives ever. Just Twiz. And I think, well, probably the top one, he just keeps talking about stupid stuff. Anyway, that dinky IMO, when everybody got wasted, was probably one of the all-times. Oh, look, I can make money with ads. I don't know if I want to add ads. That doesn't seem really that kind of... Alright, let's see here. I had it up. Oh, you know, I was there... And then you pulled me back in. Okay. I was there. And you stopped. No more clickbaits. Let me just look around for a minute. Let me feel the waters. The bubbly, bubbly waters. Beautiful, bubbly waters now. I was going to do like the first membership was a sergeant and then a lieutenant and then colonel and general, whatever. But I can't spell lieutenant. WSU Mom, hello, how are you? Nice to see you today. I was gonna have, WS Mom Kim. I was gonna have my mom. She's 93, and I'm finally setting her up with a computer over there this week, and I was gonna set up her name as WSU Kane Mom. Kane. Mom Kane. It's not the same. That's seriously gonna do. You guys better be nice. Alright. The remaining mysteries of the Idaho murder. Like I said, this is the TJ Maxx of accudramas or whatever you call them. But I gotta make breakfast. I got meat sizzling over there. Rui! Did you guys notice Twiz's voice in the background? Maybe we should watch the background video instead of this. Nope. You're gonna get tortured. Ready? Oh. I'm just gonna skip the beginning because it is literally brutal. But,
and they wake up to this horrific crime. Can you take us through the timeline of where the 4 victims were? Because each of the 2 were paired off, but in different locations. Where were they before they came back to that home that night?
Okay, so when they went out, right, 2 of the victims were like a best friend duo. It was Maddie and Kaylee. And they had gone out in town. Their last movements were traced home from the Corner Club, a bar at the kind of northern edge of Moscow.
And you were there, right? Didn't you go into the Corner Club?
I went in there. I mean, it's a typical college bar. You've got just the young scene of people finishing up college. You've got undergrads. You've got grad students. There's also locals in there. I would say a friendly kind of neighborhood bar that you'd expect in a college town.
My recollection is that around 2 o'clock, they leave and they end up heading back, not directly home. Don't they make a stop?
Right. They walk downtown a little bit. There's a food truck. They're on video at the food truck. They're talking to people. On their way to the food truck, they get picked up on other cameras in town. There's a lot of security cameras with audio facing the sidewalk as they walk by. So some of their conversation got picked up, and it was a little, when we first heard it, we were like, well, what does this mean? What are they talking about? We figured it out. It's actually nothing to do with the case. But the people had tried to piece together the clues of what they were saying and what they were doing in all these videos before they made it home. So they went to the food truck, they get in a cab or an Uber, and they get home.
So that's about 2:30 that they get back home. They have the food, and if you remember, there was that video of a guy that was hanging around them, and everybody thought, "Oh God, that's got to be the perp. He's stalking them." You remember that?
Right. One of their, I don't even know if it's appropriate to say the guy's name because he's not accused of anything.
That's right. He was a complete innocent, but for a while, all the orange-haired detectives that, online, et cetera, and whatever, it's a First Amendment right, but people were really looking in that guy's direction, and, as they were to one of the boyfriends. And, of course, all of that looks to have washed out. What about the other two, the couple, Zaina Kernodle and Ethan Chapin?
So they're at a party across the street, right? So his frat house is, you can see it from their doorstep. And having been there, vice versa. You can go to look at one way, you see one house, look the other way, you see the other house. They're at a party over there. It's walking distance. There's just a big field. They call it the band field. And then there's maybe one block of kind of off-campus rental houses separating the two locations. They're there all night. There's a lot of partying going on there. This is the weekend before Thanksgiving break. Everybody's getting ready to say goodbye to their friends for a few weeks, right, for vacation. So it sounds like they were having a good time. And it also sounds like there was probably, some drinking going on before they made it home.
So the vibe is good. They're at this frat house where Ethan is a member. And as you say, it's a 5 to 10 minute walk. You can see the house from the Kings Road house, which is the house where the murders occurred. And, that was another thing, and I bring it up just because that's another thing that ended up being a red herring, because there was this reporting and speculation that Ethan had a fight. Maybe he had somebody who had a gripe with him at the frat house. And if you recall, early on, the reporting was that the front door was found open. Somebody followed him home, and that is what the working theory was online. And again, that all washed out. But it just really does show how these things can be, really lead you in the wrong direction, especially if you don't have all the facts. So when I got out there, first thing I did was walk the scene. I looked around. I saw no cameras, but I did walk up behind the house. There's a parking lot. It's obscured by a copse of trees that sort of descend on a gentle slope down to the back door. You can access the second floor of the house from the back of the house. And it just clicked for me, looking from the back, as this is where he came in, whoever did this. And, of course, you jump to the idea that it is a he or a group of he's, right, a group of males, because they overpowered at least one big, healthy male. Ethan was an athletic big kid. And it turns out, if the cops are right, that is, in fact, where Kohlberger entered. It looks like the indicia is that he parked his car there and potentially came in through the back. It just made much more sense than coming in through the front. And it was one of the things that really, really jumped out. And it ends up being the working theory of the case. So with that framing, Mike, take us through now the night of the murders as the police believe they happened.
Well, one thing I want to add first, that back sliding door, if you've been there and you've seen this, before they went in and shut the lights off in that house and tore it down, the blinds are open. You can see right in the kitchen. You can see almost all those back windows. You can see right into the house.
You're looking right at the house. Right.
You have a great a bird's eye view, like a bird of prey kind of view into that home of whatever they're doing. So that's probably played a role in whatever went down there.
Undoubtedly. Very good point. So night of, assuming he's back there, what's the police theory of how it went?
So the police say that they narrowed it down to about 4 a.m. is when he went into the house. There's some survivors of this house too, right? Somebody killed 4 people in that house, and 2 housemates survived, and the dog. Right, Kaylee brought her dog to visit and had it locked up in a different room, and the dog survived. So as this is going on, one of the roommates, who is identified in the probable cause affidavit as DM, one of the roommates overhears some strange noises. She thinks she hears her roommate crying. She had it describes sounds of a scuffle. And then she sees someone in a mask with quote unquote bushy eyebrows approaching her. She freezes in place. That person doesn't apparently interact with her, as far as we know from the probable cause affidavit. They turn around, they go out that back sliding door, right, that we were just talking about, where you can see in and out.
Right. So
do they now? That's confirmed fact, I guess. I figure I'm gonna have to torture myself as well as you with this one. There's that word again, darn it. So you'll find a lot of the stuff is still in here, and the guy just goes along with whatever the dude says. Check it out.
So, apparently, according to the police, the perp enters through the back door, goes to the third floor first. Where does he find the two victims up there? Who are the two victims up there, and where are they?
So on the third floor, you have Maddie Mogan and you have Kaylee Gonsalves, and they're two best friends. They're both 21 years old. Kaylee had actually moved out recently. She was finished up with school. She came back to visit. She got a new car. She wanted to see her friends. She spends the night not in her room that she would have slept in before she moved out, but she's in the room with Maddie, her best friend. And the dog is locked up in the other room. And they find two bodies in that room in the bed, the two of them together. Under Maddie's body is where they find probably the biggest piece of evidence that we know of so far, which is a K-bar knife sheath, which prosecutors allege, led them to Kohberger's DNA.
Right. Anyway. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump, though, to get there. AR, we're all with you, man, on your fight, bro. It's something I know you can beat. And but we played your video yesterday on here, and I was cheering you on, man. That was very inspiring and fired up. Everybody's like, "Hey, AR's fired up." So we enjoyed that. Thank you for that.
Vital piece of information, and realistically going to be the linchpin of the case. So he's up there. He does those two first. There's disparate reporting as to who had the more grievous injuries. It's generally accepted that it is Kaylee, and who looks to have potentially been his target, and she had a large social media presence, which could have led the potential killer to her. Okay, so he comes downstairs, and then before he is spotted by the living roommate, who we're going to call DM. We're not going to, Fox News is not identifying her, so we're going to use her initials. He then, before he is seen, goes into the second bedroom, correct? That the other two murders occur before DM sees him. Do I have that right?
Right. And and DM says that she hears muffled crying. She hears somebody say it's going to be okay. It's really kind of disturbing stuff that she overhears before this guy comes out, especially when we know what police found the next morning. But in that room, the intruder kills Ethan, who may have fought back, but doesn't have a large knife that's used in these slayings. So he kills Ethan. DM hears a girl's voice. She doesn't really have a whole conversation to quote in the what she told police. We're only hearing excerpts from it, but she hears crying. She hears the struggle. She hears somebody telling Xana, the other roommate who was killed with Ethan, that you're going to be okay. And then that's when she looks out into the living room, out of her bedroom door, and sees this masked man approaching her.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. More from our guest after this.
I look forward to that with Harsh. Something over the crossing the pond, as they say. That should be interesting. I really enjoy Harsh's show. He has a lot of great takes, and he's even picked. I don't know if he picked it up from me or we picked up on the same thing, and he always seems to take it a little further. He's kind of just has that processing that actually works in his brain. And then, AR just throws everything back that he remembers from experience and shares us with stuff that we never in a million years would even consider. My favorite one is with the AB and the fact that they take credit for their work and they will give up the person that did it. And I can only imagine that's you're drawing the short straw when you get selected for a high profile incident. But I have seen that in a lot of the documentaries that I watch about AB or the Hells Angels. Same thing with many of the gangs and the one, Hollywood in a lot of ways kind of glamorizes it, but stereotypes it, and whatever, we all want to be a biker chick, but they don't really capture the dark side of it, I think, as well, because if you look at the news, there is a no loyalty even to the United States. Unfortunately, they have been involved, and I'm not saying any specific organization, but if you check back in the news, that might be a decent show to actually do, is to look into the history of the Mongols and the Hells Angels and those different bands. And just a few of them have shown disloyalty even to their own country in dealings with Iran. I know for a fact, unfortunately. Because you look at even the mafia back in the 40s, they were contracted by the CIA to protect the docks, and they did. And they didn't get the deal that they were promised out of it. And so there was a lot of animosity there between the CIA and the mob. But that relationship further developed, which may have been, and hopefully we will find out soon, what led to the JFK, I call it a turkey shoot, in Dealey Plaza. So it's a disappointment, because even with the mob, they're not going to in a million years help any terrorists, and they haven't shown that history, at least that I know of. I might be wrong. Chatterazzi. Thanks, guy. That's a great one. I'm going to use that next. I should put that in the title now. All right, let's get back to this torture that I have for you today, and enjoy your punishment.
Listen to the all-new Bret Baier podcast featuring Common Ground, in-depth talks with lawmakers from opposite sides of the aisle, along with all your Bret Baier favorites like his all-star panel and much more. Available now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
And another mystery of this is that, my understanding is that, according to the police, there has been no indication here there's no evidence of sexual assault. Do I have that right?
Right. None of that's outlined in the allegations that police and prosecutors have put out.
So that's going to come to the motive question, which we'll get to near the end. But to sum up, whoever it is, and the accused is Bryan Kohberger, enters through the back sliding doors. The trees would have obscured him. He can watch. He can look right into the house. He enters the house that way. It wasn't locked, rarely locked. And in this case, it wasn't. He comes in with no trouble up to the third floor first, bypasses the second floor, which argues that's where his target was. He probably was watching because they were eating, as we said. They got home about 2:30 or so. They're eating the food from the food truck. They're up. He probably sees the light go on in the bedroom on the third floor. The light goes off. He goes in there. Maybe he didn't expect to find both of them there together. Who knows? But nonetheless, the two of them are in bed together. Then he comes down, and for whatever reason, as opposed to just leaving, he visits the second floor, and the second two victims are found there. And then on his way out, DM gives that crucial description that you described, athletic, about 6 foot, but those so crucial bushy eyebrows, despite her fear. She manages to clock those details. Here's a question for you now, and the first of the mysteries of the case that I'm going to raise to you, Mike. Why did DM not call 911?
That is such a big question. We can speculate. Look, like we said, they're out. They're getting ready for vacation. We don't know how much drinking was going on before then. But whatever happens, she sees this. She's in shock. She shuts the door, and 911 doesn't get called for another, I think, 11 hours. I might be slightly off on that, but they call the next morning around 11 a.m. And that's when police are called, not shortly after this guy is seen in the living room and these suspicious things are overheard.
A great mystery here. And, there is speculation that we won't go into about, well, they were out, they were drinking, whatever. Who knows if there was some reason she didn't call according to the affidavit. We're going to stick to the facts. That's what we do here. It says that she was in a quote-unquote frozen shock state. And so that is why she didn't call the police. And that's why, it took all that time for her to sort of come to her senses and then call the police. But it's a little contradictory because, he was apparently wearing a mask. I assume it was like a COVID mask, which is why she didn't get a full view of his face, just the bushy eyebrows. But if she was in such a frozen state, why would she have believed that this might just be a random guy who was there because it was maybe a little bit of a party house, somebody who came back from one of the bars or something? The whole thing is very, very mysterious, and it's really, really unclear when you add the overlay of the fact that according to the police digital investigation, there is some information on the other roommate who survived, who was on the first floor, who we're going to call BF, but they wanted her phone as well. And the defense wanted some of that information from the night of, and I think that there might have been some texting going on between DM and BF regarding, hey, did you bring a guy home? Or, do you know that this guy that's here? Because I just saw a guy. The whole thing is very mysterious, but let's remember something. DM's ability to recall the details of what she saw end up being very, very crucial as the case goes forward. All right, let's take it to the next day before we launch into the police investigation. As you said, 911 is called the next day. It actually turns out that they initially don't call the police right away, right? Don't they call somebody else before they actually call 911?
Right, Paul. So before they call 911, they call their friends. And their friends come, look at the scene, and apparently convince them, okay, we have to call 911. I mean, it was probably a no-brainer, but they called in their peers basically first. And I think that prosecution and the police, they never really on the record said exactly who made this call, but they said it came from one of the survivors' phones. And it was a friend who kind of directed the 911 dispatcher to send people to help.
Right. So friends come. I believe there was some reporting that they came running over from the frat house, Ethan's frat house that we were talking about previously. But whoever it was, they arrived by car. They come in the house, and as you say accurately, the call is made from one of the surviving roommate's phones. But it isn't actually the surviving roommate who ends up talking to police. At that point, they've discovered at least one, maybe both of the crime scenes. Again, a contradictory aspect of this. If DM was in a frozen shock state, was she able to go back to sleep for 10 hours? It's very hard to reconcile whatever happened, but she ends up being a crucial witness because she tells the police what she saw, and then the police process the scene. And you have the two separate crime scenes. They take samples, and they find that crucial knife sheath, the K-bar knife sheath on the third floor with the two bodies that are up there. Any other evidence that you recall, physical evidence, being found at the scene that might come into play once this thing gets to trial?
Yeah, so there's actually, and it's not just this scene. I guess we can maybe talk about this later, but there's also, they served the search warrants at his apartment in Washington and at his parents' house in the Poconos and on his car, right? And they took different stuff from all those places. But from this house, one of the big things that they found was a shoe print inside the home.
Right.
They have cell phone information. I don't know if pings is the right word, but they have some cell phone information that places him at the house, according to the probable cause affidavit. And they have video from next door showing the suspect vehicle, a white car coming and going.
And that's going to be really crucial, right? Because they do pick that up. So let's take it from there, because you're hitting on the really crucial aspects of it. There's a footprint. There's been no indication they've been able to match the footprint to any shoes that he has. And this is one of the things that, when you have a delay like they had in getting to the suspect, he has a chance to get rid of his evidence and get rid of his shoes, et cetera, understandable. But there is the camera. I mentioned earlier that I walked the scene after the murders, but before an arrest, and I saw no cameras. But in fact, there was a camera, and it's going to end up giving crucial evidence, and that's going to be their first clue, the first thing that starts to point them in the right direction. So tease that out for us if you could.
So they have some video of the car, right? And I think their initial assessment of this car is it's a Hyundai Elantra. They had, I think, the years wrong, but it turns out that what he drove, even though it was a different year from what they were looking for, is actually pretty similar looking. I mean, it's almost identical when you look at it. Maybe there's differences in the models, but physically from the outside, it's the 2015 that he had looks just like I think they were looking for a 2013. So they have this white Hyundai Elantra. They start looking for it. And all of a sudden they realize, hey, 10 miles away, they've had a couple of encounters with a car matching that description. And they wanted to investigate that further, right? So he, at the time of the murders, Bryan, the suspect, is attending Washington State University, which is only 10 miles away. And he's studying for a PhD in criminal justice and criminology. So he is someone who is an expert on these exact kind of investigations that is going on right now that led police to him, which is kind of, I think, a part of this case that really had a lot of people raising their eyebrows once we found out who the suspect was.
Well, we're going to get to that when it comes to motive, because you're absolutely right. And that was something that I heard on the ground there that you really weren't hearing in the media. People that were sort of familiar with the two schools had their theories about that right away. So you're 100% right. They find this camera that was next door that had not only audio but video. The audio picks up a thump around 405, in that area, which they think was resultant of the murders on the second floor. But they got that crucial video of a white Elantra, and you're right. They could not nail down the year. They had a sort of ballpark it to say, well, it looks like a white Elantra of certain possible years. And then they get that big break when they put out, finally, because they weren't making a whole lot of progress at that point. Now, again, people are used to the CSI effect. We got DNA, we put it in a computer, there's your perp. And the first 48 hours doesn't always work that way in real life. And in this case, it didn't. So they work in the white car. And then, if you recall, they decide they're going to put that out to the public because they don't feel like they're making the progress that they could. And what happens relative to their reach out to the public and the car?
So people start reporting sightings of the car. There's a possible sighting on the gas station around the corner from the crime scene.
Right.
We don't know which of those sightings really are in particular got police attention, but we do know that Kohberger himself was stopped at Washington State University by police in the past in a car matching the suspect vehicle. And then there's this other weird nugget about the license plate where right after this takes place, he has his plates registration updated from his home state of Pennsylvania to Washington. Right. So he has new license plates now. So he's effectively, if he's the suspect, if he's the person responsible for this, which hasn't played out in court yet, but he has new plates before and after the crime. So if you're looking for this one car with these Pennsylvania plates, you're not going to find those plates anymore.
And, that was a break for him because the indication appears to be that he was just due to update his plates anyway, and it's a nuance of the law. In Pennsylvania, you can have one plate, and that was the case. And so the vehicle video from the exterior camera at the gas station captures this car moving after 4 o'clock. So the timeline works at a high rate of speed, blowing past that gas station, but it didn't have a front plate. They didn't get the break of having a plate because the Pennsylvania plate was not on the front. Subsequent to that, but before he's captured, he updates his registration to Washington, which requires 2 plates, and he's got the 2 plates on the car. So whether he did that cognizantly or not, it actually was due to be changed. And so he changed it, as you said. But, here's the first of our heroes, I would say, embedded in this case, and that is the gas station owner. She sees the or worker. We don't know that she owns the place, but she's working there. She's doing a late midnight shift. She sees this circular go out from the police on the news. Looked a little bit at the time. Remember, we were all speculating about what might have happened here, and it felt a little desperate. You know, they're looking for this white car. She decides to start scrolling through the video of the last couple of weeks. Lo and behold, night of, the video is still in that computer. She pulls it out, and she gifts the police department with a very strong piece of evidence, which is what appears to be Bryan Kohberger's car, moving at a high rate of speed right after the homicides. So now they have that to go on. They have the DNA that they've extracted from the knife sheath, as you've said, and they're starting to develop a little bit of information here. And then something else pops with the car. And that happens, as you articulate, over in Washington, 10 miles away, over the state line at Washington State University, where he's living and working and attending grad school for criminology. And you have, again, two unsung heroes who work as security. They're actually gun carriers in Washington over at the University of Washington. So, Mike, can you lay that out for us?
Yeah, I think they're university police, right? I think they count as police officers.
They are, yeah. They're gun carriers. Yeah, they're legit, like, sworn cops.
And they spot the car. I mean, he lives in an apartment complex. It's either on the campus or right next to the campus over in Washington. Pullman, Washington is the
Call me Swamp Rose, baby. B-Grass, how you doing? Welcome in. So, I don't know if they played the part yet where they talk about he and his father. If you could just throw a 0 in there for me real quick and let me know. Driving to Pennsylvania where they pulled him over. And he says something. I wouldn't mind going back if it's already been played. So, tell me anyway, though. But the guy says something about, yeah, we're going to make a quick dip here to Chicago O'Hare Airport, Dad. Don't mind me, or whatever. And they also say that it wasn't quite, they did. Okay, thank you, Joey. At least somebody's honest. Everybody's like, no, we don't want to hear it again. They say, what did it? They say that he's going to Chicago O'Hare. Oh, and then it wasn't quite, was it Christmas break yet? So he was leaving early, whether he finished his testing or if he'd been fired. I don't think he was fired at that point, right? So whatever the case may be, sorry. I hate all of you. That's why I'm making you listen to all this. Clean your rooms.
In a car matching the suspect vehicle. And then there's this other weird nugget about the license plate where, right, terminology. So he is someone who, the big things that they found was directed the 911 dispatcher to.
And then they get that big break when they put out, finally, because they weren't making a whole lot of progress at that point. Now, again, people are used to the CSI effect. We got DNA, we put it in a computer, there's your perp. And the first 48 hours doesn't always work that way in real life. And in this case, it didn't.
Did he literally just say we got the DNA and we put it in the computer? Like there's a scanner that you can just put DNA in the computer. It's in the computer. Yeah, we got some DNA. We didn't go to 23andMe or IgG or anything else. We just put it. I love how.
So they work in the white car. And then, if you recall, they decide they're going to put that out to the public because they don't feel like they're making the progress that they could. And what happens relative to their reach out to the public and the car?
So people start reporting sightings of the car. There's a possible sighting on a gas station around the corner from the crime scene.
Right.
We don't know which of those sightings really are in particular got police attention, but we do know that Kohberger himself was stopped at Washington State University by police in the past in a car matching the suspect vehicle. And then there's this other weird nugget about the license plate where right after this takes place, he has his plates registration updated from his home state of Pennsylvania to Washington. Right. So he has new license plates now. So he's effectively, you know, if he's the suspect, if he's the person responsible for this, which hasn't played out in court yet, but he has new plates before and after the crime. So if you're looking for this one car with these Pennsylvania plates, you're not going to find those plates anymore.
And, you know, that was a break for him because the indication appears to be that he was just due to update his plates anyway, and it's a nuance of the law. In Pennsylvania, you can have one plate, and that was the case. And so the vehicle video from the exterior camera at the gas station captures this car moving after 4 o'clock. So the timeline works at a high rate of speed, blowing past that gas station, but it didn't have a front plate. They didn't get the break of having a plate because the Pennsylvania plate was not on the front. Subsequent to that, but before he's captured, he updates his registration to Washington, which requires 2 plates, and he's got the 2 plates on the car. You know, so whether he did that cognizantly or not, it actually was due to be changed. And so he changed it, as you said. But, you know, here's the first of our heroes, I would say, embedded in this case, and that is the gas station owner. She sees the or worker. We don't know that she owns the place, but she's working there. She's doing a late midnight shift. She sees this circular go out from the police on the news. Looked a little bit at the time. Remember, we were all speculating about what might have happened here, and it felt a little desperate. You know, they're looking for this white car. She decides to start scrolling through the video of the last couple of weeks. Lo and behold, night of, the video is still in that computer. She pulls it out, and she gifts the police department with a very strong piece of evidence, which is what appears to be Bryan Kohberger's car, moving at a high rate of speed right after the homicides. So now they have that to go on. They have the DNA that they've extracted from the knife sheath, as you've said, and they're starting to develop a little bit of information here.
The car with no wheels.
Then something else pops with the car, and that happens, as you articulate, over in Washington, 10 miles away, over the state line at Washington State University, where he's living and working and attending grad school for criminology. And you have, again, 2 unsung heroes who work as security. They're actually gun carriers in Washington over at the University of Washington. So, Mike, can you lay that out for us?
Yeah, I think they're university police, right? I think they count as police officers.
They are, yeah. They're gun carriers. Yeah, they're legit, like, you know, sworn cops.
And, you know, they spot the car. I mean, he lives in an apartment complex. It's either on the campus or right next to the campus over in Washington. Pullman, Washington is the town just over the state line from Moscow, Idaho, where the murders took place. And they see his car, and I think one of them had remembered stopping him for some, you know, minor traffic thing and blowing a red light or illegal turn.
Right.
Something like that, and there's body cam from that, right? So we have that conversation, which is the first time we're hearing him on voice, or we're hearing his voice on video, rather. And then there's another one in Indiana where he was stopped again, unrelated to this. This was after they identified him. So they get the suspect vehicle, and they realize that, hey, there's a person matching that right here. They were able to narrow it down to his car with these 2 encounters from the Washington State University police.
Yeah, and that's just getting very, very close now to where the task force wants to be. That tip comes in from these 2 cops who separately found it. One started running after they saw the video that came out from the gas station, the tip about, remember, the public had not known about that car. The thing goes out. They start looking at university students. One of them physically finds the car. The other, independently, doing database searches, comes up with Bryan Kohberger. It matches in terms of year and the specifics of the car, etc. They call the tip in to the task force. Now, as you said, there were a number of cars that kind of matched. So at that point, you know, maybe it could have been kind of thin gruel. But then what they also do is, I'm sure, and this is not out, but this is almost certainly what happened, is they must have pulled his university ID. first thing you're going to do is you're going to say, all right, this is a possible. Let's look at this guy. And if the guy comes back and he's Asian and you have the description from the witness who survived in the house, well, then maybe this is a dry well because that's not going to go to the script. If the owner of the car comes back as a 4'4" woman and you're looking for somebody who's 6 foot, white male, bushy eyebrows, obviously that's not your perp, or at least it doesn't appear right now. But when you pull the owner of the car they found that, as you say, tracks to the vehicle that was seen on camera outside the gas station, potentially fleeing the scene, the year, make, and model seems to match, and then you pull it, and there's a picture of Bryan Kohberger, 6 foot or so, athletic build, bushy eyebrows. That goes over to the task force, and now you really got something that you can work with. It takes them a little while. In the meantime, they are also doing stuff in the digital world. So as they're nailing the car down and they're getting closer to him, and you have these, again, 2 unsung heroes who are Washington State University cops who pulled a car out, they're doing digital stuff as well that's going to be coming at Bryan Kohberger from another angle. So for lay people out there, what is it that cops can do, detectives can do, relative to digital forensics when they have a case like this?
Yeah, so there's a few things that they're going to do, and one of the, I think, the high tech one that gets everybody excited is they're checking the phone towers and they're seeing whose phone is where,
right?
And they're gonna cross reference that. They're gonna see who is here all the time, who's not. This is a very involved data process. I don't know how much manpower goes into it versus whatever other technology they use to kind of identify these things, but they are looking for patterns and they're looking for things that stand out and break the pattern, right? So you're kind of the veteran investigator on that. You probably know a little bit more about the technicality of it, but basically you leave a digital footprint wherever you go, especially if you use apps. I mean, that's just that increases the depth, I guess you could say, of your footprint, but your phone is being tracked, your calls are being tracked, your pings are being tracked. And whenever you use an app or send a message or make a call, the tracking is recorded in some sense of a physical location where triangulation might not even be the right word anymore, but they know your general vicinity based off of what resources your phone is communicating with to be a phone and connect you to the internet and to other people.
Yeah, no, you got it right. You sum it up right. Your phone is sending out a ping every few seconds just to find a cell tower that it can connect to. So if you need to make a call or receive a text, it's on the network, so to speak. And those pings are stored for a while. And if you have enough indicia of the location and a time, well, you can they call it dumping the cell tower, right? You can dump the tower and you can start to look for active phones that were in the area around 4 o'clock, because we do have a time of death. And so that is something you're going to be looking at. However, in this case, what is it that Bryan Kohberger did to try to defeat that?
So Bryan's phone, according to the probable cause affidavit, Bryan's phone goes on and off on the night of the murders. And, as he is leaving his apartment in Pullman, Washington, phone goes off. And then it resurfaces hours later after the murders have taken place. And then there's this kind of circuitous route that investigators say his phone went on, or, he went on, allegedly, where it goes really out of the way. If you're going to drive 10 miles from Moscow back to Pullman, Washington, it's a short drive. You take
there's one road. There's one road that does it, right?
But instead, the way that prosecutors allege he went, he goes south, miles and miles out of the way. Then he cuts west. He crosses back into Washington at a different point of entry. And then he goes back north. And they have him kind of pinging all over the place. They have him on surveillance video in Lewiston, which is far to the south compared to where everything else kind of played out here. And they, as you mentioned before, they have this hours later, after he goes all over the place, hours after the murders, they say he came back to Moscow, right? Also,
yeah,
allegedly. And then that evening, even later, now we're in the evening of the following day, he's pinging in the middle of nowhere of this place called Johnson, Idaho, which, because of how the probable cause affidavit is written, it's a little confusing. We're not even sure if they mean Johnson, Idaho, or Johnson, Washington, or what. But then they have this line in there, which is apparently of some interest to the investigators because they mentioned it, even though we're not really sure what it means. So he went to this other place at 5:30-ish p.m. the day after the murder. Or I guess it's the same day, right? If they happen at 4 a.m. and it's now
later in the same
hours.
day, right?
And he's over there, and then he comes back again.
We'll have more of the Fox True Crime podcast right after this.
So it's all very mysterious. One of the explanations for that was, hey, they meant Johnson, Washington, which is much closer. But if, in fact, the affidavit is accurate, you're 100% right. It takes a 2.5, 3-hour drive, depending on how fast he's going, to a place called Johnson, Idaho, which is a quarry area, which has a lot of bodies of water. A reasonable theory, if Bryan Kohberger is, in fact, the perp, is that is where the bloody clothing, because this is a very bloody scene, and the murder weapon, the big K-bar knife, have been discarded. And you have to imagine that if, in fact, the affidavit is accurate, they had a lot of cops up there looking for that stuff. All right, so the car, you can track it by looking at license plate readers and video. And they have the car now, what they believe to be the car. They have his name. Because they have his name, they have his phone. His phone is being tracked as well. You can actually develop a timeline. I've done it where you can follow the phone and the car doing this movement together. You can see the phone going off and going on as you articulate. It goes off before the time of the murders, comes back on the next morning when he revisits the scene. But before the cops are called, actually, his car and his phone are in the area of the house, right by the house. So he came back to see, did they discover this? What happened? The cops had not been called yet. But then there's a last major tangent in this, a major tangent of investigation, and you put your finger on it earlier, which was the touch DNA that was on that knife sheath. This is going to really get us to the sort of closing the deal, because that DNA was not in the FBI system, so it's not like they got an immediate ping. But they did something clever with that DNA to try to get to a perp. And all these things are going on simultaneously, and this is where the Bureau and the state police assisting the locals are so important. Mike, what did they do with the DNA that they had?
Well, this has actually kind of turned out to be a point of controversy with the defense, but they used genetic genealogy, which is, kind of like a 23andMe type thing or Ancestry.com type thing, where right. you have a DNA sample and you try to find your relatives through that sample. So they obtain this sample from the knife sheath, and they use these kind of techniques that people are using to discover their own ancestry. And I think the specifics of it are kind of a point of contention with the defense, where the defense wants some of this thrown out. Don't think that they'll be too successful there, but basically taking this sample, looking for ancestors, eventually led them to the Kohberger family. In particular, I think it's his father, Michael, who they find a match for. And then they stake out the Pennsylvania house in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, in the Poconos Mountains where they live.
Right.
They stake it out, they take some trash, and they find a match. They find a sample from the father that is somehow connected by genealogy to the sample at the crime scene.
So that's real cutting-edge technology. And what they reportedly did is they knew that they were going to get pushback from the DNA company, because the DNA companies don't like their stuff being used to solve crimes, because it's going to be downward pressure on people being willing to go to the companies and submit their DNA. And that's how these guys make money, right? So what they did, the task force reportedly, was that they packaged this touch DNA up as if they were just a client and sent it in. And genetic genetic genealogy using DNA is a very complicated process. It's not like it comes back and it says, okay, there's your guy. What comes back is, okay, look, it has certain characteristics in common with certain people who are also in the database. And then you have to do traditional sort of contextual detective work. You have to end up on looking at birth records. You have to look at social media, because it doesn't go to one person. It could go to a number of people, and they're looking for somebody who they could cross-reference with this touch DNA who might have some sort of commonality with their perp. And as you articulate, it comes back to the father. And this is what they want thrown out. It's not going to be thrown out It's lawyered. They lawyered it well. The bureau lawyers were involved, and et cetera, et cetera. And in fact, it comes back to the father, Bryan Kohberger. I'm not even sure has standing here. So in any case, that's how they developed that. So now you have some real strong indications. You have the car. Bryan Kohberger drives the right car. He's got the opportunity. He's in the area. He can get there. He's got the prior encounters in the middle of the night in Moscow with the police and also encounters with the university cops. You've got the movement of the phone, which shows this very suspicious movement where the phone goes off before the murders and then comes on later, and then the movement of the phone. And the car and the phone move together. And then you have this DNA genealogy coming back to his father. We're really very close to probable cause. And then something, again, sort of mysterious happens. So tell us about Bryan Kohberger leaving town.
Well, the timing on that's pretty interesting.
Here
right?
it is. It hadn't played yet. Okay,
I'm pretty sure he leaves town a couple of days after they, hey, we're looking for this white Hyundai Elantra. And on the 13th, that's when she calls the cops and says, hey, I think I might have found a white Hyundai Elantra on the day of the murders, leaving at a high rate of speed on this intersection not too far from the crime scene. And, to give some more props to that young woman who I interviewed the day of, she gave that to police right away. We actually ended up being there when detectives came and they took a few hours of footage from her camera, and to kind of give you an idea how fast things turned around on this, when the detective walked out, they're not going to talk to the media, but I asked him a question anyway. Hey, you find anything good? And he said something to the effect of, not yet, but this could be something. And then 2 days later, we found out that they had made movements in their warrants and in the investigation. All this stuff was going on kind of out of the public eye. But when you look at it, looking back, you see the timing a little bit more clearly about when things were happening and what police knew at what point. And we're still pretty limited on what we can find out, but there's a lot. I mean, that probable cause affidavit is so full of interesting tidbits in terms of the timing. But anyway, on December 15th, Kohberger, his father, has flown from Pennsylvania to Washington. He's going to help him get ready to come home. The timing is a little strange. The semester's not really over, but they decide to leave. There is a SWAT team standoff, unrelated, in Pullman, Washington that morning. And on their road trip home, they end up getting stopped by police in Indiana. And they
twice, right?
Right. Twice. I mean, within a few miles.
By separate agencies.
Right. I think one was the state police and one was the sheriff's office.
That's right.
And they kind of say, hey, yeah, we're just driving cross country going home. There was this crazy SWAT standoff. That's why we're they brought it up, right? It didn't really explain why they brought it up, but they kind of mentioned it as this event that had kind of shocked them that day, and they were heading out.
More of the Fox True Crime Podcast coming up.
So he leaves town with his dad. And at this point, you follow the timeline, they are well onto him. All right. He matches the description that DM gave. The car matches. We went through the whole thing, the genealogy, etc. And yet, not only does he leave town, and is he allowed to leave town, they're very lucky that he didn't say, Dad, drive me. Well, he was driving, but Dad, we're going to drive to Chicago O'Hare. I'm calling an audible here. And then, Dad, you take the car. I'm getting on a one-way plane to Brazil or someplace that doesn't have extradition with America. I could have gone very differently. And it is another of the mysteries of the case, which is I'm very surprised that he left town, was allowed to leave town, that they did these two stops, which cannot be coincidental. Two separate stops, both of which go the same way. No summons is issued. They almost look like mirrors of each other. I think what happened was he was leaving town. There were elements of the task force that didn't agree with it and that wanted to keep an eye on him and maybe see if he had scratches on his hands or something, which, was kind of ludicrous because we're over a month after the murders. So those would have potentially healed. But for whatever reason, it remains one of the other mysteries. Why, since they had so much indication of him, had they not done his garbage while he was still in Pullman, or done a sneak and peek, got into the car, did a luminol test on the car to see if you can get blood, pulled DNA of his from his own garbage or from the car, or done a sneak and peek into his apartment while he was not home at the apartment when he was at work to see if you had, again, trace evidence, blood in a drain or something like that. Maybe we're going to find out those things were done, but I don't think they were, because he's allowed to leave town. He goes back to Pennsylvania, and now we're in the end game. They are surveilling him in Pennsylvania. It's a difficult surveil because he lives in a gated community. The father does. He's at the living with the parents, and now we're getting very close to takedown. Mike, just take us through the final operation, how the whole thing falls into place when they...
Okie dokie. Let's take a listen back to that part there, because I want to be clear on what he said about going to Brazil. What in the world?
Timing a little bit more clearly about when things were happening and what police knew at what point. And we're still pretty limited on what we can find out, but there's a lot. I mean, that probable cause affidavit is so full of interesting tidbits in terms of the timing. But anyway, on December 15th, Koberger, his father, has flown from Pennsylvania to Washington. He's going to help him get ready to come home. The timing is a little strange. The semester's not really over, but they decide to leave. There is a SWAT team standoff, unrelated, in Pullman, Washington that morning. And on their road trip home, they end up getting stopped by police in Indiana, and they
twice, right?
Right. Twice. I mean, within a few miles.
By separate agencies.
Right. I think one was the state police and one was the sheriff's office.
That's right.
And they kind of say, hey, yeah, we're just driving cross country going home. There was this crazy SWAT standoff. That's why we're they brought it up, right? It didn't really explain why they brought it up, but they kind of mentioned it as this event that had kind of shocked them that day, and they were heading out.
More of the Fox True Crime Podcast coming up.
So he leaves.
Hold on one sec. I gotta go stir my soup. Hang on. Okay, here it comes. Here we go. Brazil. I want to do this guy's voice so bad. I can't. He wants to go down
town with his dad. There are, and at this point, you follow the timeline, they are well onto him. All right? He matches the description that DM gave. The car matches. We went through the whole thing, the genealogy, etc. And yet, not only does he leave town, and is he allowed to leave town, they're very lucky that he didn't say, Dad, drive me. Well, he was driving, but Dad, we're going to drive to Chicago O'Hare.
Timing a little bit more clearly about when things were happening and what police knew at what point. And we're still pretty limited on what we can find out, but there's a lot. I mean, that probable cause affidavit is so full of interesting tidbits in terms of the timing. But anyway, on December 15th, Koberger, his father, has flown from Pennsylvania to Washington. He's going to help him get ready to come home. The timing is a little strange. The semester's not really over, but they decide to leave. There is a SWAT team standoff, unrelated, in Pullman, Washington that morning. And on their road trip home, they end up getting stopped by police in Indiana, and they kind of in this
twice, right?
Twice.
Right. Twice. I mean, within a few miles.
By separate agencies.
Twice.
Right. I think one was the state police and one was the sheriff's office.
That's right.
And they kind of say, hey, yeah, we're just driving cross country going home. There was this crazy SWAT standoff. That's why we're they brought it up, right? It didn't really explain why they brought it up, but they kind of mentioned it as this event that had kind of shocked them that day, and they were heading out.
More of the Fox True Crime Podcast coming up.
So he leaves town with his dad. There are, and at this point, you follow the timeline, they are well onto him. All right? He matches the description that DM gave. The car matches. We went through the whole thing, the genealogy, etc. And yet, not only does he leave town, and is he allowed to leave town, they're very lucky that he didn't say, Dad, drive me. Well, he was driving, but Dad, we're going to drive to Chicago O'Hare. I'm calling the
timing a little bit more clearly.
Agencies.
Right. I think one was the state police and one was the sheriff's office.
That's right.
And they kind of say, hey, yeah, we're just driving cross country going home. There was this crazy SWAT standoff. That's why they brought it up, right? It didn't really explain why they brought it up, but they kind of mentioned it as this event that had kind of shocked them that day, and they were heading out.
I didn't know it was on.
More of the Fox True Crime Podcast coming up.
So he leaves town with his dad. And at this point, you follow the timeline, they are well onto him. All right. He matches the description that DM gave. The car matches. We went through the whole thing, the genealogy, etc. And yet, not only does he leave town, and is he allowed to leave town, they're very lucky that he didn't say, Dad, drive me. Well, he was driving. But, Dad, we're going to drive to Chicago O'Hare.
Okay, he doesn't even try to justify that. He just throws it in there. I do not trust him in a boat. I do not trust him in a moat. You know, the problem, Meg P, with Payne's testimony, he doesn't remember any of that either. Tonka trucks. So, where do we go from here, man? Where do we go from here? I'm surprised they didn't bring up the stalking, Jeff. I don't know.
In Pullman, Washington, that morning, and on their road trip home, they end up getting stopped by police in Indiana, and they
twice, right?
Right. Twice. I mean, within a few miles
by separate agencies.
Right. I think one was the state police and one was the sheriff's office.
That's right.
And they kind of say, hey, yeah, we're just driving cross country going home. There was this crazy SWAT standoff. That's why they brought it up, right? It didn't really explain why they brought it up, but they kind of mentioned it as this event that had kind of shocked them that day, and they were heading out.
More of the Fox True Crime Podcast coming up.
So he leaves town with his dad. And at this point, you follow the timeline, they are well onto him. All right. He matches the description that DM gave. The car matches. We went through the whole thing, the genealogy, etc. And yet, not only does he leave town, and is he allowed to leave town, they're very lucky that he didn't say, Dad, drive me. Well, he was driving. But
they're very lucky that he didn't decide to leave town and go to Brazil. Boy, that would have been a different plane ride, wouldn't it? Because they would have brought him back from Brazil or wherever. But anyway. All right. I can't with this. It's so bad. All right. So, the cops got lucky there. And why his dad's DNA? Here, we're looking at his dad's DNA.
But, Dad, we're going to drive to Chicago O'Hare. I'm calling an audible here. And then, Dad, you take the car. I'm getting on a one-way plane to Brazil or someplace that doesn't have extradition.
Red flag supreme. I could have gone at the airport no matter what, even if you're not accessible.
And it is another of the mysteries of the case, which is I'm very surprised.
Oh, it is soup. Yeah, by the way.
He left town.
It's just that Lipton. I'm down to Lipton.
They did these two stops, which cannot be coincidental. Two separate stops, both of which go the same way. No summons is issued. They almost look like mirrors of each other. I think what happened was he was leaving town. There were elements of this
event that had kind of shocked them that day, and they were heading out.
More of the Fox True Crime Podcast coming up.
So he leaves town with his dad. And at this point, you follow the timeline, they are well onto him. All right. He matches the description that DM gave. The car matches. We went through the whole thing, the genealogy, etc. And yet, not only does he leave town, and is he allowed to leave town, they're very lucky that he didn't say, Dad, drive me. Well, he was driving. But, Dad, we're going to drive to Chicago O'Hare. I'm calling an audible here. And then, Dad, you take the car. I'm getting on a one-way plane to Brazil or someplace that doesn't have extradition with America. I could have gone very differently. And it is another of the mysteries of the case, which is I'm very surprised that He left town, was allowed to leave town, that they did these 2 stops, which cannot be coincidental. 2 separate stops, both of which go the same way. No summons is issued. They almost look like mirrors of each other. I think what happened was he was leaving town. There were elements of the task force that didn't agree with it,
Nothing.
and that wanted to keep an eye on him and maybe see if he had scratches on his hands or something, which, was kind of ludicrous because we're over a month after the murders. So those would have potentially healed. But for whatever reason, it remains one of the other mysteries. Why, since they had so much indication of him, had they not done his garbage while he was still in Pullman, or done a sneak and peek, got into the car, did a luminol test on the car to see if you can get blood, pulled DNA of his from his own garbage or from the car, or done a sneak and peek into his apartment while he was not home at the apartment when he was at work to see if you had, again, trace evidence, blood in a drain or something like that. Maybe we're going to find out those things were done, but I don't think they were, because he's allowed to leave town. He goes back to Pennsylvania, and now we're in the end game. They are surveilling him in Pennsylvania. It's a difficult surveil because he lives in a gated community. The father does. He's at the living with the parents, and now we're getting very close to takedown. Mike, just take us through the final operation, how the whole thing falls into place when they finally do the arrest.
So they're scoping out this gated community. If you've been over there in that part of Pennsylvania, there's a lot of gated communities, and it's like you said, it's a difficult stakeout because it's not at the type of road where there's usually not even a shoulder for you to pull over on. But on top of that, there's not enough public traffic where you can kind of loiter and observe someone without standing out like a sore thumb. So they surveil the house. They take the trash. They find the DNA on the trash. They go back in. There's reporting out there. This isn't from us, but there's reporting out there that they find him sorting trash with gloves on when they serve the search warrant. He's allegedly sticking his garbage in the neighbor's trash bin rather than his family. Which, if those things are true, and you think about somebody who has kind of an expertise in criminal justice and the method of which law enforcement is going to track people down, they kind of make sense in a weird way with that context, right?
Sure. So all of that's indicia of guilt, like even the turning the phone off at the time of the murders. While those things he might have think are helping him, a good prosecutor is going to be able to jujitsu that into good prosecution evidence because it shows cognizance of trying to avoid detection.
That's it right there.
But as you say,
I'm done. They're going to jujitsu it. That's what they're doing, y'all. They're jujitsuing it into a conviction. I think that Richard Allen knew jujitsu. No? Viv? Anyone? They're gonna jujitsu it. That's racist.
According to the reporting, he's seen in the middle of the night putting his garbage in his neighbor's garbage. He's using plastic gloves. And in fact, as you say, there's reporting that even as they go in to take the arrest, which they did with a dynamic entry, they go in. They didn't want him destroying evidence, knowing that they will come in. They boom the door. In they go. They find them with plastic gloves on, supposedly. That's the reporting. But either way, they have the probable cause. They make the arrest. They had all of this evidence, but what the linchpin was the DNA they pulled out of the garbage. And in that case, that DNA comes back. This is now not the genealogy from the commercial database. This is now DNA that they extract from the garbage. It comes back to Bryan Kohberger's father, the DNA, cross-referenced with the touch DNA on the knife. It comes back as accurate to that family with greater certitude. The number is larger than the number of grains of sand on planet Earth. All right, that's how sure they are. So that gives them probable cause for the arrest. They also get a search warrant because not only are they going to search the house, his room, and any place there could be evidence, they want to take his phone, dump the phone, all of that stuff. But they also swab his cheek because now they want one-to-one match between the touch DNA and Bryan Kohberger himself. So they used the search warrant. They swab his cheek. And what's interesting is that they did the garbage. They sent the garbage DNA out the day before. They got a hit literally the next day. That's how fast they did it. And it went back. They must have flown it out there because it went to the Idaho State Lab, who came back with the positive hit, as I said, on the father. That gave him probable cause. They must have had a prosecutor up all night writing because they had an arrest warrant and a search warrant ready to go. And then, boom, they take the door, and out he goes. He is under, and you have all of this evidence that's been arrayed against him now coming into the case. He gets a fairly, let's say, aggressive public defender who is sort of loud and proud out there about challenging all this. So far, she hasn't made a whole lot of headway, but she did manage to do one thing.
She successfully argued for a change of venue, and the trial is going to be moved out of Moscow,
she managed to do
where
one.
it happened, where it's not the.
Oh, my Swamp Rose. For the love of Swamp Rose! I don't know what I said even. I just pulled the pain. I said, oh yeah, what we found on Miss Potts' show, and I was the pretty face for it, is that she set up her whole defense in that hearing, and basically he's the man in the box right now. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know where my harmonica is. You can do it. Where's Ernie? Oh, boy, you talk about worry. Oh, this is the blues band one, but it's the beef that. There's a man in the box. He is covered in spit. He dug himself so deep in that hearing that this is a walk away, and a lot of people are worried Hitler is strict and rigorous. Well, if he follows suit with his character so far, and not starting with untruths and not finishing with untruths, then he will be able to keep the trial moving in a fair way. So, more or less, he could give you the traffic patterns of an obscure road in Moscow, but couldn't tell you of a large salvage operation just south of Moscow on, I believe it's on 95, right? And then he also admits that he knows about the location later on in the hearing, and he's familiar with it after he said he wasn't familiar with it. So that little exchange right there was about, in my opinion, all that they're going to need to shut this down. That the fact that they went back and found the knife sheath, whether, here's another thing I've kind of been considering, with all of the, now WSU Kim's mom's here, so maybe she can help me out on this, but with all the students that gathered around, between 9 and 12 a.m., one wonders also if perhaps a campus assigned officer was alerted and brought in before noon to an unconscious person, no report filed. If perhaps he was able to alert his superiors of the situation, and what are the chances that a neighbor or another student had their texts or their address or something on their phone and just was able to knock on the door or whatever. Beyond that, you have all these people now. I don't know. There is apparently a picture that someone discussed about somebody on the roof over there, I believe at next door or Sigma Chi or something, a picture facing the house. But with as many people you have mulling around, and you got to think in a situation like this, there's some curiosity, and I would imagine that most of the people would gather fearfully around the sidewalk, wondering what's going on. I'm sure that within the 3 hours they figured out that it wasn't just an unconscious person after Hunter went in there. And so you have these people mulling around and trampling the crime scene outside. First of all, contaminated, boom. It's not something that's come up yet. We're not to the trial. Who pissed on the house once the stupid security guards were there? I don't know. But it's not me, and it's not Lana, and it's not I just got a vision of, not a vision, but an image of Lana peeing on the house. Sorry, that's not good, Kane. Stop. Okay, it's not Tyler Furlow or whatever. It's not Walter White. It's somebody that lives in the area, because they could just do it and walk back the back way. So connect the dots on that. What is the one, Heather? That is, what's the fraternity where they sit on the roof? What's that? Is that Theta Beta Phi or whatever? Dynamite. That would be the most likely, because there's literally a pathway from the house to the house. Now, somebody brought up earlier that, and I don't have it, this is just, I'm throwing it out there stuff, more misinformation on the Purge, welcome. But that the house a decade previously had been a kind of a frat house, party house, well-known kind of thing. So the only reason I bring that up would be interesting that, this house sort of has that tradition. Now you have to think about going in as far as you want to be a student, or do you want to be a partier? Are you going to be in a house like this that's, if you're a super smart kid that can get away without studying, and you can drink and do that 3 times a week, 4 times a week, and still get great grades, that's one thing. But at this house, you did have smart kids. The exams had not happened yet for that semester, so how Kaylee graduated and didn't have, she supposedly maybe had to take one more test. In colleges, these types of things happen. You can do early, whatever. State Farm's roof, really? No kidding. That would be an interesting. It's a good thing that I got what I got. I imagine, Heather, is there more Stickergate video that's Aiden Anderson free out there that I'm not seeing? Because I know there's the little stuff in the clips. Oh, is it Gray that was talking about that? It was Jake. Jake from State Farm. They have, who's the other guy they brought in now? Oh, I guess they brought in Arnold. But they kind of forgot about Jake, I think. Don't do that. Get out of there. Get to the chopper. My favorite Arnold line is they ask him where somebody is, like Gene Hackman. He's like, he's hanging around back there. He's got a knife in his chest. But anyway, that's not funny, Kane. The best line in any Arnold movie is Tom Arnold when they're going into the mall and they know the terrorists are after them in the one with Jamie Lee Curtis, True Lies, and they're getting out of the SUV, and Tom Arnold has a camera set up on. Wait, no. Okay, I'm sorry. Rewind. Here's another Kane story. Forget it. Okay. I'm shutting this live down right now. Where's Angel D, by the way? All right, so now I get serious with my stupid story. Though when he's going into the house, he has Jamie Lee Curtis's purse. Oh, this is terrible. He has Jamie Lee Curtis's purse, and Tom Arnold has set it up so that there's a camera in the purse. And Arnold gets, I'm going in. He starts walking in the house, and Tom Arnold's like, if you need anything, talk into the purse. And they have Bill Paxton plays the used car dealer, and he's got his mobile home. He's like, my place in the city is too hot right now. I have to go in there. Paxton was epic in that movie, man. Get to the chopper. Get down. Oh, man. Heather does a better Arnold than me, actually. Pimplepotamus does a better Arnold than me. Oh, man, gosh. All right, I'm glad you guys are all here. I'm so happy to see everybody. This, I saw Swamp's chat, and I'm like, well, I was just going to go live from that, and then I was like, oh, they're doing the trial. How many times is Hitler going to fool me? He's a smart man. All right, let's finish this out while I stir my soup. That was cool. I'm no Rolo.
Smallest of small towns, but it's a small enough town where she was able to argue the jury pool's not big enough for a case of this magnitude. Now it's going to be in Ada County, which is, where Boise, the capital of Idaho, is. So she did get that moved. I want to go back to one thing, though, you just said. This whole train of the DNA and the genealogy and how they use kind of state-of-the-art techniques to get the warrant, right? They found the father's DNA in the trash that matched the sample from the crime scene, allegedly. But as soon as they got that warrant and they arrested him, they took a DNA swab on the scene. So can only imagine that everything would have fallen apart if, that DNA swab wasn't connected to the sample that they found in Idaho.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I see he's not going in an insanity defense, all right? So it looks to me, he's got some alibi defense apparently that he had to inform them of, but realistically, he's just going to have to argue that the DNA was planted or that the DNA was erroneous, because you're 100% right. That's going to be a one-to-one match. And if the match to the father was more than the grains of sand on earth, the number that the odds are that it's not Bryan Kohberger relative to the one-to-one match, literally cannot be comprehended by the human mind. So that's how we get to an arrest. That is the contours of the whole case. There's now some legal back and forthing because, as Mike says, they've moved the case out of the Moscow court and into the more general Boise court, the bigger court. The argument was that he couldn't get a fair trial in Moscow. Whether you sort of buy into that or not, he's still going to be tried by a jury of his peers in Idaho on state charges that carry the death penalty. If he is finally found guilty and given the death penalty, Mike, how is that going to be carried out?
Well, Idaho has two options for the death penalty. One, they recently brought back the option of the firing squad, which is only to be used in cases where lethal injection can't be used. And the reason they brought that back is they've been having a lot of trouble actually doing lethal injections, and not just Idaho, but
legal trouble,
actual botched attempts. There was a guy, Thomas Creech, a convicted serial killer, who he was scheduled for execution earlier this year. They couldn't do the lethal injection on him. So it's there's trouble getting the drugs. There's trouble with the drugs working when they do get them.
Right.
It's just a kind of a nightmare to when you see the amount of botched attempts, and it's not just Idaho. It's everywhere they're trying to do lethal injections. So his defense has taken pretrial moves to try to get the death penalty option taken off the table before he even goes to trial. There's a hearing for that on November 7th, where the defense has quite a few different motions to strike the death penalty, ranging from it being, violating the ban on cruel and unusual punishment. They're saying that it violates international law. It violates contemporary standards of decency. They have like a dozen different reasons why it should be thrown out that they're currently getting ready to argue in front of the court.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to work. Death penalty's constitutionality has been litigated and re-litigated, and under Idaho law, this case, if he is found guilty of all 4 homicides, fits firmly, squarely within these strictures for what qualifies as a capital case. So, Mike, I want to end with one last thing before we head to trial. First of all, the trial is going to be in 2025. It looks like we are going to get it. Do we have a start date?
We have a start date. It's going to be in August of 2025. They're expecting it to go until November. So we're talking, multiple months here in that courthouse in Boise. And we're going to see a lot of new information come out too at the same time.
God knows we are, and it may explain one of the big mysteries that I'm going to end with, and I'm going to ask you. Why do you, assuming it's him, and we understand, innocent until proven guilty, but motive. That's the missing thing here. We know it's not required, but why do you think he did it if, in fact, he did do it?
That's a great question. And if you just look at what we know, right, if he's the guy, we don't really, I don't know from anything that the prosecutors have said or that the police have said, any specific motive that I can identify from that. You can guess, and I think people have guessed. He had a crush on one of the victims. He was rebuffed by one of the victims. There's the connection of his expertise in criminology and the method of how people murder and get away with it. If he's the right guy, maybe it's an ego thing. It's really, I couldn't tell you one way or the other what it would be. I don't know that information. I think that there's a lot of speculation out there right now that people are looking at that kind of brings all these facts together where they make assumptions. We'll have to see, I think, when it gets to trial.
I think that's the smart answer. And, unfortunately, because he's going to trial, we may never know, right? Because, with a plea deal, he's going to have to allocute. He's going to come out. He's got to give all of the information. There's no indicia here of a plea deal. And so, as a result, he's going to fight it tooth and nail. And when he's found guilty, he has no obligation to come clean. He can say what he wants. He can, but he has no obligation to. And so he may go off to death row, potentially, without ever saying why he did it, if in fact he did do it. And that remains one of the mysteries. It could be a combination of things. In cell, as you say, he's rebuffed, but also maybe to teach the police a lesson. He had applied to the Pullman PD to be an intern. They rejected him. He's not doing well in his criminology classes, yet he thinks he's some kind of an expert. And all of this seems to lead to a slipping down life where he doesn't seem to have had a lot to lose. So maybe there's a revenge thing. But as you say, it's all speculation. And another mystery in a case that just has confounded so many people. But I do want to say the cops got there. And you and I were among those who were reporting on this case closely, who said, you know what, they are making progress. Don't write this task force off. They're going to get there. And in about 6 weeks, they did get there on a case that looked very, very cold. So we're going to see in August where all of this goes, if in fact it does start in August. I want to thank Mike Ruiz. You can find him at Fox News Digital, ace crime reporter. There's nobody out there who knows this case better than he does. He was out there a number of times. And Mike, I assume you're going to be back out there in August, yes?
I will be there. I'll be in that court for this trial every day if it makes it that far.
So we're going to check back in with you then, and you can read his reporting on foxnews.com. Again, I am Paul Morrow, filling in for the great Emily Compagno here on the...
I miss the old Art Bell days, Effie Meany. But this is by no means even journalism. This is literally stink butt rhetoric. And so this was where I got this was right here on the front page of Newsbreak. Newsbreak has gone down a greased hill, in my opinion. They started off strong and they took a left turn real hard and kind of just became this thing. They're still better though than News Nation for the most part. It's unfortunate that I don't know what's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate that we don't get more of the interviews here now. Where I'm broadcasting from my couch with the same 4 jokes every day or whatever, but at least I have a unbiased, clear viewpoint, and gosh, that makes me want to call. I don't want to put him on the spot, though, Nick Reed, and I really wish that article had been them, ASUI to host Vigil on the anniversary tomorrow. I had not seen this, my friends. Check it out. I'll put a link for you if you'd like to join in. Thank you again for everybody for being here. If this is your first time, feel free to do all the things. Please subscribe and hit the like button. Let it make yourself known, as Lana says. And I'm going to hijack a live stream. That's a good idea, Jeff. So look at this here, guys. Okay, so this is it, I guess, lit up at night. And they kept telling us how wonderful it was and beautiful it was at night. And I'm sure True Killer Crime could post a UFO video that might be a little better. But I digress. Alright. A memorial to honor the four. Wednesday, November 13th marks the anniversary of the passing of Kaylee Gonzalez. So is this memorial going to be for all the students that have passed away at U of I, or just them? Will they acknowledge any of the families or friends that showed up in their representation skirts, their little summer skirts? I guess it'll be too cold at that point. Plus the semester's ending. It's a lightsaber. Look, guys, I have a memorial garden too. There's Kaylee at the top. And then Maddie's always there. And then Xana. Wait, no, it's Ethan and Xana. Ethan talks a little bit. But Kaylee makes herself known. Let's say that. Do you guys like my healing garden? The metal was donated from Joaquinian Destruction Company. There used to be when I lived in San Diego, La Jolla is a very tight community. It's a kind of a small town. It's a small town. San Diego County, let me tell you, is made up of... It's a county made up of small towns, small cities. You have downtown, you have Old Town, you have La Jolla, you have Pacific Beach, you have Mission Beach, you have Ocean Beach, all the way up to Rancho Santa Fe almost, is San Diego County. And so you have a tight history, a tight-knit group, especially the older guys that are, 20 years older than me. Now, many of them are passing away. Unfortunately, remember I played Kurt Letterman's memorial on here. He was a Surfer magazine. He wrote for a cartoon called something Cat. I forgot. Hepcat? Or I always want to say Hepcat. It's not Hepcat. Anyway, they would... I worked for two of them, Steve and Tom, at the Spirit Shop liquor store in La Jolla, and they were old 60s surfers. They weren't old, but they were at that time in the 90s. They were super, the nicest guys I've ever met, the most helpful people. I literally went to San Diego from Florida. I mowed lawns all summer and had $600 in my pocket, and they gave me a job, and they're the ones who introduced me, like Quincy Jones and Jonas Salk, and there was all kinds of people that would come in there. It's crazy. Anyway, they used to talk about the old days in the 60s. And there was a group of guys, and it was called Mac Meta Destruction Company. And they were just like a group of teenagers that would go from a abandoned house to abandoned house, and they would wreck the crap out of it. But, it was just a group of surfer guys in La Jolla. And they ended up making a construction company out of it. They parlayed the name into, it was Mac Meta Construction, and they were I think to this day one of the biggest companies in that area, and they did well with that. But I always thought it was a funny story, Mac Meta Destruction. Now from San Diego, the history is so rich. You have Skip Fry is basically the guru of everything. I think to this day, I don't know. Oh, he passed away. He did pass away. And there was a big memorial. But he would, when I was there, he would still come out and he shaped surfboards. And his boards became hugely famous. Even the Hawaiian guys rode them and all that. So it's just a very when I say one little thing like Skip Fry, there's a whole nother issue to it. But the biggest issue there in San Diego was surfing. The rich people that lived there hated the surfers. They couldn't stand them. There was a giant, let's say, unease. Not as quite as palatable as Moscow, but a very, very well-known dislike of surfers coming into their yards, using their hoses to hose off after surfing and running through their yards to cut through and whatever. And so there was a huge fight. And what ended up happening, I think it was Skip Fry that was the leader of the movement, was to make the place where the tensions were the highest between the wealthy and the podunk surfers was Tourmaline Surfing Park. It's on the border of La Jolla and Pacific Beach, and it was a huge battle in the commission, and the surfers ended up winning and getting the park called Tourmaline Surfing Park, and it was, I think, the first surfing park in the nation. And so it was a big blow to the rich people there. You should see some of the houses that are on the cliffs there. They're really beautiful, amazing houses. And very nice people. San Diego is a very conservative town. I always say it's literally Tampa on the West Coast. Although I was looking and I was talking about the voting map from the election here the last few days, November 5th. And hold on, I gotta stir my soup. Oh yeah, baby, that business is ready. Yum yum. Okay. What was I talking about? I can't rewind. I knew I was going to forget. I meant that soup is so good though. Let's see. Tourmaline Surfing Park, surfers win. And then we started talking. What was I talking about? Moscow? The trampled in front of the house. Well, yeah, it was a bigger struggle back in the 60s. It'll come back to me in a second. I just need to settle my brain. So I got too excited. I had too much coffee. Skaters got the bad reputation because in the 70s there was a drought, which California is a drought. The whole entire coast of California was a paradise built on bringing in water. They didn't have water. It's a desert. And so anyway, in the 70s, you had building out towards the valleys. So you go from the coast, everybody's on the coast, and then start building the valley. And now you have too many people, not enough water, and the map, something about the map. I don't know. Does anybody remember exactly? Anyway, so they had a huge drought, and so people weren't able to fill their pools for whatever reason, or keep their pools full, and so a lot of people drained their pools, and they were sitting empty, and so the skaters got a really bad rep because that in that decade you have the Lords of Dogtown, where they would jump from house to house. They jumped the little wire fence and skate in houses where people weren't home, and it would destroy. It would destroy the finish on the pool, so you'd have to redo almost the whole pool. And so skaters for that is what really started, and then of course skating on the street and grinding up curbs and stuff like that. What was I saying about? Oh, that Tampa is just like San Diego. I moved out there, and it was an easier transition. The weather. I got there in June, and I had 4 pairs of shorts and some flip flops, and I brought one sweatshirt, thankfully, and it was 40 degrees from June to October, because they have something called June gloom. A cloud just sits over La Jolla and San Diego, right mostly on the coast, for months at a time. Middle of summer, you're freezing your butt off. So I wasn't ready for that. But as far as the people go, there's a lot of hippie bohemian style, of course, and some people are a little overly friendly. But the funny thing is, you have the what is it called, the America's Cup yacht race there, and I lived right where they raced, and then I'm in a 1920s shack. I paid $200 a month for this little off the house room, and you have to go inside for the bathroom, but it was right a mile away from the beach, half a mile from downtown La Jolla, which is like the French Riviera practically, and so $200 a month was pretty good. I was right on Torrey Pines Road where the golf course is, stuff like that. And anyway, the town is conservative, and the funny thing is, I finally made it downtown. It was years before I actually made it to downtown San Diego, because I didn't have a car moving out there. I ended up getting 2 cars before I left. I got one for $300 and one for $600. And the $600 one was dope. It was a 1976 Chevy Nova. And when you talk about the West Coast, there is one thing that's hugely different. Is I moved out there, and I was able to, when I got my place, I was able to get a phone hooked up, but I couldn't find a phone. You could, even those Bell push button phones were like $60 to buy, because people hold on to their stuff out there. It's not like here in Florida where it's like, just get a new one, get a new stereo, get a new computer. They if you want to get something, you're going to pay for it, even used. Eventually, for $15, I found an old brown hotel phone, and it had this little dial thing for the ringer, and then it had the red light on it, and it still said like room service number 5. I had that little template on the top. So I was really excited to get that for $15. So I finally had the phone. But the one thing that was like Tampa when I finally went downtown was all the street names were almost exactly the same. You had Cass Street, you had Ashley, you had whatever. It's all ditto. And it's laid out different. But it actually, you feel the same. Because I think we have like the neon light on top of the building. They have their, it's odd. Now the airport is off a little ways. In downtown San Diego, it's like you fly in Lindbergh Field and you come right over, and the runway's this long. You have that long to stop a giant plane. You only have that much, and you have to go over the street. Anyway, so one thing that I when I moved back here, I was so excited was actually I had 3 cars. I had a third car that I drove home with, and the guy, we waited and waited for days. I drove way out east, or I went way out east. Somebody gave me a ride to buy this car, and the guy with the key was supposed to show up, but he never did. And so by the third day, I'm like, I gotta go home. I gotta go. And so we ended up like screwdrivering the ignition. It was a Cutlass Supreme. It was a 76 Cutlass Supreme, or 78. And so I was fine. I drove to, I stayed another week or 2 on the beach, and then it was me and my big dog. He was Red Dobie and Red Nose Pit, and Aki. That's who's in my avatar there. And we stayed various couches, and people were really cool about it when I was leaving, and then I got that bodyboarding sponsorship on 5 days before I left San Diego. I was already, all the plans were made, but I was excited to get back to Tampa because at that time It's different now. In San Diego, when you go to use an ATM, it's not like, okay, let me check my balance and I'll move a little couple dollars over to saving. You do your thing and you get the heck out. It's like New York City. I mean, you have 4 or 5 people breathing down your neck behind you anytime you do anything. So I was like, I'm so excited to get back to Tampa, where it's chill and relaxed. And for when I moved back here for probably another 10 years, it was that way. But now it's crept in, and I call it the urban jungle lifestyle, or whatever you want to call it. And now it's probably worse than it was back in San Diego, so I can imagine how it is there. So, yeah, that's, all right, I'll shut up now. Yeah, the Cutlass I kept, and I put a 350 in it and a new tranny, and unfortunately I didn't get the posi traction in the back, which that moves both tires at the same time, so it was still a one-wheel wonder. But the guys built it for me were like, yeah, I'm a tampon. No, I live in Clearwater. I live in Pinellas County. It's the Tampa Bay area, Sarasota, basically, to Holiday, Tarpon Springs, out to Lutz. There's a town called Lutz here. Lutzy. USF is over there. And so we put the 350 in it, and the mechanic's like, what are you going to do, rob banks with this thing? Anyway, so I sold that thing, and I ended up getting a brand new Honda Civic, which somebody destroyed for me, running a red light coming from Trade Winds. And he tried to lie, and the cop was such a nice lady. She went to all the surrounding businesses because he was saying I ran the light, and I just gotten like everything done on the car. I was so happy, and bam, and then the insurance company, of course, doesn't total it, so they send me back this bent frame car, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't working. So I got rid of that, and that's when the PT Cruiser era happened. Funny thing about the PT Cruiser, one more story, sorry. I just have a lot to talk about it. When I was with my buddy Don, and Don is a really awesome photographer. We met doing wedding. I was doing wedding videos. He's a photographer. He drove over to the East Coast with me to Melbourne from Tampa here. It's about a 2-3 hour drive, 3 hour, and it's like I say, it's very hard to get pictures of yourself surfing, especially at that time. And so he drove over, and we spent the weekend at Sebastian Inlet, and it was flat, unfortunately, so we didn't get any good pictures. But we had a good time. It was fun. It's always fun to go over there. And so my white PT Cruiser had been very good to me, and it holds a lot. It's a wagon, so I liked it. You put your board in there and your lunch and whatever, you're good to go. So we're literally leaving Melbourne, and the first thing I do is, it actually turned out to be a blessing, is they have Churchill swim fins, and they're blue and yellow. You may have seen them. They're short. They're not like the scuba fins. They're swim fins that help you get into the wave. And so I left one of them on the hood of the car, and I drove off. And I realized it as we're leaving town. And so we drove back and looked everywhere for it. Those things are like gold, so over there. So if you find one, you just pick it up and keep going. So that was long gone. So then we're finally leaving Melbourne, coming back to Tampa after 2 days. And I'm like, Don, I'll be honest with you. This car has been pretty good to me, and because I was saying it because the odometer was about to turn over to 100,000, and as the words came out of my mouth, the radiator, boom, exploded. Like, hand to the Lord, it popped, and we were like, OMG, we are stuck. And we're on the side of the road. So I said, well, it doesn't look like any pipes have burst or anything. Let's let it cool down. Because like I said, we've been driving around for hours. And so we let it cool down, and we were able to make it to like Orlando. And I think I took the beeline. And I would watch the temperature gauge. We filled it back up, and then we drove, and then the temperature gauge got hot again, pulled over, filled it up again. We're able to limp back home in that car. And then eventually that car, the guy, we took it to clear out a radiator, and he changed the radiator 4 times, charged me 4 times, and it still wasn't fixed. And they said I can't do anything else with it. I'm like, thank you so much, Mike. We'll clear out a radiator. He was one of my favorite people ever before that. He really let me. I don't know. Maybe the PT Cruiser. If I'd had a purple PT Cruiser, it would have been different. I always liked the HHC or whatever, the Chevy one. I wanted one of those. I don't know if they held up any better. Literally, the PT Cruiser though, was it that one or the? Oh no, it was the Chevy Geo, which is very much the same as the PT Cruiser. They have an upside down engine. The engine's literally upside down. And a lot of the Kias that are like that, they had one model year where you could not, it was a sealed cap for the transmission fluid. So you could not change the transmission fluid. And of course, they had thousands and thousands of vehicles that had huge transmission problems. So go figure that. Alright, what was the other, you guys remember? What were we doing? Oh, and I always want to call her Annie Potts, Miss Potts. Miss Potts, Miss Potts. So Heather, there it is. There you go. You are now forever. And I would have put more words, but they only give you like 25 words to name it. So those are the various membership, and these are all just there's no. I don't have like secret videos, or I don't feel like excluding too many people on live chats or anything. So these are all just from the generosity of your heart. If you want to donate something, remember that YouTube gets 30% of whatever you do. So there is a, if you care to support the show, there is Cash App, and that's on my description. It should be. It better be. It's on my main page anyway. If you can find that, I don't know. That's a weird picture. He's got stripes. He can't change his stripes. Let's see what else here. All right. Oh, can't show. Hold on. Let me hide this for Trish. She had a heart attack. I got so many fragging emails. My phone was like, I couldn't stop it. Let's see here. Okay. Barry and Scott Green. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is old stuff. Jenn has been kind of just like hanging on the beach, kicking her feet back and relaxing. She hasn't been. Her and Rochelle haven't been sending me a whole lot of stuff, so I have nothing. Now we looked at Miss Potts' video the other day, y'all, and I'm sorry, I have not even been looking at the chat. My bad. Wait, woke up. Did you just? Was that a delete because you guys are picking on me while I'm not looking? Is that? That was Shaggy's game. Shaggy's like, let's see what we can get in there until Kane looks up, and then I start seeing messages get deleted. Talking behind my back. All right. Anyway, WSU Kim Mom, do you have a purple PT Cruiser? Is that what you said? All right, let's go. Wow, that's weird. I'm looking at me. Hold on, look. More me's. Let's do it. What else are we doing? WSU Kim Mom, do you have a purple PT Cruiser? Is that what you said? All right, let's go. How many me's can we get? Oh, wait, I moved the wrong thing. Weird. There we go. Looking at me. Hold on, look. So far, just one. Oh, I lost me. More me's. This is a really technical game. You gotta be good at it. Hold on. You have to make it smaller, I found. Is the thing. How many me's do you guys want? 50 me's? I could go to one of my alternates and get on here. This is serious business, y'all. I lost me. More me's. Alright, there's the more me segment for the day. No, don't look. Okay, wait. So let's see. Miss Potts. What was she? Woke up. Did you ever find the comment that you wanted to share? You guys have probably already looked at it 20 times, I bet you. True Killer Crime. We got Robert in the house, a regular rock star. Nice to see you, Robert. Wee. All right, Meg P mashed potatoes. That's the best one. That was so yeah, Meanie, you have to tell me what you want to be for your. You're gonna have to be a membership level. There's two membership levels left. I was like $2.99. That's a lot of money to pay for a show. To watch a show every month. I'm like, man, where'd they come up with this business? Let's see here. Okay, yeah, no. What is this? Mrs. Potts. Okay, that's why she's Miss Potts, because Mrs. Potts is from Beauty and the Beast. Oh, man. Alright. They don't... Did I spell it right? What did I do? Ding dong, ding ding dong. She's got the witchy outfit on there. Suppose I could... Oh, she left me a comment. See? This is why I like it. Yeah. This is why I like it if you send me... Look, you see? You say if you leave a comment after the videos, or I know it's hard to type after a 9-hour live, but do it. And do all the things. If you're new here, subscribe. Look at that. That's just a straight up ad, and I clicked on her icon. Odd. It's odd. Judge Smails, even or odd? Oh, she's 777, just so you know. Where were we? Alright, so this is the new one. I watched it yesterday, and what I've decided to do with this, I felt that her show, I literally declared it the Miss Potts Wikipedia de Britannica of the PCA, or of the discussion of the PCA in the hearing with Brett Payne. But I decided that I wanted to make a documentary, and if anybody wants to join in, I'm going to do the music, and I might just use the YouTube elevator music for it, which I think that would be great. Let's listen to that again, shall we? I was instantly drawn to the elevator music. I'm like, oh, elevator music. Tell me it doesn't, like, especially at the beginning, sort of. You know what I can do? Now you can hear it, just so you can hear it better. There was a time where Ted Nugent bought the company that did the elevator music just so that he didn't have to hear it anymore, and then he did like something like bought the Beatles catalog, or bought Beatles songs, and was able to put familiar listenable music out there. And then somehow Michael Jackson ended up owning it, from when we were talking about Quincy Jones. Anyway, so I'm going to do a documentary about the WSU Moscow, Idaho case here. Kane B's The Purge. And so what I thought I'd do is establish all of the points in clear documentary form that Miss Potts made. We hope you will join us that wonderful evening. No, I was thinking, because every single documentary, except for, we saw Casper West, which was so I want to try to do something on a Casper West level, more up to date with what I think the whole documentary can almost go off of how they got to Bryan, the ridiculous non-triangulated cell phone tower data that they thought they were gonna be able to convict him with, and then Corporal Payne's lies. I'll just call it Corporal Payne's lies. That'll be the whole documentary right there. So if anybody wants to jump in on that, help me break down the Miss Potts. It's very. I can't watch anything for more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You gotta be. Somebody left me a comment. 5 hours? I'm good. Thank you very much. Can you break it down for me a little bit? I'm like, jump on in. Money back guarantee. Anyway, I'm sure they enjoyed it, and they're gonna ask for their money back soon. Heather, get the petty cash fund ready. Alright. Don Daniels. All right, so let's take a listen to, Miss Potts likes elevator music too. It's something we have in common. It's what drew us together, really. So, okay, I have her comment. And if you leave me a comment in there after you subscribe, you will get a gold bonus star. So, yes, membership's coming soon, folks, everyone. Welcome. Jeff H., a stater of the obvious. He likes to rub my nose in it. I don't know what I did to him. I feel lucky, punk. Boy, that elevator music can really clear the waiting room. But it reminds me of being at the dentist as a kid. This is what you hear. Is it playing? Is it even playing? Yeah, are you enjoying it? You want to hear some of the other tunes? I will later on. They give you all these tunes once you become what am I, a partner? They can't say bride. I'm a pretty face. Alright, so see how now I can find her and I can stop. Only me. Hold on. Wait. Is this what it was? Maybe it was an announcement. The all new Dollar Tree finds. But I'm trying to. Wait, let's see if I right click it. No. Wow, this is weird, Miss Potts, because.
This guy might have accidentally.
Did I spell it yachts? Miss Yachts? Let's see here. Sorry I don't have any fun stuff queued up for you guys. Kane's boring now. Let's see. That takes you to the store. Is she pimping for Dollar Tree? That's better, folks. Thank you. Welcome to the Purge. We're shutting it down now. So this is the second half, and I'm not gonna really run through the whole thing, because to be honest with you, most of it was boring. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually really good, and I can't talk about the Encyclopedia Britannica, Miss Potts Britannica, without mentioning Twiz and his need to do. He has a burning desire to do the Randonautica app. And before we do Miss Potts, and there's going to be questions, I know. So let's.
We are back from our 5-minute recess.
I'm playing in the background somewhere. It's driving me crazy. Where am I? I don't know. I can't stop me. I can't even stop me. That's what's crazy. Oh, this is playing. Okay. Whew. I was like, boy, if I have to stop me, better bring in Godzilla. No. That's all. That's all you get. So, alright. Let's look at that. What is Randonautica? What was... Kiki was talking about WikiLeaks. She used to be a supporter of WikiLeaks. And she actually would donate money to help them. And now it's just kind of like gone socialist or whatever, fascist. All right, so this is the ad. This is in Russian, but about Randonautica. Randonautica is a tool created to enhance the human experience with novelty by mindfully exploring the world, the interconnectivity of the universe, and to test the hypothesis that human consciousness can influence the distribution of random numbers, mind-matter interaction. Developed by the global movement, the Randonauts, and based on the theories stemming from the Fathom project, I was in that. The Randonautica app was created to encourage people to venture outside of their day-to-day routine. Sorry, it's hard to listen when somebody's not lit up, right? I'm lit. Now here's where it gets interesting. The Randonautica app was created to encourage people to venture outside of their day-to-day routine by using a quantum random number generator to derive a truly random coordinate to journey to. So you have an app, they'll explain it. The phenomenon has taken the world by storm, and there are millions of randonauts exploring their surroundings. So We're literally astronauts in our own world. Why go randonauting? To be naughty. Venturing outside of day-to-day routines with positive, sincere intentions. And let's break off there. Wow, they have the official Randonautica guide. So this Twiz sent me this. And Journey to Randomness. So, okay, so a lot of people are in the medical field and are very familiar with quantum. They have quantum cancer treatments. They have all kinds of quantum medical stuff now. And so quantum theory is that, say you have two electrons and they're rotating around each other and they're going clockwise. If you take one of those electrons out of that orbit and send it as far away as XBD galaxy, if this electron changes direction to counterclockwise, the other electron will do the counter or will be affected. That's the theory. No matter what you do, when you separate two joined energy atoms, they will remain connected even when separated. So that is what I understand about quantum. That's all I know. I'm not a scientist. What am I, a detective? But that is where the basis of this flows out of, the math of randomness, and it tries to sort of, by your intention, mathematically formalize. That was 8th grade math, if you guys didn't go to 8th grade. a location for you on like a Google Maps. So it'll send you to a graveyard, this type of thing. So here we go. Journey into Randomness. Randonautica puts you in the director's chair of an adventure yet to be written. Break from your mundane day-to-day and take a journey into randomness in the world around you. Set your intention. Your mind is your guide as you observe and view the world differently. Traveling into the unknown is a journey like no other. Break out of your reality tunnel. Recalibrate your mind on an exciting adventure into the world you never knew existed. Wander into wonder with Randonautica. So these are the 9 tenets and epithets of randonauting. So that's what you need to be prepared. Flashlights, safety, be sincere, high vibes, value inner life, bridge culture gaps, transform and shift, bring a trash bag, synchronicity. And here's the, okay. They have now, I guess you probably are more familiar with than I am, but they have a reality show. And I'm going to mute it because it'll be a commercial. Wait till this music's over here. I'm going to kill it. Here and there.
Spaces and unbelievable nature is ours to discover. But how much have you really explored? What if there was more wonder to wandering? What if the mind, your mind, and your thoughts had an impact on the environment around you? The Randonauts are a group of curious explorers around the world who think this might be the case. They test this theory with the help of a quantum random number generator and Mother Nature. The results of the Randonaut journeys can only be called a phenomenon at this point. Today, 3 people from Orlando, Florida will break out of their normal routines to visit truly random places and examine the mysteries of the universe.
My name's Deepak.
I'm Alexis. I'm Auburn, and I'm ready to Randonaut.
Get ready for a real-world adventure that's as bizarre and fun as it sounds.
Oh, what is that? Feels like I'm in a different dimension.
Ready or Randonaut. So here's how this works. Our 3 Randonauts will use the Randonautica app to access a QRNG, or quantum random number generator, which, you guessed it, generates a truly random number in the form of coordinates. The app can limit the radius of the quantum point so that we're able to explore the world directly around us without driving all day. And to make things even more interesting, randonauting isn't just about exploring the world around us. It's also produced some pretty interesting synchronicities or coincidences, and some experts are theorizing the quantum process may even be influenced by the user's thoughts and consciousness. This is why we ask our randonauts to set an intention for their journey before using the app. These intentions can be big or small, grand or trivial. Either way, we want to see what happens. So keep your eyes open and let's get started with our first Randonaut.
My name is Deepak Iyer and I'm a data analyst. I expect there to be a lot of evidence, an excess of data, really. So off anecdotes and small occurrences aren't going to generally convince me of anything. I think people mistake coincidence for a set of patterns a lot. The intention for my first Randonaut trip is aviation because I'm pursuing a pilot's license.
All right, so aviation is the intention. Let's open up the Randonautica app and get our first quantum point.
How good do you think the intention is?
I think it's great.
Okay.
Really great, especially because it's like, it's weaved into your life right now.
Right. And 0.2 miles, you're gonna take a left on South Ranger. Y'all better be next to me. I don't want to get shot by anyone. I'm just saying.
Better be what?
I want you guys next to me at all times.
So you've definitely never been on the street before,
No,
right?
no, I've never been here. Yeah.
Are we like on it?
I think, yeah, it's the high school baseball field is exactly the point. So I'm at the baseball field. Am I looking for something? So this is the first spot. And we're pulling up in the car, and you can see very clearly that it's a high school baseball field with high school kids practicing. I don't know if I can see anything more from inside.
Doesn't look like Deepak sees much at the point. But it does jog a memory.
It's been a long time since I saw like this stuff going on. Actually, kind of being there reminded me of a story from middle school when I had tried out. There were about 30 kids trying out, and it was just me and another Indian kid, right? And literally every other kid made the team except us 2. So it was a little bit, at the time I didn't really perceive it as anything. They had offered me like, oh, we'd love for you to be like a manager, like a baseball team manager type of person, because we heard you're really good with math or something like that. So at the time, I didn't think anything of it, but my sister was very adamant. She was like, you're not doing anything like that. I'm not gonna let you do that. And I was like, okay, fine. I don't know why you're so emotional about it, but fine. But looking back on it, I'm like, okay, was that maybe an indication of something? That was the only thing that memory that it brought up. Yep. 737. Should we get started on our next point?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Deepak doesn't seem too impressed. Let's check out our next Randonaut.
I'm Alexis Grimkowski. I live here in Orlando.
I work for a healthcare system. I love to do new things that I haven't done before. Random adventure, I mean, that's how I went to the Ukraine by myself. That's how I ended up flying a plane. That's how I ended up jumping out of one. There's a huge world out there, and I know I won't see all of it, but the more I can see of it, the better. The intention for my Randonaut journey is love, because it's the only thing that I'm missing. And a dog. I'd like to find a dog.
We can get you a dog.
I've never been like over here ever.
Alexis's first quantum point takes her to an unfamiliar part of town where she's focused on the intention she set.
Yeah, I try to set it every day, but this time I mean it. Maybe I've just been looking in the wrong places this whole time. Like dating apps, things like that. It's the same thing over and over. People say that they want a relationship, but they don't, and that's fine. Yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of to the point where it's like, I'm great, and if nobody wants to take the time to get to know me, that's okay too. You know, it's their loss, not mine. I'm always happy, you know, every time somebody finds their person, and so I kind of just think mine is going to be really great because I have waited, but I don't know, we'll see.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Florida 50 West.
I have a thing, like...
Your destination is on the right.
Okay. This creek? Like, what the hell? Well, so the first place we are at is a little bit disgusting. I don't really know what to think about this. It's kind of like a garbage creek, which actually, no, this makes total sense because this is like, I don't want to say it and insult anybody, but this is kind of like what my dating pool experience has been like.
No soup for 12 gauge after his title of his video yesterday. We're fighting. He's on parole.
Kind of like a garbagey creek. A lot of people just aren't very nice, or
that's Orlando for you. Just throw stuff right out of the window.
So, yeah.
Alexis, the point is on the other side of the water, so maybe you can think about that too.
It is. The point actually.
Yeah, you have to go through the water, lady.
Creek. And so when we get to it, there's a lot of forest, very dense, but the creek is too wide to actually go across. I don't want to get my feet wet. Maybe it's about like wading through the kind of the not so great parts to get to the other ones. I mean, I could name those if I really needed to. I'm not going to, that's mean.
This is literally like where I got stuck in my cutlass.
That it took me to specifically was
the guy pulled me out and then he got stuck.
The most amount of trash right over there. The point actually though is beyond the trash into all of that place I definitely don't want to go right now, but then hopefully there's something good for me on the other side. Interesting place for my first point, but I think I did take something away from it. The good news is, even though it's crappy and gross, I still see fish in there.
While Alexis is pondering the meaning of Trash Creek, let's get started with our third randonaut, who's actually one of the show's producers.
I'm Auburn Salcido. I'm a producer on Ready or Randonaut, and I have been on over 100 Randonaut trips.
I thought it was going to be Heather.
I enjoy randonauting because I get stuck in my day-to-day. I'm a mom, I work, and I think randonauting helps break me out of my probability tunnel.
That is from Orlando too, by the way, Rolo. The balls on your forehead, that was a shock jock in Orlando. That's funny you say that. Sorry, I'm in the way.
A probability tunnel is basically what you're expected to do. Your whole life you do so many things and it's predetermined essentially. So randonauting helps you to escape what you were most likely to be doing. The intention for my randonaut journey is purple because it is my favorite color. So we're gonna randonaut.
She got a purple PT Cruiser.
And we're off like a herd of turtles. Because turtles are slow.
Turtle herd.
Well, we're gonna get turtles now because we're talking about it. Should probably just focus on purple.
Purple turtles.
Purple turtles!
Donatello? Who's the purple Ninja Turtle?
Okay. Things that make me feel purple.
What makes you feel purple in general?
Mostly lack of oxygen. I I've just seen this. I feel like I should get a bear from here because I've seen this thing so many times.
Taco Bell.
Oh, there's a purple. Look at that purple tiger. That is a very purple tiger.
Take the next right onto Carvale Drive.
On her way to the quantum point, something purple catches Auburn's eye.
Oh, there's a purple hammock.
But that wasn't all.
Oh my gosh, and the white rabbit. The white rabbit is crazy. Like, there's so many people that see white rabbits, and it's part of like the memetics of it. The randonauts have this thing about white rabbits and kind of like following the white rabbit, Alice in Wonderland type thing. And sure enough, at this house, there is a white rabbit, like huge white rabbit in the front yard. And we're all just kind of like freaking out. Like,
Heather,
I can't believe that
you put
we
that
just
there?
found that.
I was not aware of the rabbit thing.
Oh yeah, the white rabbit. Oh my gosh, you're wearing a white rabbit on your shirt! Oh, I love it so much. Okay, white rabbits. We have white rabbits. We have purple.
What's funny is Alexis's was love.
Oh, and today we found love. That's something that people don't understand about randonauting yet, is that it's not just about finding like one particular thing. The entire experience is kind of like this breathing thing that's like happening every step along the way.
Again, the reason I was playing is because Twiz has this burning desire to do a randonaut at around 1122. With, I guess they talked about the various intentions. This episode is kind of so far kind of dull because a lot of the randonauts you see are at night and they go into graveyards. So that's always good. You see these shadow figures and all that, but I might as well just listen.
So one thing that's said at the beginning of the trip can turn out later on and you're like, oh my gosh, that just happened. Everything is connected. Just gotta create a little bit of disorder to figure it out.
Okay, so how much more?
Okay, so we have like a block and a half.
Head north on Carvale Drive toward Floridian Drive.
Look at this gate. It's opening.
All of a sudden the gate like weirdly opens. Not that that matters, but. And it felt like I needed to look in there, so I did. Hello? Definitely just hit my head on the gate. But then the gate hit me in the head, so I kind of felt like maybe I wasn't supposed to be looking in there.
You've arrived.
Okay. So it says I have arrived. So I'm here. And observationally, I don't see anything that's necessarily purple. But I think my interpretation would be that we were meant to pass that white rabbit and that purple hammock and the love signs.
All right, so we're learning to be on the lookout everywhere on your journey, not just the point. Deepak is on his way to his second point. Let's see if he'll find anything that will open his eyes.
And take a left on Diamond Drive. Point is straight ahead. I'm not sure what that is. It looks like an open field. You see where that trailer is? I think that's exactly where I'm supposed to go, according to.
Wanna do it?
Sure. All right. Where are we going? There's a drain, and then beyond that, where that trailer is exactly where the point's supposed to be. It just looks like a storage field with trailers, and I had to squeeze through the chain link fence in order to get to the spot that the app told me to go to. Can you guys hear me? All right. I didn't feel any real fear or hesitation to go through the fence, mostly because it was desolate and there's no one around.
Well, is there anything like aviation related?
No, nothing particularly.
Not like at first sight?
Nah. Yeah, it's right here, like literally right this corner. The app directed us directly to a point right in front of the front door of the trailer. This is exactly it. So it's like right in front of the door.
You ran a knot spot?
Yep. Yep, Spirit. Ooh, Spirit Airlines. All right.
Did he just yawn? Maybe he's a little jet lagged. And one more for good measure. Sure are a lot of planes around here.
It's a 4.27 power. I'm very excited about this. Okay, and then go to map and we'll start the trip again. Oh, it's only 4 minutes away. Okay.
Actually, I think we do have to go back that way.
Oh, I do. Oh, okay. I'm so excited.
You can go that way, then it's showing.
Continue on Commerce Boulevard for 1 mile.
So now I can just
embrace that.
I think I should, absolutely.
Embrace the loop.
Okay.
Oh, that was it, I think.
No. It's how do you go straight?
That's weird. Okay.
Okay, maybe there's something we need to see on this random loop.
Butterfly belly.
Oh, it did that all just turn me back around. I got it now.
Weird.
Oh.
Oh, what is that? Is that a black cat?
Yes.
You gotta be kidding me.
Turn right onto Florida 50 West.
Oh my god, it is a black cat! Going into a junkyard! Okay, it's getting weird now. Now I have bee belly. It's different than butterflies in that butterfly belly you're excited, bees you're nervous. Yeah, stay on Colonial. We were driving to the next point, the second point.
That black cat also would not have been crossing our path had we not done that loop.
Nope. Super weird.
Where love is. Right there.
Where love is, look.
You got it? Yep.
Oh! Oh my gosh. And we saw the What is Love or Where is Love billboard. I mean, hello, talk about a sign.
Turn left onto Herman Avenue.
Oh my gosh, we're almost there.
So I think I
In
just...
600 feet, your destination will be on the right.
This is like the back of the airport? Is that what that is?
Your destination is on the right.
Weird. I think it's the executive airport, right? So the next place is the executive airport. Little private planes go in and out of there. But the point actually is beyond the fence. So I can't get to where I feel like I need to go, or at least where this point's directing me. So I kind of just have to look at it from afar. I'm not going to violate any federal laws today.
Somehow I feel a copyright strike coming from this. But then again, you never know. So, yeah, I was looking to see if there's other, and I don't want to pull you guys away from this episode, but if there was a more graveyard episode, we could see some figures. But I need to. They don't have. Let me see what their YouTube page is. Well, all right. Let's at least finish out these silly stories and get my copyright strike over.
Yesterday we had a man named Deepak on, and his intention was aviation.
Okay. The person who did the Randonaut experience before I did, his intention was aviation. And so it's just a little bit interesting, more than a little bit interesting, that that's my second stop. Doing an aviation intention, and now that brought me here. Did it take him to an airport?
No.
It didn't. Interesting. So I wonder, what that means as far as the universe, like our path's supposed to cross at some point. I don't know, but my journey seems to have been a part of his, which I think is kind of cool.
Just a few feet from the point.
Ew, it stinks over here.
Is yet another creek.
Ew. There's a creek there also. That one definitely stunk. Kind of another crappy creek. Yeah, this one seems... Whoa, That's like a dark tunnel I don't want to go down, for sure. I hope that's the last of the dirty creeks on this adventure, but I guess we'll find out when we go to the next stop.
We'll have to wait on that because we've got to get back to Auburn, who's generating her second point.
All right, on our next spot.
Head south on Carvale Drive toward Bongart Road.
What are the chances we pull on the same street is that a purple house? This house has all of these purple ornaments in front of it. We're 10 minutes away still. Like, we really shouldn't be stopping here, but it's pretty good. Purple, everything, all these purple little trinkets and such. And not only that, but there are white rabbits on the front porch.
More white rabbits, huh?
Then I notice around the corner, there's a gate that is very purple and says, welcome, 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 welcome. And I'm like, I have to go in here. You guys, we have to go into this backyard.
The miracles blossom.
What in the world?
So we got to go into the backyard, which was amazing, and we look around and it is like the most magical place. It was enchanted and everything was based in purple. At first glance, it looks like everything's in disarray, but then when you go close, you start to see like everything's meticulously organized and there's so much detail, and it's like a very passionate project to this person.
This is kind of blowing my mind right now. And I feel really weird, honestly. Like, I feel very much in like another place in time.
I couldn't even like comprehend that we had just came from White Rabbit and then the next set of White Rabbits, and now we're in this like enchanted backyard. It was like a fairy tale.
Speaking of fairy tales, the camera spots something.
Ninja Turtle, we just talked about Ninja Turtles.
When we first got going on our trip, we said, and we're off like a herd of turtles.
And we're off like a herd of turtles. Because turtles are slow. Well, we're gonna get turtles now because we're talking about it. Should probably just focus on purple.
And then one of the producers says, oh yeah, Donatello is the purple turtle. So maybe we'll see a purple turtle.
Donatello? They use the purple Ninja Turtle.
Okay. We found a Ninja Turtle in the wild with purple in someone's backyard. Like totally organically. Like we just were like brought to it. It's insane.
This is my type of randonaut trip. Wow.
Like, this is getting kind of weird, don't you think, Auburn?
I feel like pretty surreal right now. Like, just, I don't know. I'm a little zen-y or something. Feels like I'm in a different dimension, in a way. That was insane, you guys.
I can't believe we almost saw.
I mean, do you see though, like, how the universe is writing this story? Like, we couldn't have found that using a satellite and going through like individual yards. That's insane. I could have never in a million years have expected that we would have got something like that.
You and me both. All right, from the mega believer to our resident skeptic, let's check in with Deepak, who's considering the effect of intent and consciousness as he approaches his third point.
I'm a skeptic by nature, so it's very difficult for me to find significance in randomness. It would take a lot for me, because like, I don't think anyone could define it, right? It's an undefined thing. To me, there's things you can see, like cause and effect, and if you can establish that, then, you know, I'm with you. But if you can't, if it's just, ooh, what if, then I'm not really, it doesn't help change anything or do anything. And the current thinking, I'm pretty sure in the scientific communities or in the medical communities, that it's, you know, it's not a real thing.
Yeah, it's the mind.
Yeah. Right. Oh, take a right, sorry. There's one of those turns. Not bad.
We made it, guys.
There we go. It's literally this tree over here. The third place we went to is a house in a cul-de-sac. This is at the end of the cul-de-sac. What's the worst that could happen?
Someone's gonna talk very nicely to you, probably.
Yep. Oh, there's someone there. They're in the window? I think right over here. I met this guy who was really, really nice.
Hey, how you doing?
Deepak.
Right, somebody help me.
You call me Tupac if you want. Whatever works, yeah.
Oh, Now, what is this about again?
So it just takes us to weird spots, like randomly in a little circle. The spot that the app told us to go to was right in front by a tree in the front yard.
Right there?
By your sidewalk.
Yeah,
like
right
got
by
a tree out there.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So I took it.
How long ago?
It's been about 3 weeks. I cut it. Had the stump man come in and grind the stump out.
Wow.
Oh, that's crazy. Hope I didn't turn out enough for you.
Why'd you cut it down?
It was getting old and like me, rotten. You know, it was ready to go. Oh, Jesus. Good kids.
Cool.
That's my house too.
Oh.
Yeah, this is where I live. Yeah, my father-in-law lives there. He's kind of a wonderful guy, but Mother Nature's kicking his ass. No.
Sorry to hear that.
Dementia, yeah.
And he was telling us about his father-in-law who had dementia, and that reminded me of my own grandmother who just recently got diagnosed with dementia last year, and she didn't have too many people taking care of her. So I stopped by to help for a little while. So yeah, it reminded me of how difficult that whole experience is and how much we don't really think about it in daily life because we're so insulated from the struggle. It was a weird coincidence.
He's a good man. Always was. I just hate it for him. You guys do what you want. Enjoy yourselves. Be safe. Be careful. And have a good time. Okay, folks?
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Take care. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Here's where we were the one time to do it. We walked to this one.
That's where the actual point is?
No, that point is like right at this corner, I think. Yeah, like right at this point. Yeah, I'm like right now, I think.
Okay.
Like right in front of here. I don't find significance and randomness very easily, so I think it's a challenge for me to see something significant.
It's a plane!
I mean, I know planes are everywhere, but this is getting ridiculous. On to Alexis and her third point. Hopefully, it's not a creek.
In 600 feet, turn right onto East Colonial Drive.
I think down that way is like the way that I would take to get to a guy's house who I dated for a little bit.
Are you attracted to that man on the billboard up there? Is that your type?
She dated the whole
I
city.
do think that guy's very cute.
Really? Like
Yeah.
you've seen him before and thought that?
He used to work out at the same gym I did.
You're
You know
telling
that guy?
I don't know him.
She
know
knows
him.
all
Like,
the guys.
I've seen him like when I used to work out at the Y.
How do you think I got
he
the
was maybe
show?
in, like one spin class with me. But yeah, it's a cute face if I'm being honest.
Your
In
destination
here?
is on the right.
Oh, okay.
This is the second no trespassing place. So our final stop is, I actually don't know how to describe it, an empty lot, I guess.
You've arrived.
Again, blocked off by a fence and no trespassing. So again, not gonna go all the way to where the point technically is. Yeah, super weird that we're at 2 no trespassing places according to the Florida Department of Transportation. I still can't get to that wide open space because that fence is there. And so there must be some barriers in my life that are preventing me from reaching my goal, and which is, to find my person. So the point actually is like in there.
Okay.
And so the thing that I just figured out from like 1, 2, and 3 is all of my points were someplace I couldn't get to. So like through the forest, it was on the other side of the airport, that fence, and now over there. So maybe those barriers are self-imposed. Maybe it's the universe's forces at work for now. It's definitely something that I need to think about and reflect
So
on
logical,
a little bit
right?
more as to why those fences might be there. But I think it's significant that in each stop, I've seen some type of barrier, whether it's a water or a man-made barrier or one that someone else put there. I guess I have to maybe figure out how to remove those barriers. I mean, it's just shocking to me that there's trash
There's just not enough men in this
at
world.
every spot. But I mean, that's kind of how it goes. Like the more things
They
I
told
see,
you
it's
to
like
bring a
boom,
trash
boom,
bag.
boom, boom, boom. They're all like hitting me at once. But yeah, I think it's kind of, I haven't found it yet, but I'm still on the journey. Is that it? I think that might be it, actually. You know, it's hard to get to. I think it'll be worth it in the end, but I think I'm on the journey, and maybe that's right where I'm supposed to be right now.
I like that. That's a good way to look at that, Alexis. The last time we saw Auburn, she was still reeling from discovering the purple secret garden.
Auburn is easily amused.
I don't know how we're going to top that, guys, but I think we're going to.
It's easily distracted.
And we're off.
Continue on Florida 426 west for 1 mile.
I feel pretty weird. I'm getting a little heightened, like my energy feels really heightened. I feel like I'm just really focusing on purple right now. I have no idea.
I'm gonna lose my mind if there's a purple
I'm
PT
so
Cruiser,
excited.
I
I don't know
swear.
what's gonna come next. Is that a cemetery? Oh my word. We're headed to our next point, which crazy ends up being in a cemetery. So we're pulling into the cemetery, and I'm kind of getting like this eerie
Too bad she's not in a
feeling.
Tesla.
Then turn right.
It's gonna bring me to that cross. Is that where it's taking me? Like, it's literally centered with, it's like right here.
You've arrived.
Okay, so I went to church on Sunday, and I feel like all these crosses are making me feel weird. Okay.
I used to jog here. I thought it looked the same.
If there's a white rabbit, then she's gonna lose her mind. Jump in the hole.
You've arrived.
We've got the camera guys trained to look for planes now, apparently. But still, kind of weird, right?
Like right as I'm walking.
Right overhead. Maybe another crossover coincidence from Deepak's intention.
Her lunch was also plain.
Just like one lonely little purple flower. It's weird. See, I'm gonna have to go up those stairs and go.
It made the show, so you gotta figure
I gotta go this
something
way.
big's gonna pop. She's
I
walking
have
on the
this sense
graves.
that I'm like supposed to be looking for something else right
She's
now.
walking on the graves.
But I don't know what. Let's just get to the point.
Don't
See
walk on
what
the graves.
we find.
Trip tip. Oh my lord. She's disturbing the ghosts. Oh, they're shaking the
I'm
camera.
really close. It might be those purple flowers over there, actually, like all by themselves. There's just this one bouquet of purple flowers, and they're like the purplest flowers that we've seen on the whole trip.
Desecration Nation.
I feel very weird right now. This is crazy. Salts. And I look down at the ground, and the headstone says salts. And I was speechless. I haven't been to church in like 6 years, and I went to church 3 days ago.
I'm dying here.
And the message was on Matthew chapter 5. I had just heard the message at church, which was salt in earth. And here I am, and I'm looking at the ground, and it's salt in earth. And it was a very surreal, unbelievable, I don't know. It was crazy.
Pizza rolls.
And then this is salt. And I was like just thinking about it, like when we pulled in. That couldn't have been more than 3 minutes ago. And I was just thinking about it there at that cross.
Got a guy coming over.
Oh, hi.
Oh, now a zombie walks up.
Are we
They're
not
coming
allowed
to
to
get you,
the
Barbara.
cameras? Okay, totally understandable. Guess you're not supposed to shoot any footage at graveyards.
Makes sense, I guess. Since we're looking for somewhere to go, Auburn and our team decided to look for purple in the cemetery's neighborhood, where one producer used to live.
Going outside the box, lady.
Even worth walking over to it?
I say if you're getting that vibe too, we should do it.
Did you look up that verse?
Yeah.
That purple door?
Kinda.
It's a purple door. Oh. She's gonna walk into somebody else's backyard and get shot.
You alright?
I can't. It's up to the That's up to the corpses
But I feel like I
who
need to
can
go
take
to this
pictures
place we're
there.
going, but it's okay.
I mean, people are basing their whole careers on taking
All
video
of a sudden,
and
I start feeling
great.
super weird. Like my ears started ringing, and it felt like I don't know.
It was a plane.
I felt really
The plane, the
charged,
plane.
like overdone or something. And we're walking, and then before I know it, I don't know. I don't really know what happened. I was just walking, and then
Here we go. Oh.
I fainted. And it was really scary, actually. But I think if a randonaut faints on a trip, that's normally a good stopping point.
I just fainted too.
I'm a hardcore randonaut, so I feel like I could have kept going. And the producers were like,
Oh
"Look,
my
she
gosh,
fell
help
on
me,
purple
help.
flowers." So
I fainted.
I think they
I've
could have
fallen
kept
and I
going
can't
too,
get
but
up.
I felt good about it. Like, we had found enough purple stuff that I honestly needed like water and food and to like clear my mind for a second after like that crazy ending.
My gosh.
I just have to like think for a second. I feel like super out of it right now.
All right, so she's okay. Adrenaline, dopamine, dehydration. We aren't quite sure what happened, but all randonauts should
She got
know to be ready for
over-purpled.
Some trips aren't for the faint of heart. If you're ever feeling woozy or weird, just play it safe and sit down.
Randonaut is so
let's
overwhelming.
recap. 3 very different randonauts, 3 very different journeys, and 3 very different experiences. We had Deepak searching for aviation and attracting seemingly all of Orlando's air traffic. Alexis was looking for answers to her love
Get in those
life,
waiters,
but
baby.
kept finding trash and running into barriers. Oh, and she ended up at an airport.
She is trash.
Auburn just wanted to find some purple.
Gentlemen's
She stumbled
duper
into
for
an
blondes.
enchanting secret garden and ended up face first in purple flowers. But that wasn't all. There were also white rabbits and black cats, baseball players and Bible verses, ninja turtles, and friendly folks along the way. Did these journeys
gosh.
prove anything? What?
No, not at all. Okay, they'll probably strike me on that one. Woohoo! Let's see here. So what were we doing? We're gonna go to Miss Potts. Is that what you wanted to do? All right, let's let her talk, and then I'll figure out where I want to go with this.
It is. Restarted the stream here. Hopefully this is better. If it's not, someone please let me know. May have to scrub this whole thing tonight. Hey, Swirefly. Oh, okay, good. Sounds good so far.
It's weird there was no
Nothing
dwarfs
too glitchy or
following her
crazy.
around.
Usually everybody says, yeah, it sounds good, and then going wild. Well, hopefully everybody's going to get the notification. Hey, Anna. How you doing? I'm good. How you doing? Had to restart the stream. I was live a few minutes ago and had to restart. Eddie said I was being very glitchy. And you know, I believe Eddie. Sounds good. Nanya. Business used to be my Wi-Fi. Hello, Eddie. All right, you're back. Awesome. Sounds better. No glitching. Wonderful. Thanks, everybody. Sorry about that. So, as I was saying, I don't know how glitchy I was when I ended the other live. The last live that we did where we snarked on the PCA, I think we ended like page 14, 15, right around there. So that's where we're going to pick up, is back where we left off. It was a funsies day, huh? Re-listening to Maori and Payne's sworn. Everybody have a good time with that? I thought it was fun. I hope Amethyst comes back. I feel bad. She was saying that she finally was able to be in chat and like chit-chatting and the live and restart it. So hopefully Amethyst comes back. While I'm thinking about it too, I don't know if there's any of you that follow the lovely Annie Peterson from Podcast with Peterson. I know I've shared some of her stuff on my page. I absolutely love her. If you like Snark and you don't mind cussing, obviously you don't if you're here, then you'll probably like Miss Annie Peterson because she is absolutely amazing. Love her. Shout out to her because I think that she is awesome, and I'm also hoping that soon we'll go give her a listen, maybe give her she has done a lot of work in the criminal justice system, and oh good, so you guys listen to her too and you like her? Awesome. I don't know if any of you know, but she does have a brain tumor from what I understand. And that's something that she's battling with right now, some health issues and stuff. So if everybody could just maybe go give her some positive vibes and some love and, you know, let her know that we're all here for her and rooting for her and pulling for her. That would be amazing. It's I wish Heather was here because for fuck's sake, Fitziana shares the links usually for me, and because you know she knows I'm not even gonna pretend that I can do that, but it's Podcast with Peterson, and I've shared her stuff on my channel before. If you go to my community tab, you'll be able to find her there and go give her a like and send her some of your positive vibes and love and prayers because she's going through some stuff right now. But she's still making great content while she does it. And I think I love her content. She's hysterical. So appreciate that. Yeah. So I'll go show her some love. Annie Peterson. I was like, well, I mean, you know, she's another Annie. So maybe I'm a little biased, but I don't think she is great, right? Danger Zone. I love her. I just absolutely adore her. You know. But yeah, the poor girl's got a brain tumor that she's battling. So, you know, let's go show her some love, right? And from what I understand, she's not monetized. She doesn't take a dime from YouTube or anything. So, you know, definitely go show her some love. I think she's a good person. LA, hello, here for the snark. A snarkity snark, snark, snark. Yeah, we're going to start soon. I was actually just talking about another snarker who I love so much, Miss Annie Peterson over at Podcast with Peterson. So LA, if you like the snarkity snark, 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 you're going to love her if you haven't listened to her. Mr. Sentinel, always good to see you. Who I love so much. Miss, just pay me to boost your seat. I don't know, but just this picture is so funny to me, right? And that's why I use it for the snarking on the PCA, just because, like, you know, just him here and the way the little girl is like retracting in the seat. Exactly. Annie P's, rise up. Bingo, right? Annie P's. Who would have thought? 2 Annie P's, right? Yeah, I love Peterson too. She's freaking awesome. She should have way more subscribers, in my opinion. I can't, you know, that's why I'm saying, everybody, if you love the snarkity snark, 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 go find her. She's amazing. She just put up a new one today. I just saw it. She's going over the hearing, the DP hearing. All right, so let's get to this. Where did we leave off? On the last, oh, I should share my screen. On the last Alive, we left off right around page 1415. So that's where I'm going to pick it back up. And I'm using the search warrant from Pennsylvania. I drank too much coffee. I'm using the search warrant from Pennsylvania here for us to read. Really? She had less than 20 Swirefly? I just love her. I just love her so much. Yeah, so I'm using the Pennsylvania. So this is the affidavit that was attached from Monroe County that we're going to read here. We left off. So I'm here. You can see here it says page 14 of 31. I think in the last live, I had already read this, but let's just read it again for the funsies of it. Let's just read it again for funsies. Okay. Mortensen stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Mortensen described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past Mortensen as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. Mortensen locked herself in her room after seeing the male. Mortensen did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. Now, I know I already said this in the last live, but I think it's worth repeating. Oh, for fuck's sake, Vitsiana, you're here. Hello, darling. Yay. So glad you're here. So I think it's worth repeating, okay, what I said in the last live, which is, I'm not exactly sure why investigators would believe the murderer left the scene, right, if all Mortensen saw was the male walk towards the backslider. Okay? Doesn't say anything about Mortensen saw the perpetrator leave through the sliding glass door. That's not what is said here. All she saw was him walk towards the backslider, locked herself in her room. Okay? And yet, for some reason, these investigators are like, oh, well, that must mean the murderer left the scene. What the fuck? That's not what that means. That's not what that means at all, actually. Okay? That's not what that means at all. Okay? We don't know if the perpetrator actually went out of the slider. We don't know if the perpetrator stayed in the kitchen. We don't know if they washed their hands. We have no clue, and neither would Mortensen, because she was in a frozen shock phase, locked in her room. So I think that's worth repeating. Yes, LA. It is very much time for the snark to flow, the salt. I'm a salty bitch tonight, that's for sure. Because we listened to those hearings today. We listened to Mowry and Payne back to back, right? Which just fucking fired me up even more now to go through this PCA after re-listening to the bullshit that we heard today. Now we got to go back and read this bullshit. So yeah. She did not recognize the male, right? Hello again. Oh, good. Hello, Mama. Is Amethyst back here yet? I was hoping she would come back. As one. Hello, hello. Amethyst, where are you, darling? I hope you made it back. She was saying this was the first night that she got to be in chat and chit-chat. And then I had to end the live. Exactly, Lux, right? Did they ask if she knew him, or if he left, or if he took a shower, had tea, did laundry? Exactly. Did he make a coffee? Did he fucking strip naked? Right? You know? Mortensen wouldn't know, is the point I'm getting at. Okay? For anyone who thinks that Mortensen might be an eyewitness, right? I'm not so sure about that. Okay? It sounds like this girl, and what's even crazier is that she's not sure of what she's hearing, but upon the third time of opening her door, right, after hearing the crying, she sees this figure clad in black and a mask coming towards her, which sends her into this frozen shock phase. So that just tells me that Mortensen, her spidey senses were tingling, okay, right? Something we talked about earlier in our live as well earlier is spidey senses kicking in, okay? She would have absolutely nothing. Hello, Joey. She would have nothing to be in a frozen shock phase about if the noises that she was hearing and what was occurring in the home didn't absolutely scare the fucking shit out of her. And then she saw this person. It is my very strong opinion that the noises that she heard going on in the house absolutely scared the shit out of her. And when she saw this person, that is what caused her to go into a frozen shock phase, right? I mean, of course we know we have to take this at face value. I understand. We all know the PCA is irrelevant. I don't need everybody coming into my chat like this is fucking stupid. The PCA is irrelevant. State says so. Yes, I know. But we're just reviewing. We're just reviewing and snarking, okay? It's the point of this live. Okay. So it's very interesting. Tonka, hello. Good to see you again. Kane B, hello. How you doing? Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate you. Right. I don't know, Heather. Right. It would appear, based on what Payne is saying here, right, is that this girl, after hearing noises and crying, opened her door for a third time. And apparently what she saw and what she heard scared the shit out of her, to the point she went into a frozen shock phase. That's what he's saying. I don't know, Eddie, exactly. Was she coerced? I have no idea. We're just taking this at face value. We're going to snark the fuck out of it. That's what we're going to do. Exactly. And if she was scared shitless, why not call 911? A. B. What went on for the next 8 hours before 911 was called, right? Exactly. So many questions. So many questions. Furthermore, what exactly would lead investigators, as Corporal Payne says here, that because Mortensen saw this person go towards the slider, not out of the slider, towards it, and then locked herself in her room, woke up, 1984, yo, what's up? So if she locked herself in her room, she actually has no idea if the perpetrator has left the residence, yet for some reason, these investigators assume they did. The investigators assume the perpetrator must have left because they walked towards the slider. The slider's in the kitchen. For all we know, the perpetrator was in the kitchen, stripping naked and cleaning themselves up. We have no idea. Just wanted to point that out. I don't know. Well, that's what I mean, danger zone, right? So, let me highlight you here. Sorry. How does the frozen shock phase line up with all the texting between her and Bethany? Well, allegedly, the texting between her and Bethany, that came from Steve. Okay? So, as much as I don't like to snark on the family of a victim, I'm going to go ahead and say that anything coming from Steve, I take with a grain of salt. But that's just me. You know, unless he's getting some kind of insider information or something that would be illegal for him to obtain if somebody's leaking something to him or whatever. I don't know, but yeah. Exactly. Richard Batanti said Bethany had that information that was unique to her experience. I find it odd she wouldn't have said anything to Dylan after seeing whatever it was. Yeah. I mean, Boo Sheet, hello. I mean, are they here? Boo Sheet? Isn't that an actual username, though? Or is that, for fuck's sake, Fitziana just saying bullshit? There is someone who has the username Boo Sheet, though. Trying to keep up with chat here. Sorry, guys. Well, exactly, right? You know, David, I really do try to be sympathetic, but, like, it's really hard. It's hard for me because I try to actually leave the emotional aspect out of it, right? And when you look back at some of the things he said, I'm sorry, I just can't take anything he says like, oh, they were texting between each other. I mean, that's coming from him. That so far we haven't heard that from the defense. Right? So, like, if the defense had put in a filing somewhere that they had evidence of the two surviving roommates communicating with each other for hours after the crime via text message, well, then that I would take as likely 100% true. But because it's coming from someone who has also claimed they haven't told him anything, they've been kept in the dark, I'm not exactly sure how much I can believe what he says. That's just me. Yeah, Bushid is not here. Okay. You know who I'm talking about, though, right? I was going to say hi if they were here. All right, so anyways, let's get to this. All right. So, for whatever reason, investigators believe the murderer left the scene even though Mortensen did not see this person in the mask clad in black actually go out the slider. She just saw them walk towards it. Okay. The combination of Mortensen's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Funk and Mortensen's phone, and video of a suspect video, as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. Okay. Reviews of forensic downloads of records from Funk and Mortensen's phone and video of a suspect video, as described below. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team. Sidebar here. I have been told by many people that latent doesn't mean it was cleaned up, right? Now, what I do know is that latent means it wasn't visible to the naked eye. That's what latent means. Correct? Anyone? I mean, you know, wait, let me get the ticker going here now that I think of it. Like I said, I don't know shit. No facts here. Okay, friends? No facts here. Correct me in the chat if I am wrong. But I'm pretty sure latent means not visible to the naked eye. Okay? Which means on the first forensic sweep of the home, this shoe print was not visible to the naked eye. Correct? So that's interesting. And I know I already did a whole live regarding the latent shoe print, the sheath, and the second forensic sweep. Okay? And I probably fucking drove it home to death that I believe the three are intimately connected, right? because this latent shoe print was not visible. There was no shoe print visible on the first sweep, but it was there on the second. That's when they found it. Okay? So that is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Your first sweep should have found the print. Okay? And exactly, meanie, what does video of a suspect video mean? Well, people have speculated that it's a typo and that it's supposed to say video of a suspect vehicle as described below. But then if you notice, he says as described below. Right? Video of a suspect video as described below. But then when you go below to the next paragraph, well, guess what? He isn't talking about video of a suspect anything in this next paragraph, because the next paragraph, what he's talking about is the goddamn latent shoe print. So this video of a suspect video as described below, he doesn't actually describe it until the paragraph after. So this paragraph after the paragraph regarding the latent shoe print should have been up above, okay? Should have come before the latent shoe print paragraph to keep everything in order here, right? So when he says the combination of Mortensen's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Funk and Mortensen's phone, and video of a suspect video is described below, well, then what he should have put below this paragraph was the paragraph regarding the video canvas. That's what should have come next. But he just doesn't know how to write, so unfortunately, it's all out of order. That was something I talked about the first time I snarked on it, when we snarked on the first 14 freaking pages of it. You know, if I had to go through and kind of mark this all up, you know, like a teacher would, and take everything and put it in the correct cohesive order, it would look a little different. So technically, right, what we should be doing is from the point where he says that this video of a suspect video as described below, what we need to do at that point is skip over this entire paragraph regarding the latent shoe print. And we need to go to this paragraph here where it says, as part of the investigation, to be able to get to this video of a suspect video, an extensive search commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas. So this is what he's talking about. He just didn't put it in the proper spot. You know. Which is kind of wild, because we re-listened to his testimony today. And according to his testimony today, his sworn testimony, he was documenting the information that he used for the PCA as he was getting it. Okay. So, if he was documenting it as he was getting it, then this definitely should have been in order. That would mean the video canvas. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I just fucking can't with this. So anyways, I'm going to have to go in order here, though, you know. I don't want to skip a paragraph and then go back, because then it gets confusing. I mean, he's already made it confusing enough. Hey, Summer Jade, how you doing, honey? Let me get through chat. Holy crap. He said he didn't watch the videos. Right. Well, that's what I mean. We don't know, LA. We don't know anymore, right? Which is it? You watched the videos. You didn't watch the videos. You know. Yeah, meanie, you get what I'm saying, right? So, like, technically, he should have put the paragraph regarding the video canvas done after the paragraph where he's talking about the video described below, the suspect video. Okay? I've already said before, I should go and redo it and put it in order, and then maybe it would make sense, but I don't think it would, because everybody now has got this shit memorized the way that it is. Eddie, I'm not sure. That's what people have said. Maybe it's supposed to say video of a suspect vehicle, as described below. Right. Would make sense because in the paragraph after regarding the print, that's when he talks about the video canvas. So one would assume that's what he's talking about. That's the problem. You kind of have to assume that's what he's talking about. I guess, right? Let me get through chat here. Holy shit. Yeah, it's out of context, right? Things are missing. The vagueness is rampant, right? Hey, Echoes, how you doing? I know, sorry, there's probably another live. I hope the other live isn't still going. I should have ended my other one, and we should be in this one. Unless you just mean somebody else's live entirely. I hope I don't have a whole other live going somewhere that I don't know about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Lux. He literally testified to not knowing what he testified to in the affidavit. Right. All right. So he says here, during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black. I already pointed this out in the last live. It's not amino, it's amido. And in the last live, I even showed the actual terminology from Crime Scene Investigators Network and their actual documentation. Teaches the person using the amido black where to order it from, how to use it, your beakers you're supposed to use, your bottles you're supposed to store it in, everything. So it's not amino, Brett Payne. It's amido, AMIDO. Okay. A protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole, just outside the door of Mortenson's bedroom located on the second floor. This is consistent with Mortenson's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Sidebar. I don't remember which live it was that I did, but I did a live showing the photos from inside 1122 King. Dylan Mortenson's bedroom has a window that goes directly to the outback of the house. Okay. And it's interesting that this shoe print, this latent shoe print, shows up in between the first and the second sweep. And it happens to be coming from the direction of her room. Right? So now this is after the crime scene is locked down, but at this point, Hell's Canyon security has not been hired yet. It's just ISP guarding the house at that point. Right? And I threw it out there in the last live, and I'll throw it out in this one again. Is it possible that someone went into that house in between the first and second sweep? And that is how this print, this latent print, popped up. Just throwing it out there. I don't know shit. No facts here. It's just a question. Why is it even in the PCA, right? Exactly why. I don't know why. Maybe all the door openings were her letting the bad seeds in so they could exit through her window. Just thinking out loud. Could be. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know, Heather. Heather Strickland. Not sure. Oh, that's what I mean. It's always good to ask questions, right? It just sounds like this. So it makes it sound like this shoe print was not visible to the naked eye on the first sweep. It was latent, not visible to the naked eye. So it wasn't detected till the second sweep, which just makes me wonder, well then, how did it pop up then between the first and the second sweep if no one's but law enforcement is in the crime scene at this point, right? So, who knows? Just asking questions. And for those people who say it's a specific size, no, it isn't. It says right here. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans. So it's not a Vans, it's similar to the pattern of a Vans, just outside the door of Mortenson's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with Mortenson's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Okay, nothing in there about the size 13, nothing in there about the shoe size whatsoever. So, if you happen to hear other places that it was a size 13 Vans, it was a size 9 Vans, it was a this Vans, a that Vans, not only are they not saying it's a Vans, they're not giving a size. So, I'm not exactly sure where all that came from, but, so, I don't know. Interesting, right? Hey, Bryan, how you doing? Am I missing anybody here? I hope I got to say hi to everybody. Let me go check this chat. Holy crap. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Thank you so much. Let me see. When you're on your channel live, it's very confusing. Your background video, I don't know what you mean. And I'm talking... Bryan, are you talking to me? Who are you talking to? I have no idea who you're talking to. And me talking... I wasn't talking hard. I just talk shit. I'm snarky. I can't tell if Bryan's talking to me or if he's talking to someone else in chat. Let's go read this here. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of King Road residents. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, in the area of the King Road residents and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect's vehicle, traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed, he says here, I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. Well, we just listened to him earlier today testify he didn't. Right? Right? Which is it? He saw the videos. He didn't see the videos. He's saying he saw numerous videos. Oh, Heather, you making cookies? So funny. That's what I did yesterday. I baked homemade chocolate chip cookies. A whole bunch of them. From scratch. Hell yeah. Get your cookie on, girl. Who doesn't love a good cookie, right? All right. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. So let's just stop here. The 700 block of Indian Hills Drive to Highway 95 in Moscow. They're saying he did that in 2 minutes, 3:26 to 3:28. Interesting. Did he fucking teleport from one place to the other? I mean, I don't understand how he did that in 10 minutes. I mean, 2 minutes. If I remember correctly, didn't somebody do the Google map on that? And it's like a 7-minute drive. But they're saying he did it in 2. 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26. And then went westbound on Steiner to Idaho State 95 in Moscow at 3:28. Interesting. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20. Sidebar here. We just listened earlier after reviewing their testimonies again today. Okay. Most of the footage that was produced, even Anne had to tell Payne, like, don't you think the footage that we need is going to be more pertinent to like the time of the crime, right? So he's saying that there's multiple videos that were obtained from the King Road neighborhood that show multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20. Yet most of the videos that are produced according to them and what they talked about are for the 5 to 6 a.m. time frame. And she's asking, well, where do I get the videos for the more pertinent time frames, right? So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, the timing, yeah. Well, that's what I mean, Lux. I don't know how he did it in 2 minutes, but he did. He's a fucking time traveler, I guess. I don't know what else to say. He did that. He did it in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Too bad we couldn't have Twiz do that ride for us live, right? Show us live how you get from 700 Indian Hills to the Highway 95 in 2 minutes. Did I ever tell y'all about the time I stumbled onto JJ and his wife's Social Security? LOLs. All right. So there's multiple videos, allegedly, at the writing of this probable cause affidavit, and Payne himself has reviewed them. A review of footage from multiple videos, 3:29 to 4:20. So then why are the videos that are being produced in Discovery for 5 to 6 a.m. if they have these other numerous videos that depict suspect vehicle 1 from 3:29 to 4:20? Where are those? Where are those? Lux, Nosferatu. Literally loop to the end of Steiner, Indian Hills, and turn onto Steiner. So it can be 2 minutes. That's what you're saying? From the 700 block of Indian Hills to the Highway 95, where he's claiming you can do it in 2 minutes. I don't know. I don't live out there. Nosferatu. It's a good one, Lux. Okay. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Okay. That's interesting. The reason that I say that is because he says, based off my experience as a patrol officer, and now knowing what we know in some of these body cams, okay, right? He's saying it's a residential neighborhood with very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, not videos, he says video in this last sentence. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. I'm going to speculate here based on this last sentence. The video he's referring to is the body cam from Banfield. There are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame upon review of the video. Purely my speculation. I think he is referring to the Banfield body cam video. That video shows a couple of cars entering and exiting the neighborhood between the 3:29 time frame, right? The 3 a.m. to 4:20. We have two body cams. One, right, for Banfield, and then immediately following Banfield is when we have the other body cam of Rosie and Tesdall there stopping the Dutch Brothers sweater kid, right? The kid who steal the construction sign. They're like back to back, so. And those are from approximately, 3 a.m. to like 4:20, right? 4:20 something. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. I don't know who Kelly F is, Mama. Couldn't tell you. I have no idea who that is. It's interesting, though, based on his training and experience, right, as a patrol officer in this neighborhood. And we know that as a patrol officer in this neighborhood, we listen to his body cam. It's about what he likes to do is just sit in the dark and listen for a few. That's not fucking creepy or anything, you know. That's not weird at all, right? He's telling his ride along, yeah, sometimes, what I like to do is just sit and listen as he's standing there in the dark, listening to everything going on in the fucking house and around the house in the dark. It's weird. But he'll try to act like it's not, right? And we know from other body cams as well, and CAD notes that were retrieved via FOIA to the fucking goat Lana, okay, herself, all right? One who always goes and gets the FOIAs and the CAD notes. Well, we learned from these CAD notes that we have a couple of calls where officers are arriving, and we have Brett Payne here, who can be seen on the body cam. He arrives on foot. He's logged into, like, the other officers are saying he arrived on foot in their CAD notes, yet he doesn't log himself into the call. Okay. So that's interesting, based on his training and experience regarding this residential neighborhood, right? But I think it's even more interesting, the last sentence in this paragraph. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time. Suspect Vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. So, according to this paragraph here, okay, whatever video he's viewing. Okay. At 4:04 a.m., this is the fourth time suspect vehicle 1 enters the area of King Road. Okay. It pulls up, stops and turns around in front of the Queen Apartments, and then drives back down King. When it's in front of the King Road residence, it appears to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continues to the intersection of Queen and King, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen. So, it's very interesting that he's claiming here that 4:04 a.m., suspect vehicle 1 is pulling into the area. Okay? He's claiming that at some point it is in front of the King Road residence. It appears to unsuccessfully park or turn around, okay, on the road where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving again down Queen Road. Now, it's interesting here in this video that he's allegedly viewing. Well, then what happens? Where did it park? Because nowhere in here is he describing, you're watching this video, well, where the fuck did the vehicle park? If you can see it doing all of this and making all of these turns and fucking turning up Queen Road and King Road and blah, 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 how can you not see where it parked? Furthermore, I would estimate from 4:04 a.m. to the point where it parks. I mean, so you're telling me that Bryan Kohberger is still at approximately 4:10, 4:12 a.m.? He's still attempting to park this vehicle or completing a 3-point.
All right, like I said, I want to do the documentary, and up to there, everything is just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. She might be snarky, but she's freaking insightful, yo. So, all right, let's do this, kiddos. You've been waiting long enough. Let me put my scary light on. And let's switch it on over. Let's switch gears. It's game night, folks. Here we go. Let's start. I'll do them backwards. They were harder. Is everybody ready? Put a 1 if you're down for some trivia. Yo, Idaho 4 trivia night. Here we go. And I'll make me smaller since I'm the host. The ghost with the most. So it's the way we play it is I don't have like a multiple choice like Dinky or IMO or whatever. Alright. And what you're going to have to do is just type your answer. And let me get I had my trusty pen. There it is. Let me get a piece of paper so I can actually keep track of the score this time. And I saw that Swamp Rose gave out 10 memberships the other day. So maybe they give me 10 I haven't been approved yet for membership giving, but it's coming. So I have 5 that I already owe. So I'll if you don't get it this month, you'll get it the next month. The winner gets a Kane B membership, whatever, the Purge. Okay, hold on. Let me get a paper. Be right back. Alright, so I just noticed I have a bunch of cool Ruth Eckerd Hall posters that are like bands like Chicago, Styx, Pink Floyd. So then they're just like little telephone pole posters, like you'd have in Moscow, Epits. And maybe in the next game we'll give away one of those. This is prototype 2, so bear with me if there's... They only let you do 3 questions per game. Oh, this one only has 1 question? What in the world? Let me see. I don't want to do 1 question. What do you mean 1 question? You can't see the question. Let me start with another one. Like I said, prototype. Alright, we'll start with this one. Here we go, guys. Get your fingers warmed up in a limba. Here we go. First question coming up. Got music going for me, Alex? Alright. Here we go. First question. On the board. Let me make myself smaller. There it is. There we go. First question, Idaho 4 trivia. Type your answers in the chat, please. Thank you. If you're new to the Purge, feel free to join. We don't bite, just meanie. Or Effie now. We had to change her name because she was so mean. Okay, I can do this. Here we go. What news anchor does nothing half-assed imitate? What news anchor does nothing half-assed imitate? First answer gets the win. Who's gonna be? Who's it go? We got Effie on the board already. That's why she was so mad the other day, because she didn't get to play. Alright, Effie with 1, Meanie with 1. Next question, folks. Here we go. Are you ready? It's gonna show the answer page, but like I said, prototype. Here we go. Alright, we need music. I love the music. I didn't even play the music in the first one, really. Here we go. Next question. On the morning of, how many cars were in front of the house? How many cars? How many of the students' cars were in front of the house? Does anybody know? Effie already on the board with 1. A big lead. It's about 27 questions, folks. Alright, Effie coming down with 2. I thought it was going to be Jeff H for sure. She's got the quick fingers. Quick fingers. 5 was the answer there. I didn't call out the answers on the last live, so I feel bad for people that were watching. 5, does everybody agree with 5? 5. Bryan says 7. Bryan, what world do you live in, bro? Bryan's on his meds. I think it was 5. Like I said, making this up. I made it up real quick. I'll go with Effie on the answer of 5. I thought it was 4. In the parking lot, yeah. Specifically, Miss Johnny Knapp. Welcome in. Thank you for coming in. Joey Agrella. Is that Italian? Agrella. Scusi, Agrella. I can't play. I see the answers before I hear the questions. Okay, let's get the music going, folks. About 25 questions to go, I hope. Unless I messed up on that last one. Let's see what the next question is. Where did Jack D go after the crime? Where did Jack DeCour go after the crime, allegedly? First answer gets it. If anybody's still here. Are you still here? Are you playing? Free Tony dolls. Effie with another one. 3. Alright. That was the Gonzalez house. Alright. So I think that's the last question. Effie with a big sweep on that one, folks. My goodness. It was lucky for all of you she wasn't here last time to cap it. And so, okay, all I have to do is click back to here. And this will take me to the dashboard. Alright, let's see here. This is the page you want to keep. So let's open this in a new thing. We'll get rid of that page. All right. So here's the next round here. I think what is there, a total of nine boards. Effie in a big lead, y'all. Looking for that hot membership. And we need some contenders. You could have been a contender. There we go. Remember, this is prototype. Everything is alleged. All right, here we go. Give me the music, Alex. And first question: what officer found the knife sheath at 1122? What officer found the knife sheath at 1122, folks? On the second sweep, they observed the knife sheath with allegedly Bryan Kohberger's DNA. Who knows the answer? As hard as that is to type, I know. we got Miss Johnny Knapp. Better watch it there, Effie. Better crack your knuckles. All right, let's get some more music. Thank you. Next question. In an interview, what did Steve G say the killer did not have to do? Does anybody remember that interview? In an interview, what did Steve G say the killer did not have to do? Woo! Look out. Effie on a roll. All right, next question coming up with the music. Here we go, folks. Get ready. What is Kaylee's mom's name? What is Kaylee's mom's name? Anybody know? Yeah, Effie's on fire. For sure, I think we found her calling. All right, Effie again. Really? Wow, 4-1. Come on, there's still anybody's game, folks. Anybody's game here. I think she might have a Purge edge or something going on. I might have to look into this after again. All right, next question coming up here on Idaho 4 Trivia Night Tuesday. Here we go. Somebody tie Effie's hands. Here we go. Oh, that's the end of that round. We got Miss Johnny Knapp on the board with 1 and Effie with 4. Still anybody's game. Anybody's game here. Let's keep it rocking and rolling, and let's see what the next board has for us. Ding dong, ding dong. Okay, I need to leave this page open like I said I was going to. Let's duplicate it. And there we go. Now we're going to go to board. This is number 8. Board number 8. Anybody's game right now. EpiPen with a big lead. EpiPen with a big lead. Oh, you seeing the questions before? Oh, I'm going to have to hide them. I see what she's saying. Okay, it's my bad. She's cheating. All right. Play that music for me, Alex. I saw what she was talking about. I'll hide it next time. Here we go. First question. What did Twiz find open at Walkway Park after hours? What did Twizzlestick find open at Walkway Park after hours? We're teasing you, Effie. Don't get mad. She'll start push. I don't think it was kidding. The gate. Okay, that's 6 to Effie. Anybody's game still, folks. Stay in it to win it. Get those fingers to the 7th inning stretch. Next question, folks. You ready? What did Justin accuse Dylan of being in his video? Anybody remember that Justin guy? And he accused Dylan of being, what was it? Anybody remember? Effie again. Wow. Well, it's anybody's game. Ella almost had it. I'm tempted to give it to Ella. I'll give you, you know what, L, I'll give you a 0.5. L's on the board, 0.5, folks. We make them up as we go along here. Heather wins! Okay, so I am going to hide the next question. I think that's the end of this board. No, one more question. What is Demetrius's girlfriend's name? What is Demetrius' girlfriend's name? Does anybody remember? I'm not mad at you, Phyllis. Oh my. Jeff H. pulls it out. Very close. Very close. You got Jeff H up there now with one. That's one for you right there. Yeah, Jeff came close on a couple. Alright, that's the end of this board, folks. And we got a couple other contenders still. Anybody's game. We're at 7, 8, 9 questions so far. We have 18 more to go, I believe. Maybe 16. But we'll continue on here and go to the next board. Still anybody's game, y'all. So Heather, come on, Heather can't play. Her dog won't let her. All right, next set of questions, folks. Here we are. Oh, I forgot to hide the questions again. Well, it's the honor system, guys. All right. 4th round here, and we got a, wow, is that 6 or 7, Effie? 7 to Miss Knapp with 1, L with 0.5, and Jeff H with 1. Anybody's game. Anybody's game. Looking for some comeback. Get those fingers ready. Here we go. First question. What news story did BK and his dad discuss with the officer in Indiana? We just talked about this on Miss Potts' show. What news story did BK and his dad discuss with the officer in Indiana? Does anybody remember that one? Put your answer in the chat. All right, my lady, Michelle with 1. All right, great job. And the answer was Kopaka. I keep forgetting to say the answer. Sorry. Okay, next question, friends. Here we go. What was BK pulled over for twice in Indiana? What infraction was BK warned about twice in Indiana? Does anybody remember exactly? Joey. Oh no. The monster Effie in the house. Michelle up a close second. Swiffer Fly. Danger Zone, all with the right answers. Anybody's game. Let's keep playing. Let's go. Next question. What question did BK allegedly ask the arresting police officers in Pennsylvania? What question did BK allegedly ask the police officers in Pennsylvania? Does anybody remember? He asked them a question, allegedly. May have been debunked by now, but... Effie again! Look at it, 9. Mike did the clean sweep practically today. Alright, anybody's game, y'all. Still plenty of questions left to go. Everybody else coming up quick on the end. Okay, so I think we got one more question in this round. Get your fingers ready for the next question. Music, please, Alex. And let's go. Next question. Oh, alright, that's the end of that round, folks. Alright, so we got Epi with 9. Jeff H on the board, Rochelle, and Miss Johnny Knapp. Alright. Here we go. And that's the next board. We'll clear this one. Let me see how many we have left. I guess maybe we'll do that one as a bonus question. That last. Why isn't it staying on the one I want it to stay on? This is where I want it to stay. And I do a duplicate of that. Let me close all these other weirdo windows. Bunch of weirdos. I can keep that one. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. And that one. And that one. And this one here. And let's see. Okay. So we got 2 of them. And now we will be on. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 4. So we'll do number 5 right here, folks. Coming up. Number 5 trivia Idaho 4 on Tuesday night. On the eve of the. Oh, I forgot to hide the questions again. Oh well, cheaters. Okay. Here we go. Let's have the music, Alex. First question. New board, folks. Starting all over. Ready? What is the name of the security company that guarded the house? Does anybody remember the name of the security guard company that guarded the house? We just talked about it in Miss Potts' video, or she did. What's the name? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, man. What is the name of the security company that guarded the house? It's a tough question. It's a tough one. Good night, Elle. Thank you. Did I miss a funny answer? I'm trying to keep the game excited. I'm sorry. We have a. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Stalker jackbacks. Hopefully the chat replay will still be there. The machine. That's a that's a Lala answer right there. Excuse me. Anybody remember the name of the security company that guarded Purge security? That's good. I'm sure Heather will come up with this here in a second. What do you got for us? Elle? Michelle? Anyone? What do you think? Cross your fingers. I'll play one more tune before we drop it. One more time. Don't pee on an electric fence. That's one thing I learned. Don't pee on my house security professionals. Alright, Heather on the board. Heather Fitzgerald with 1. Alright. Still anybody's game. We got 2 more questions in this round. We got a few more boards to clear. Expensive as shit security. Security. Killer frat boys. Alright, let's get the music, Alex. And one more round here. Here we go. Next question, folks. 3 creepy AF stuffed animals were left outside of the 1122. What were they? Do you remember those 3 creepy stuffed animals that were left out front of the 1122? And everybody wondered, not the voodoo doll, but there was 3 creepy stuffed animals. There we go, Effie. Alright, that's 10 for you. Boy, she makes a statement. Rochelle in a close second with lambs. Trolls. That would have been creepy too. Alright, we're going to move on to the next question. Teddy bears. There were a lot of teddy bears, thankfully. Was it 4? I'm sorry, you have 3, 4, you know. You know what I'm saying, Miss Strickland? Welcome in. Thank you for playing tonight. I'm very happy you're here. Next question, folks. One more in this round. Here we go. What is the name of the independent film made and removed from the internet around the time of the crime that caused so much controversy? What is the name of the independent film made and removed from the internet around the time of the crime that caused so much controversy? Do you remember that name? I know Criminal Confidential knows it. But there was a film, it was like a student film or independent film that was made around the time. Cabears. Danger zone. Boom, boom, ding, 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 ding. All right, danger zone. On anybody's game still, folks. Don't give up just because meanie is a meanie. I'm not proud to know. Clickety clack, that feather tattoo. Kill the clones was the answer. Slasher. What was the movie that somebody typed in? And I said, was that a horror film? Anyway. All right. Go on to the next one. Let's get some music, Alex. Next question, folks. I believe there's one more in this round. Hold on to your hats and crack your knuckles. Here we go. Oh, that's the end of the round. All right. Awesome. Okay, great job, everybody. Thank you for playing tonight. Funny as heck answers. I couldn't have done it better myself. I wish I was in chat, too. I wish I could do chat and host this awesome game show. Call me Chuck Woolery up in here. All right. So that was 6. Down to 5. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more boards to clear. That's 15 questions. This lead means nothing. No offense against you. I'm just saying, everybody playing, stick around. WSU Kim Mom has a bonus question. Throw it out there, Miss WSU Kim Mom. Mom Kim. Kane Mom. And let's get on to the next question. So this is board number... Where are we? Where am I? Who am I? Board number 5. And here we go. I forgot to hide the questions again. Doing. All right, play the music for me, Alex. Here we are. First question, folks. Get ready. Here comes the first question. How far is it from Moscow to Pullman? Does anybody know how far it is? Take that one little cut-through road there from Pullman to Moscow. How many miles is that? How many miles is that? 9 miles, 8 miles, 8 miles, 10 miles. Danger zone. When I have 10 miles. WSU Kim Mom knows it very well, so it's 10 miles, 9 miles. I feel like I should accept 9 miles from Wakenia. Swifferfly at 8. I will walk 500 more. Oh, miles. So I think we're going to give that to Danger Zone. It'll take you right into the Danger Zone. So we got, okay. So other than Effie, we have Miss Johnny Knapp with 1. L on the board with 0.5. Jeff H with 1. Rochelle Rigatoni with 1. Somebody with the letter H in their name. Oh, Heather with 1. And Danger Zone bringing up a badass 2. All right, next question. Let's get that music going for us here. And here we go. Next question. Are you ready? Here we go. According to Jeff H., what type of guy is former Chief Fry? Does anybody remember Jeff H. making a comment of what kind of guy Chief Fry is? Who knows? Jeff H. might get this one. Jeff H. with the big answer there. I was hoping he'd get that one. Swell was real close. Swifferfly. Effie says dickhead. Johnny Knapp says liar. Google says 9.5 miles. I'll get you on the board there, Joaquin Yataka, for the 9 that you put up. We were in between. Like I said, this is a prototype, and we're just having fun here. So let's move on to the next question. Of course, the coveted Purge membership possibly on the line if I have it. An honest man. He did say that too, actually, Heather. A fraud, Mike P says. Danger Zone says conflicted. Shy guy who doesn't like to be in the spotlight. I love it. Jeff H. Caring. Very nice, Jeff. Fry is red face. All right. Get ready for the next question, jokesters. Here it comes. You're fooling around in my class out there, you're going to get the paddle. They don't give kids the paddle anymore, you know that? Unemployed. Swiffer fly unemployed. That's epic. Corrupt. It's very good. Jeff, did you say all those things? Next question, folks. Get ready. Here we go. Next question. What county is Moscow located in? What county is the city of Moscow located in? I'm dreading these answers now that I read this outside. You're a kind man, a good egg. He said he feels like some tea after that. Let's all with Effie. All right. That's 11 to Effie. My goodness, this might be the highest score ever recorded on the Purge for Trivia Night Tuesday. I think we have one more question left on this board and a few more boards to go. 5 more, I think. 4 or 5, something like that. Next question, folks. Here we go. What? See, I got myself on that one. And here we go with the next question. Oh, it's over. Okay, all right. That is the end of that board, folks. So we got another one to Effie. We got Danger on the board with Tom Cruise. Jeff H with 2, answering his own question. That's kind of gross. I hope he has paper towels to clean that up. And let's see what we have here. Our next board will be, I got to make a duplicate tab. And see, I'm going to try to do 9. Forgive me if it's a repeat here. But I see it's calling my name out. Let's see. It looks like I've done 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe not 9. Maybe 9. I think we did 9. So we did 5. We got 4 more to go. Looks like that's about 12 questions. So let's try board number 4. Excuse me. I keep forgetting to hide them because I'm so dumb. Sorry. Everybody get ready. Here we go on our first question on the new round. Here we are. Okay, get your pencils ready. According to Dylan, what color was the killer wearing? What color was the killer that she saw in the ski mask wearing that night with the bushy eyebrows? Anybody remember? What color? I'm dreading these answers. Who knows? Who's going to be first? Swiffer Fly with the big hit. All right, Swiffer Fly on the board. Still anybody's game, y'all. I'd love a good comeback. Everybody likes a clad. This is Johnny Knapp with the direct. Took a little longer to type that one. But here we go. All right, let's keep the music rolling. We got 2 more questions in this round. I got the need for speed. Just hit the brakes and they'll fly right by. All right, next question. Interesting. We're going to have to look into... Wow. Thank you, Heather, for that. Let's pin that bad boy. Now, hopefully I don't delete you. Okay, I'm getting better at that. All right, next question, folks. Idaho 4 Trivia Tuesday. And we're going to get the music rolling one more time. Get ready for the next question. Here we go. What type of man did Bethany allegedly see outside? There was a report that Bethany saw a man outside. What type of man was he? Does anybody remember that one? What kind of man did Bethany reportedly see outside her window? We found out later. Swiffer Fly with the double deuce. All right, you got the dub. Danger Zone in the close second. Naked is the answer. Naked. Naked Man, Mischievous Genius. Thank you for playing tonight. Appreciate you being here. Running Man. Phil, now I'm definitely not mad at you anymore. Cold. It's shrinkage. Oh, wearing birthday suit, wearing booty shaker. That would have been a great answer. Buck asked for the answer of the night so far. A well-hung one, Heather says. Oh man, that's funny. All right. I think she also said creepy, bushy-eyed, and bushy crotch. Does the carpet match the curtains? All right, so we got Swiffer Fly on the board. Let's get to the next question. I think this will be the last question of this round. So get ready. Still anybody's game. That's why they call him the Streak. Okay, folks, get ready. Next question. Here we go. Trivia Tuesday. Who was the owner of Queen Road Apartments at the time of the tragedy? Who was the guy's name that owned the Queen Roads Apartments allegedly at the time of the tragedy? Does anybody remember him? Jeff H., do you remember? Meg P says carpet matched the eyebrows. Shaved. There it is, Swiffer Fly. Whoa. Alright, pulling a Seabiscuit on me. Coming from behind. Dan Esty. Is it Esty? I thought it was Kane. Was Kane just the manager? Was Esty the I'll give, you know what? I'll give Danger Zone a point on that too. Why not? Alright, this next question is for 5 points. So we can make this. I throw in a random one once in a while. I'm not making this up as I go or anything. But this next question is going to be for 5 points. We get a chance to start breathing down Effie's neck. So crack the knuckles. Do the 7th inning stretch. Big Sage was the manager. All right. Who owns 802 Troy Road? That's a good question. All right, here we go with the next question, folks. On this board, get ready. Oh, all right. So we got Swiffer Fly, Danger with 3, 11 to Effie, Jeff H with 2, Rochelle Rigatoni with 1, Heather with 1, Miss Johnny Knapp with 1, and L with 0.5. All right. You're a creator, L. We're expecting a little bit more out of you tonight. So want to just make that point. Okay, all right. Everybody having fun? I hope you're having a good time. And let's see what our next board will hold. And again, this will be a 5-point question. I'll do 2 5-pointers in a row, and we'll really level the playing field again. No offense. Here we go. Okay, so this is board number 4 or 3. This is board 3. So we have at least 9 more questions. This first question is going to be for 5 big points. So get ready, big bonus points. These ones were a little tricky, I think, if I remember number 3. And I'm going to remember to cover up those questions again. All right, Alex, the music, please. 102 or his son, that's crazy. You have to think it's a small town, but here we go with the first question. 5 points on this one. Ready to go. Which sweep did they find the latent shoe print on? 1, 2, or 3? What sweep of the house did the police find the latent shoe print on? Was it 1, 2, or 3? Who remembers? Anybody know? They did sweeps of the house. Wakenya Tonka. All right. Wakenya Tonka with 6 big. Heather Strickland in close second back there. And the Mischievous Genius got the right answer. I did hear yesterday that Snell is a member of Christ Church. Wow. Okay, everybody with the right answers there. And we got the big 5 points to Wakenya Tonka. We're going to do 5 points in this next one, guys. So let's hear what the question is. We got 2 more in this round. So like I said, anybody's game. We'll go 5 points on this next question. Ready? Here we go. What YouTube detective found a glove by the dumpster near 1122? What was his name? Found a glove. Whether it was admitted into evidence or not, I don't know. But what YouTube detective found a glove by the dumpster near 1122? All right. That's nice. Mischievous on the board with 5 points. And while we're at it, we're having a good time. Let's go ahead and make this one a 5-point question too. We got one more question left on this board. It's going to be for 5 points. And Dirty Cop. The answer, McCourt. Strickland Donahue. MCD. Chris. Yes, it was Chris McDonough. Okay. Great answers. Nancy disgraces buddy. Heather Strickland. Love it. Heather Strickland here, folks. Welcome in, Heather. Very nice to see you today. Saw you earlier in the chats. Glad everybody's with us tonight. Enjoying yourself on Trivia Tuesday here at the Purge. Okay. Big 5-point question coming up right here. Here we go. What kind of SUV did Enan Harsh say he saw that night? This doesn't have to be a necessarily exact model. But what was his description of the SUV Enan Harsh that he saw that night outside of the apartments that he noticed? Has anybody got that one yet? Let's see. I missed your answer, Kenyon. I'm sorry. I thought who did I give? Oh, I gave it to Mischief. I'll give you 5. I'll give you 5. You didn't. Kenyon Tompkins says you didn't. Effie says black. Michelle says black. Cadillac Escalade. Black, fancy, luxurious L SUV. All right, I'm gonna give Meg P 5 on that. Where are you, Meg P? Are you on? Now she's on the board. All right, Meg P. And I'll give you 5. Tonkia, you're at 11. That's catching up to the lady there. And Mischievous 5. Danger at 3. Swiverfly with 3. Jeff H at 2. Rigatoni at 1, Heather with 1, and Miss Johnny Knapp with 1. Effie still with 11. So we got a tied game. This next question, if we have, I think we have one more in this board, is going to be 10 points. 10 points. We're going to level the playing field here, changing it up as we go. Next question, folks. Here we go. 10 points. 10 big Purge points on this next question. Here we go. Oh! Alright, it's going to go to the next round. Thank you, everybody, for playing that round. Here we go to the next one again. And I'll make a new tab. Here we go. So we're down to, it's going to be a 10-point question, everybody. So get ready. You could catch up here. Anybody's game. We're down to number 2, and there may be a bonus question. So 1, 2, and that would be 6 more questions. There are a lot of new people playing tonight. I'm tempted to go through the other trivia questions, but I think many of you have already seen them. I'm sorry I showed you the questions here again. Oops. Here we go. 10-point question. Give me that music, Alex. Here we go. And 10 points. Anybody's game. 3 more questions at 10 points apiece. Anybody can win it. Get ready. Here we go. What officer was original lead investigator of the murders? Who was the original lead investigators before Payne? Does anybody remember his name? What officer was the original lead investigator of the murders? This is a tough one. Who remembers? Let's get one more playthrough on that. Phil! Looking good, baby. Is that your first one, Biggs? Ooh, Gunderson and Smell. Gunderson and Smell. Alright, Fry. Alright, I guess Danger Zone. Wait, so Joey's leaving. Joey's out of here. Blazer. Gunner. I am blocked. You're not blocked. I see you. Jeff's out. All right. Well, thanks for playing, guys. I appreciate it. Got a few more. These are 10 points apiece, these next 3 questions. And my answer was, I could have sworn it was Tolson or whatever it is. So I'll give that one to the Bigs. 10 points. Anybody cares to dispute that, please let me know. All right, and good night, Miss WSU Kim Mom. Thank you for playing. Autocorrect is the answer, Miss Strickland. So, Snell, okay. White claimed it. They were hunting Nunez, Doug Wilson, Barney Fife. Final answer. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Who wants to be millionaire? Next question, folks. Alex, give me the music for here. Purge Trivia Tuesday. And here we go. What time did Mabbitt arrive at the scene? What time did Coroner Kathy Mabbitt arrive at the scene, also known as My Butt? Inspector Gadget. That's a bonus point for you right there. Johnny Knapp would too. 5 p.m. Swiffer Fly. Wakenia Tonka with a 5:30. It could be possibly 5. Was it 5:30? That's a 10-point answer. So if we're gonna split hairs, we got Swiffer Flies on the board already, I believe. If not, she just had a big jump. Swiffer Fly already had 3. She's at 13 now. Just past Effie. Effie, where'd you go? I think her bookie came and broke her fingers. Effie. All right, folks. We'll continue on the Purge. The show must go on. Pretty sure it was 5:30. Double check that, somebody. I don't know. I need help here. I tried to make these up quick. The first 5 o'clock answer had it, so we'll just not split hairs. Noel says she arrived but was told to go away. Arrived at 4 but was refused admittance. Alright, here we go. Next question, y'all. 10-point question. 2 more of them. Mabbitt has arrived. Here we go. Let's keep the music and have it exciting. Ready? What is Maddie's mom's name? What is Maddie's mom's name? Four hours too late. Rochelle with the answer trying not to go over. 4:45. What is Maddie's mom's name? All right. That's good. We got Nora for Bryan's ramblings. Look at that. Bryan pulling out the big 10-pointer. He had to grab his walker and kick it out of the way to get to the keyboard, but he got it. Effie with the Nora. Oh, Effie. Okay, Nora is STE mom. Johnny Knapp says Megan. Megan Mogan, right? Christy. All right, we'll go. I want to say it's Megan. I think Johnny Knapp had that. Is anybody contrary to that? Let's see. Johnny Knapp at 12. Effie pissed that I raised the question. That's the stepmom. So Karen is her mom. Wow. So Karen, Danger Zone. First answer was Karen. That was a misleading one. So I'll leave your 10 there with 12. And who did I say had that? Karen. Is it Meg P that had that first? Or is it's Danger Zone. Danger Zone at 13. Woo! Remember your totals, folks, so this paper is getting a little out of control. Hopefully Bryan didn't trip over himself. Sorry. Thank you, Meg P. What did I miss? Karen, yeah, she got it, the Karen. So, all right, we have one more 10-point question. I like this, how it goes up. We start with 1 and then go to maybe 20 on the next round. I said, Mom. That's true. You get a point for that, Meg P. Well, nobody can stop me. I'm making the rules. Meg P is that 5 points you had? Meg P at 6 points. Love it. All right. Kane, Spacey. Kara Carmen, same thing. Kara Carmen. All right. Well, here we go. One more. Christy probably thinks she is MM's mom. Sorry. Pretty sure she does. All right. Final of the 10-point questions here. Effie hopefully still in the game. And here we go. Oh, all right. That was the last of the 10-point. We're going to go to 20 points now. And this is going to be take it or leave it. Because I'm really leaving on this. All right. So let's see. Let's see which one that was. We did... Was that 2? I want to say that was 3. So where are we? I think we have a bonus one coming. And that'll be for 30 points. So let me see if I did 2. I think I did 2. I don't know. Let me just double. What is it? Officer? Okay. And I'm going to hide the board now for this one because these are worth 20 points, you guys. Each one of these is going to be worth 20 points. And I'm going to open it now. So here we are. 20-point round. The Purge. And we'll have one 30-point question. Take it all or leave it for our final board. This is our first to final board. Trivia Tuesday, folks. We're back in. Check it out. Here we go. First question. What did Dylan allegedly yell up to Kaylee and Maddie on the night of the murders? Second or third time she opened that door. What did Dylan allegedly yell up to Kaylee and Maddie on the night of? Anybody remember that one? Welcome back, AR. Trying to figure out what Dylan... Rochelle. Oh, wait. Swifferfly, actually. Swifferfly. Oh, wait. Who it... Yeah, shut the fuck up. What's the answer there? So, we'll give that to Swifferfly on that one. Sorry about that. Ro, Roe had the... And Rochelle had the cleanup answers there. Well, we got Swifferfly coming from behind. I told you. It's anybody's game at 23. We got 33. I can't even do math. I was doing Idaho math. Sorry. So, awesome answers. I couldn't think of anything for that one. 2 more 20-point questions on the available to win this game. And who's it going to be? We have a bonus 30-point question coming up at the end. Get ready. Here comes the next question for 20 big points. Wait. I thought Swifferfly had it. Am I wrong? Let's make sure. I want to make sure it's somewhat fair, even though it's just a prototype. This is a tribute. Shut up. I've got Swifferfly first in contention. If anybody... Okay, maybe she wasn't talking to me. Sometimes I get lost. Thank you, Danger Zone. Alright, back to the question. 20-point question. I believe we have 2 more, guys. So here comes the next question. For 20 big points, we got Swifferfly rolling out with 33 right now, folks. Tough to beat. You can get 2 more 20 points. Here we go. What app of Kaylee's did Olivia say was deleted soon after the crime? What app of Kaylee's did Olivia say was deleted? Her account after the crime. What account of Kaylee's? What app was deleted? Allegedly, according to Olivia. Woo! Woo! We're Kenyon, Miss Tonka Trucks. Already in the running. Now with a big 31, we got Swipper Fly at 33. Effie seems to have gone to get groceries at a big 11. Jeff H with 2 has dropped out now, I think. Miss Johnny Knapp still in the running with a big 12. We got one more 20-point question coming here, folks. Farmers only. Amethyst Noir, I declare, is the winner. Okay, last 20-point question, I believe, here. Who's going to get it? We got 2 big 20-pointers. Already doled out with a bonus question for 30 points. Welcome, everybody that's here. And next question. Where was Murphy the dog taken after the crime? Allegedly, according to the reports, where was Murphy taken after the crime? Taken to a facility, I'll give you that hint. Does anybody remember where they said they took Murphy? 20 big points right now. Woo! Woo! But Kenyon Tonka with 51 points right now. My goodness. That could be the egg beater right there. The G's car. The pound. SPCA. Correct answer. Oh wait. The streets. With Kenyon Tonka with the first answer I see there. Doing great. Double A-Ron. A-Ron. You gotta go see Principal O'Shagnasty. You mean pretty Principal O'Shaughnessy? AR. AR says Australia to conduct an investigation in Delphi. He actually was South Africa, so he was getting up with Grizzly, and they're gonna go to Holland to do. Okay, all right. So I think that was the last of the 20 pointers. We may still have one more board to clear. That's the end of the 20 pointers. We definitely have at least one more question for a bonus shot. I'm going to make it 50 points. And it's going to be a take it all or nothing. So you got to be quick fingered on this sucker if you want to get it. Okay, so I'll double check my boards here and see if I have done them all. I think we skipped around a little bit. There might be one more board. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did we do 9? I think I already. We did that one. I may not have done 001. Let me see. I hate to repeat the last time's trivia. What news anchor? Yep. Okay, we did that. All right, we're down to the 50-point bonus questione. Here we go. Let's see what we got. I think there's a question in there. I'll give you an extra question no matter what. But let's see. It didn't save my question. Let me see if it's in here somewhere. Alright, hold on. Thank you for your patience, folks. We'll do 3 50-point questions. Why not? Hang in there. Take a little break. Grab yourself a cup of joe. You got about 3 minutes here while I concoct 3 50-point questions to make this an all or nothing, all-out Purge war. And let's see. Okay. Alright, there's question 1. Hopefully you can't see the questions in the reflections in my eyes. I know you guys. Let's see. Ooh. That's a good one too. One more question here. Alright, let's see here. Let me think, Kane. I have some tough ones I want to throw out there. Oh! Alright, we're ready. Get your chips and your dips. And we'll play right now. This is the 50-point round. Anybody's game right now. And that's for real this time. I'm not just making it up. I'm going to have Alex hit the music. And these are going to be some good questions, y'all. Get your tinglers ready. Everybody back from their drink run in the bathroom, I hope. I'll give you one more minute here. I'm going to launch the game, and I'll give you one more minute, 60 seconds, about the round of music. 50 points. One coveted Purge membership on the line here. Maybe some posters will be future prizes from Ruth Eggert Hall. I have Chicago, I have Styx, I have Pink Floyd. I think there's a Zeppelin in there. You'll be able to select which poster you want as they go out. And I'll sign them myself. Okay, as soon as this song's up here, maybe one more round so everybody's back from the restroom. We got 3 50-point questions, folks. So get your Tizzlers out here, and we are back. We asked America Danger Zone. Alright, this is it. 50-point round. 10 more seconds to get back in your seats. Here we go. Final round of Tuesday Night Purge Idaho 4 Trivia. Hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here. And here we go, folks. 50 points. What is A.R. Hayes' wife's name? Does anybody know A.R. Hayes' wife's name? You remember? She used to be on the show with him occasionally. Time to time, she's still on. Does anybody remember her name? What is A.R. Hayes' wife's name? For 50 big points. Ooh, Kenyon Tonka not even trying to play. Wow. Alright with Kenyon. That is, I can't even count that high as many points as she has. Do you remember what I told you? I think it says 50 something. Is it 30? I think you had 35, 50 something. It can't be. 52 or something. Okay, that was a 50-point question. I think she had 35. So we'll call that 55. So we got 2 questions left. Still anybody's game. Here we go. And the next question, the correct answer was Jenn. Thank you for playing. I cannot keep track. My pen just fell on the ground, and I'm not going after it. So here we go. End of the Purge trivia. Last 2 questions. 101. Okay. Well, we still got contenders, so don't give up, folks. 50 points on the line right here. Next question. What are the last names of the 2 Davids at Sigma Chi? We're familiar with two Davids there at Sigma Chi. Does anybody remember both of their last names? So it's a two-parter question. I know one is real easy. What is the second guy's name? Does anybody remember? What are the last names of the two Davids at Sigma Chi? Woo! Effie coming up close. Loach and Burriocho. All right. Oh, I hate them. That's a good answer. All right. This final question is going to be for 100 points. 150 points. Sorry. It's a 150 point question. Barry and Loach. Is it Barry or was it Barricada? Wasn't it Barocha? Who got that first? I did. Was it Wikinian? Barriocha and Locha. So we got that. A Wikinian Tonka. Very good. 150 point question here, folks. I think that's how I want to play it from now. I like that. And all the little points will add up. So here we go. Kenyan Tonka at 151. Just like the shots. Don't drink those 151 shots. Barichola. Barichoa. Well, we're not going to split hairs. Thank you for coming in. Nice to see you. All right. Here we go. Purge Trivia Nights. And we'll play the music one last time. For 150 points. I could do more if you want to watch another documentary while I come up with the questions. I'm loving tonight's questions. They're pretty fun. All right, folks. One more question for 150 points. If Wikinian Tonka takes this, she is going to have some bragging rights. I don't know what happened to Noel. Got that first? Did you? Hold on. It's under review. Where is Noel? I see Wikinian with it first. I don't see Effie. Oh, there's Effie now. And she had the right answer, too. I mean, I can do another trivia. I just need a little break. I have the questions ready. I just have to put them in the thing. Yeah, Wikinian Tonka definitely had that. I'm sorry. It's under review, but so far she had that. It doesn't matter, because it's all on the line right here. With a $150 question in Purge dollars. It was the two Loaches. But here we're at the $150 final question. 150 point Purge dollars. Here we go. What is the official name of the memorial grounds on the U of I campus? What do they call those memorial grounds on the U of I campus? Does anybody remember that one? A two-part name. Got the memorial grounds. I almost said it. Who remembers that one? The spots with Memorial Garden, Dash with Oh Crap, Money for Green, New Student Housing, House Saver, Wasted Money Garden City by Rochelle. That's what I said. The bus stop, Miss Johnny Knapp, of course. Eddie's guy. Recycling Center, Memorial Gardens, Money Grab, Stealing Money for the Park, Party Central. Oh man, that was funny response. Okay, UFO, yes, so that is the nickname. I think it was Bubbly Waters came up with. What is the name, the official name of the memorial grounds on the U of I campus? Does anybody remember? Danger Zone? Danger Zone says Community Healing. Let's Get Out of Here Park. Heather Fitzgerald. laundry service. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Big Brother or someone being effing with my phone because I've seen green dots on my screen, Heather Strickland says. That's weird. Oh, Effie with the win! 150 points. Wow! Wow! Big win for Effie today. Sorry, Wakinyan Tonka. She had 12, 13 points going in. And Effie is today's big winner. Yay! Wow, she started out strong, took a little break, played with the dog, made some coffee. Green's Playground. Danger. I refuse to answer this one. Kabark Park. Greeks was here. Oh man. Yeah, we got Healing Garden. We got Healing Garden for Effie right before Swifferfly. So that was a close one, and I tell you, I almost gave it to Danger Zone Community Healing, but I was looking for Healing Garden. So I'll give you partial credit on that. And put a 1 down if you want me to do another 20 questions, and we'll play one more round. I need to freshen up a little bit, and I'll put on. I have another thing to play for you guys, if you would like. So throw down a 1. Dash, thank you for welcome in. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're here on Big Money Night at the Memorial Garden. All right, okay, we got a lot of 1s. Wow, if I could add that up. Big, of course, Effie wants to play again. Effie, we're gonna have a challenger. I'm gonna, I kind of change the rules and fudge the rules as we go, so you never know who's gonna win. So just give me let's play this little piece here, and we'll play another round. I'll do 20 questions real quick. It's gonna take me just a second because I have to use the freshen up facilities. But there it is. There's the Healing Garden, and that was the big win for Effie. Wow. And so this was what we're talking about, and it's going to be on the anniversary. They're going to be hosting a vigil for the students at the Vandal Healing Garden. Was the technical name, but we got Healing Garden. I'm happy with that. At 6 p.m. on the anniversary. So tomorrow night at 6, maybe I was planning on doing a show with Jenn and Heather anyway, and Rochelle. So if you guys would like to join me for that, I'll do another. We can do another trivia, and we'll watch if that's going to be broadcast. I'm sure there's a live stream of it. Maybe I'll get Twiz to go over there and film it for us on his phone or something. And it's hard to believe that 2 years have passed since we lost our amazing Vandals. Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee, ASUI wrote on their Instagram. Is ASUI the newspaper? No, that's called the Vandal, isn't it? It's called the Vandal or whatever. Bushy Gardens, Stickergate 2, the UFO Garden. We need I'm glad I'm saying these out loud, dude. Thank you for that, or Meg P. Consecrated as the Bushy Brows Garden. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Captain Caveman. I used to love Captain Caveman. What was the cartoon on after Captain? Oh, Stretch. It was the Stretch guy. Not Stretch Armstrong. You know that some of those Stretch Armstrong dolls are worth like $100,000? Because what happened is everybody had the Stretch Armstrong, and it was such a super toy. And then I think the Evel Knievel doll came out or something, and people forgot about it. But they went big, and they rolled out a whole new line of stretch dolls, and one of them was I don't know, like this green demon or green something, and they had it on Pawn Stars. Go Gadget Cave. Go trivia quiz. I wish I could just pop it up and have it ready. Do you like the questions, guys? Was that good? I had a good time. I love playing. I don't want to have if Swamp Rose is here, I'll have her up and she can read the questions. That would be fun too. She would be an amazing host for that. If anybody wants to come up and read the questions, I'd be happy to have you do that. That would be a lot of fun. It's fun to be the host. Like, I didn't really even think making the questions, but anyway. So if anybody wants to do that, you're very welcome to come up. I'll send you a link. Just read them, Kate. All right, let me get freshened up. Let's find something that we can legally watch together. Sorry, Meg P wants her trivia, damn it. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got. Just give me a few minutes, and I'll say we can take a 20-minute break if you want. We're only at 5.5 hours. By Purge standards, that's nothing. So, nobody will watch the replay because it's no fun at all. Kane's just boring for 5 hours. So let's see what we got here. This was okay. Oh, this will be plenty. So I really want this on my show. I love Miss Potts. I think she is the snarkiest snark of all the snarks. So, and also her insights are absolutely. So if you guys, if you happen to miss this, I believe this was this morning, was the second part of her reviewing the documents and reviewing some of the footage from the hearing with Payne, and I did not play the one with Cy. I don't think we got to that one. So if we're still going after the trivia, I'll do the Cy Ray one, and you can see how Ann Taylor is setting up her case very clearly. I don't know that Miss Potts necessarily alluded to that, but it in my opinion, it's very clear that's what she's doing. Hey, Miss Potts, how you doing? Nice to see you. Snarky Beach. Very nice to see you. All right, so I'll pick up where we left off. Let me freshen up, and then I'll write the questions, and we'll play one more round for the big money. I know that Swamp Rose had 10 memberships that she gave out, so I don't know if she bought those or if they give you 10 to give out, but one way or another along the line, I'll be a man of my word and give you your time. So Wikinia Tonka right now, kicking rocks outside, just pissed off. I'm sorry, Wikinia Tonka. I had to try to by 1 point, I think, too. That was a close, awesome game. That was a lot of fun. I love the come from behind, and then we had the Seabiscuit. All right, so Kane, shut up and go freshen up. Here we go.
Point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Right? But yet also speeding away by 4:20 a.m. Right? They can, I know we're here to snark. The fact of the matter is, if you have video, and this video is showing you this car doing all of this movement, how are you not able to visually see where it parked? Because not only does it not talk about it parking, it says that it went eastbound again down Queen Road, and then it's not seen again. It's next seen. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. So at 4:04, it's still literally, this is allegedly Bryan Kohberger, by the way. Okay, allegedly, 4:04 a.m., Bryan Kohberger is still driving around this neighborhood. He's turning around in front of the Queen Road apartments. Then he's going back down Queen towards King, right? Goes to the intersection of Queen and King, where it completes a 3-point turn and then drives eastbound again down Queen. Nowhere does it talk about where it parked. And I don't understand how you wouldn't be able to say that the vehicle parked somewhere, and that's how you know the time frame that this person was able to park the vehicle, get into the house, commit the crime, and then speed away by 4:20. Okay? So, I know I said it earlier. I'm absolutely sick of the fuckery going on here, okay? But I don't know how anybody can read that paragraph, okay? And still believe that he did this crime in literally a matter of like under 8 minutes. Because at 4:04, allegedly, he's still literally driving up towards the Queen Road apartments. Okay? You got to factor in so many different things. The 3-point turn, the turning back around, the going back down the road, then making another 3-point turn to come back up again, right? But then you are seeing, where is the suspect vehicle 1 next seen departing the area of King Road, of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20. Okay, well, then you should have that video. You should be able to definitively show, right? You should be able to definitively show, according to this affidavit of probable cause here. There should be video definitively showing this vehicle pulling into this neighborhood, turning around, going back down, appearing to attempt to park or turn around in front of the King Road residence, okay, and then proceed back down to do a 3-point turn and come back up. Where is that video? And furthermore, you are going to need to explain exactly how Bryan Kohberger is motherfucking Jason Bourne. And I think that's going to be pretty difficult for you to do at this point. Just saying. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Malenta. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during rain, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Okay? So he's saying video, review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame is what makes him believe that suspect vehicle 1 exited at Palouse River Drive in Conestoga. So he saw video that did not show suspect vehicle 1. Yet, in the prior paragraph, he says he saw videos that depict vehicle 1 not only pulling into the neighborhood, but driving around and attempting to park and making 3-point turns. But now this video he's looking at doesn't show suspect vehicle 1. So, interesting. Law enforcement officers provide video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the FBI that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience, with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual cues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observances of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, they indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Okay. So this FBI vehicle expert initially identifies, we all know this, okay, right? 35 years of experience, tells Payne, hey, this looks like a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. right? But then upon further review, they changed their mind, right? And in my opinion, this next paragraph is likely why. But that's just purely my speculation and opinion. But pretty interesting that when it comes to the identification of the vehicle, we find out later from one of Jay Logsdon's filings that this FBI examiner, the video that this person relied on wasn't even given to them until March of 2023. And it's a video of the wrong vehicle going the wrong way at the wrong time. Have a good night, Mama 5. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. Let me get to chat over here real quick. Oh, it's going so quick. I want to be able to read people's Mittens for Kittens. Hello. If the Queen and King Road thing was so confusing, people probably got lost all the time. Yeah, I know, right? Could be. Well, people have speculated too. It just sounds like your damn DoorDash driver's driving around getting lost, and they confuse the DoorDash driver's vehicle with the suspect vehicle, right? Like, I guess I've always assumed the same thing. I don't even understand what makes them think the perpetrators were in a vehicle. Not exactly sure why they think that, right? Just saying. I don't understand why they just automatically assumed that the perpetrators would be in a vehicle. Who's to say the perpetrators didn't arrive on foot? Who's to say perpetrators weren't already in the house? There was one or two rooms downstairs that nobody was even using, right? I guess people on the second and third floor would have no reason to go downstairs and search the first floor when they get home to see if anybody's there that shouldn't be. For all we know, there were people on the first floor already, hiding in the house or something. We have no idea. But for whatever reason, law enforcement just, yep, the killer came by car. It sounds more to me like this vehicle that they're calling suspect vehicle 1, it sounds more to me like this alleged DoorDash driver that was supposedly delivering food to Xana. It sounds more to me like that is the driver getting lost. But that's just my opinion, and trying to find the house. Because if you remember correctly, there's footage from like news crews and everything. The street sign, okay, for their street says Queen Road, right? And even when the officer on one of the body cams has to call Maddie on the phone, he asks her, is your address 1122 Queen Street? And she says, yes, it is. So I would not doubt it at all if the Queen and the King thing get confused. Because it would appear when you're actually there and you're looking at the street signs, the road that cuts up to the cul-de-sac where Jack D and Adam lived, okay? The like little undercover frat house over there where Jack D and Adam lived at the cul-de-sac. That is King, and the road that the house is on is Queen. And you can see it, even news crews. I have a photo of it from news crews that were there, like on the ground. And there's a street sign that literally says Queen Road, even though it's called King. But Maddie herself in the phone call on the body cam says Queen, so she confirms Queen Street. So, just saying, you know, it is pretty weird. I don't know, Joey. I have no idea. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so. Who knows, though, right? Eddie. Miss Potts, it's interesting. Payne said that the FBI expert used snapshots of surveillance videos to change the vehicle year, right? Yeah, but Jay is saying that what the vehicle expert from the FBI really relied on was a video that was produced to the agent in March of 2023. The FBI expert relied on something that was produced to them in March of 2023, and it was a video of the wrong vehicle going the wrong way at the wrong time. So that's pretty interesting. Hey Toes, how you doing? I see someone said hello to you. Where are you? Hey Toes, how you doing? Hello to anybody just coming in. If I didn't say hi to you, Meg P, hello. I don't know if I missed anybody else. If I missed you, so sorry. Hello to everyone. Thanks for being here. David Bird, I saw you. All right, let's get back into this. It's just interesting. Now, this next paragraph is why I think the year was changed on the vehicle. Investigators were given access to video footage on the WSU campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Okay. So now this is also, I think, why she got him on record after we reviewed Payne's testimony today, right? She's asking him about these videos and what he learned when he learned it regarding WSU. He didn't actually learn it until the end of December. Makes it appear, though, as if they were learning about it as it happened in November, right? But the camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the FBI forensic examiner. The FBI forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Let me go back and see some of these. Yeah, I know, right? LA? Right? What? You sure about that? Jackie, how you doing? Hello. Yeah, pretty weird. All right, at approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road, back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga. So this is why he believed that after reviewing a video that did not depict Suspect Vehicle 1, this is why he came to the conclusion it must have exited through West Palouse River Drive and Conestoga. Okay. So at least he explains his fucking logic in this part. My God, it took how many paragraphs to get to it? For the love of Pete. Okay. Observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road, leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar. Oh, and then look at that. Well, would you look at that? So this would be the map, I think, after we reviewed the testimonies, Mallory and Payne today. I believe this is the map that Miss Taylor shows Payne in that hearing, and Payne's like, oh, this is all washed out. Yeah, no shit, motherfucker. Can you read that? Okay, look at this. Okay. No shit, it's washed out, Payne. Look at this. What do you mean? This is what you produced. Yeah. No shit, it's washed out. Can't see it, can you? Oh, you can't make any of that out? Corporal Payne? This looks washed out to you, sir? Okay. Isn't that interesting? Swine play. Very detailed. Yes. This is incredible. I mean, it's a fucking slam dunk, right? How can you not understand this? I don't understand how any of us can't understand this, right? It's us. It's not him. It's us. We're the problem. It's us, not him. Okay? This is the map. This is the fucking map. Okay? Mm-hmm. And even when she hands him this map in the hearing, well, what does he say? Oh, this is all washed out. I can't make this out. Yeah, no shit. You can't make it out. This is your evidence, sir. This is your probable cause affidavit. Right, exactly. Can't make it out. This is what you used. Okay. Fucking ridiculous. So, we can't glean any information from this map, sadly. Furthermore, this map was able to get past a judge. Okay? This map got past a judge somewhere. There's a judge out there who read this and was like, oh, this is fucking slam dunk right here. Okay? There's a judge out there that saw this and was like, this is amazing evidence. Yes. Let's this motherfucker right now. Okay? Isn't that interesting? This is the map. I'm going to harp on this for a minute. Okay? Because it needs to be drilled into people's heads that this map is the map that was produced to a judge to obtain an arrest warrant. Okay? And there's a judge out there that looked at this and thought this was excellent evidence to arrest a person for quadruple homicide and extradite their ass back to Idaho. And, right? Somebody out there thought this affidavit and this map was all you need. Just these statements from Brett Payne and this bullshit map that nobody can fucking read, including the expert at reading these fucking maps. He can't read it either. He couldn't read it either, and he testified to it. You can barely see it. You can barely make anything out, but, if you look real closely, you can see under the N there in Pullman, as in Nora, right? That's what Sai's talking about. I know, right? You would think. I'm going to highlight that. Where is that? Meg. As many times as Miss Potts has said map, I would have thought Twiz would have magically appeared. I wish Twiz would magically appear, but he won't. He won't. He's probably not even here. They don't even come and say hi. Him, Willie, none of them. They don't even come and say hi. So fuck them. But interesting. So this is the map. This is the map. Let's all keep this in mind. This is the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Okay, Dora, the fucking explorer's map here. from Brett Payne. Okay. Even Payne himself said, oh, I can't read this. Yeah, no shit you can't, buddy. That's why we're showing it to you right now. Asking you, what the fuck is this? Because this is what you use to arrest our client. And you're saying here, under oath, even you can't fucking make it out. Isn't that interesting? Okay. This guy really, really just crumbles my fucking cookie, let me tell you. Okay, he really upsets me, this Brett Payne. Because I don't understand how he thought, right? Maybe because this got past a judge, he thought he was in the clear. I don't know. But I don't know how he thought people in the public would look at this and think this was, you know. Right, exactly. Hi, Patricia. Right, that's what it looks like. It looks like a blurred out tire track or just a pixelated. Well, that's what I mean, and that's why I'm harping on it. I'm gonna harp, you know. Just wanted to harp on it for a minute because this map right here is the same map that they were talking about in the hearings that we reviewed today. Mowry, Payne, and Sy. And all of them agree that this map sucks. And it's barely visible, right? According to Payne. It's barely visible. It's all washed out. This is the map he produced, the washed out map. He calls it washed out. Not me. He said it. That's his map. So thanks, asshole, for giving us this washed out map. Thanks, Payne. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's get down here. Oh, another map. Oh, look at that. Oh, can't see shit. Yet another one. You can't see shit. Oh, oopsie. Oopsie poopsie. You know, that's what's happening here. That's a oopsie poopsie. Our bad. Sorry you can't make none of this out. Okay. Like, how wild is this shit? Yet another map. What can we see here? Well, it looks like we can see what says Washington State University. We can see what says WSU Credit something. Or no. Something Center. WSU Center. And then the Arboretum for WSU. And then over here it says Pullman on the left, right? Okay. So yeah, yet another map that's all washed out. We can't really tell what's here. You know. Thank you. Thank you, Payne. Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for giving us this awesome, awesome evidence here that we could decipher accurately, plainly, and would be easily visible. We thoroughly appreciate your incredibly hard work at producing these maps. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you. If you're, everybody give it up. Shout out, Moscow Police Department, if you're in chat. Thank you. We appreciate you so much for these maps. They're amazing, honestly. I can see why you have a slam dunk case, why you would think you have a slam dunk case. Because these maps are, honestly, it's just, it's peak evidence for us to see. So thank you so much. Let's get back to this bullshit. On November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., WSU police officer Daniel Tiango queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFC 8649. This vehicle was registered to Bryan Koberger, hereafter Koberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, the last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. Let's get back over to chat real quick. Tom, hello. Thank you for joining. Who am I missing? If there's anybody I missed that's just joining, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Criminal Confidential, hello. How are you? Do you guys think Payne is corrupted or clueless? Sometimes I think he was a patsy. Sometimes I don't. I'm on the fence. Well, criminal, welcome to my channel. We're here. Anybody who knows me knows that I am highly, highly suspect of Corporal Brett Payne here. In more ways than one. But that's just my opinion. I'm nobody, okay? I don't know shit. Know nothing. I'm no one. So, take everything I say with a grain of salt. No facts here. I don't know shit. I don't want to say what I think about Payne. What I will tell you is that if you're just joining, I want to show you these amazing maps that were produced by Payne, right? In this affidavit here used for arrest. So these are the maps that are shown to Mowry and then Payne and then Cy. And in the hearing with Payne and Cy, when these maps are shown to Payne, Payne is like, oh God, these are really washed out. I can't make this out. Yeah. And Anne's like, yeah, exactly. Isn't that interesting? So earlier today, when we were going over Payne's hearing, isn't that interesting? His own fucking maps, when shown back to him, he's like, what the fuck is this? I can barely see this. And we're all like, yeah, no shit, buddy. Exactly. That's exactly the point. And were these maps produced to the grand jury? I mean, I have so many questions. What fucking judge? The judge in Pennsylvania, okay, these maps got past the judge in Pennsylvania. There was a judge out there who saw these maps and was like, oh, hell yeah. Let's arrest him, right? So not only did these maps get past a judge in Pennsylvania, okay, but these maps were likely then produced to the grand jury, which is even crazier, okay? So, just wanted to, just in case you were just joining, we were just given a big thanks, Criminal Confidential. We were given a big thanks to Brett Payne and those at MPD and the FBI. In case they're in chat, we just wanted to give them a big shout out, a big thank you for producing this bombshell evidence in this case. Exactly. Yeah, agreed. Shame on that judge. I need to open my door for some fresh air. I'm having a fucking hot flash. I'm getting so aggravated reading this shit every time I read it. And then because I already re-listened to the hearings today, I was already aggravated after listening to them. And now getting, when you go back and you listen and then you go back and read this PCA, you're like, holy shit. Okay, we got played for fools. Fools. Okay. So now, as I stated earlier in my live regarding Payne's testimony, she gets him on record stating that he did not know about this November 29th query of the Elantras done at WSU. Payne didn't know about this until December 20th. Okay. And I think the reason she wanted to get him on record for that is simply because, right, in his probable cause affidavit here, used again to arrest the accused. This is in his affidavit for arrest. He's making it seem as though he received this information sometime around November 29th, right? In this affidavit of probable cause. But in fact, he didn't learn about it until a month later. But yet he also states under oath that he's documenting information as he receives it for the affidavit. So how do you document it as it's coming in, right? And you're documenting it. But yet here you're making it seem as though you knew about this as it was happening. And in fact, you didn't know about it till a month later. So just wanted to point that out. It was something I had commented on earlier when we were going over the hearing. It's very interesting. Oh, hey, Robert. How you doing? Sorry if I'm missing anybody in chat. Danger Zone, good night if you're leaving. I saw someone say bye. All right. Let's get back over here. That same day, at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman. Okay, so let's get back here for a second. Let's get back here. That same day, November 29th, 2022, at 12:28 a.m., and then on that same day, at 12:58 a.m., "30 minutes later, looking for white Hyundai Elantras located." Okay, so 30 minutes later, that same day, WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car, Koberger, with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's Washington state driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male Mortensen saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Okay, so let's just stop here for a second. Okay. How exactly do two officers within 30 minutes of each other come up with two separate tags? Because at 12:28 a.m. on November 29th, Officer Daniel Tiango locates a white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. On that same day, 30 minutes later, WSU officer Curtis Whitman also finds a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra, and yet it comes back with a Washington tag 30 minutes later, and a Washington driver's license. And this is in the middle of the night, at 12:30 in the damn morning. I'm going to need someone, okay, for fuck's sake, Fitziana, if you're in here, explain this to me. Someone, anyone, okay? What is he talking about? Because, hey, how you doing? I mean, is it just A-H-H? But no, seriously, someone tell me how it's possible that on November 29th, okay, two officers within 30 minutes of each other are both getting returns on the same vehicle, but for two different tags. One's for Washington, one's for Pennsylvania. I want to share the link just so someone can come up and explain this to me. Oh, you can hear the sirens. Mittens for kittens. It's pain coming to get you. I'm nowhere near him, thank God. I had to open my door, though, because I was having a hot flash, so I needed to open my door and let a breeze in. But actually, hang on one second. I'll be right back. I want you guys to marinate on this, and someone give me an appropriate answer as to how two officers in the middle of the night, within 30 minutes of each other, on the same day, come back with the same vehicle, returning 2 different plates and 2 different tags. One for PA, one for Washington. I need someone to explain it to me like I'm 5, please. And I'm not even being snarky. I kind of am, but I'm not. I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out and waiting. I appreciate it. Got my coffee going. Hope everybody's all settled in. Gather around. We got trivia coming. Everybody, come on in. And I wanted to show you real quick. Jeff H. has seen these before, but I don't know if any of y'all other ones have seen this. These are the posters. So on the next show, I'll give away the posters. And so they're no big deal. This one's written all over. That's the Chicago one. They're a little crumpled up. Some of them they had to survive the move. Molly Hatchet. We got let's see. This one's in pretty good shape. This is the Pink Floyd, Australian Pink Floyd band. Yes. So if you want to win one of these posters, And so the way the rules are going to be, the Purge rules on this game will be real simple. I'm going to double the points each round. So we have, I think it's 8 rounds, and we'll double the points each time, starting with 1. This is the Hooters of Chicago. If you like Chicago, the band. And there is a Led Zeppelin, like I said. And Jackson Browne, if you're a fan of Jackson Browne. You like Jackson Browne in there. I think there's 2 of those. And then Fleetwood Mac, Rumors. This one's in pretty good shape. I try to keep it that way. And Killer Queen. Freddie Mercury on the front. And then my coveted one is the Sammy Hagar and the circle. It's not chicken foot, but it's the circle. So that's a coveted one. So all right, if you want to send me your address, and I'll send one out to you for the winner of tonight's show. Forget it. Forget the members. Let's do it tonight. It'll be a serious all or nothing show. You get to pick which one you want. It's going to be for all the marbles. And you'll get a poster in priority mail probably. I might have to fold it up a little bit. Sorry. The Sammy Hagar also has George Thorogood and the Destroyers on it. So there's a couple like opening acts kind of things. Give me one more second. Sorry. I got to empty the thing so I can have AC. Dying here. It's like emptying filling the coal up every time or the steam thing. Hang on. It fills up quick. Well, I tell you what, it just backs up into my couch otherwise. Sorry. Alright, that's real life. Done. Trivia now. Trivia now. Trivia now. Here we go. Alright. So that's the prize. Your choice of a poster from the Purge. Let's get started, folks. Everybody ready? Here we go. Round 1. And we'll work it backwards like I did last time. I got my coffee going over there. Alright, everybody settled in. Here we go. First round. Let me get over here. Hopefully, guys, you can... Oh, you can't see it if I put it up there, huh? Can you? I don't know. I forgot how I was doing this. These things are my way. Alright, there we go. Alright, thanks again for waiting, everybody. I appreciate being here. If you're new to the Purge, don't be afraid of the name. Jump on in. Play the game. Have a good time with us. We always try to have fun and bring information. I'm sorry I showed the questions again, darn it. But here we go. Alright, well, we'll get through it. We'll figure it out. And be ready with your fingers. Here comes the first question in part 2, Tuesday night trivia here on the Purge. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you. All right, here we go. First question, folks, on trivia. Get ready. In what city does A.R. Hayes typically live in? Does anybody know what city A.R. Hayes typically lives in? Heather doesn't answer the question. In what city does A.R. Hayes typically live in? Do you remember? Wakinian Tonka on the board. Now, like I said, just type your answers. Thank you, everybody. Tampa, Chicago. Las Vegas was the answer. And Wakinian Tonka with the first. Are you not playing, Effie? I hope you're playing. Wakinian Tonka, Tonka Trucks with the first. And so, type your answers, and the first correct answer will win that round question, and then the points will double. So we're starting with 1 point for each question, then we'll go to 2, and so on and so forth, and so on and so on. All right, guys. Next question. Here we go. On Kane B's The Purge Tuesday night Idaho 4 trivia. Now I'll tell you, there is one round of questions that is movie based. It is not Idaho 4 based. I don't know what because you see real people talking. Here we go. Next question, folks. Get ready. What weather event happened on 11/13/2024 in Moscow? Does anybody remember what weather event happened on 11/13/2024 in Moscow? Who remembers? It was cloudy the night before. If that helps you. Fig? Alright, Dash coming in strong with the first one. Dash on the first board with 1. Snow was the answer. Snow. Was the answer meteor shower? Stargazing? Was it stargazing? Ice fog. That might be true, Jeff. I'm going to have to check with the judges on that. Alright, one more try here on the last question for 1 point. Here we go. Who is the mayor of Moscow? Does anybody know who the mayor of Moscow? He's been for several years the mayor of Moscow. Does anybody remember his name? Who is the mayor of Moscow? One more round of music and see if we get an answer. Just searched what time Chipotle closes and it gave me Pullman's Chipotle. Let the answers come in here real quick. Santa Claus, Dodge. The real mayor is Scott Green, Jack Skeleton. No idea. Some guy. Batman. So Heather Strickland got that one right off the gate here. Alright, so we have 3 people on the board. Anybody's game. Heather Strickland on the board. With Batiste. Alright, great answer. Great game so far, guys. The points double now. Ruth Eckerd Hall poster from Tampa Bay here on the line. And your choice. You pick what you want to have sent out to you from the Purge. So here we go. We're going to get the next question going. This is the end of the first round. Let me make an extra window again. All right, here we go. And this round will be for 2 points each. I don't know if we'll wind up at 1 million once it's all said and done. But this is round, and this is the one. I'll give you a heads up. It's going to be the movie questions. So there'll be 3 questions here, and they're worth 2 points apiece. Let's play. Are you ready? Here we go. First question for 2 points each. In the movie 7, what was in the box? Does anybody remember what was in the box in the movie 7? What was in the box? 33 points. I should have made a 33-pointer. What was in the box in the movie 7? What's in the box? Alright, we'll take the typo from just ahead of Swifferfly, I believe. Oh, Mark and Betty actually coming in from across the pond. Mark and Betty with the big win on the 2 points. We got 4 people on the board. Wakinya Tonka with 1 dash. With 1, somebody with an H in their name with 1, And Mark and Betty at 1. Who was the H name? Hudson Lindau. Maybe it was Heather. Yeah, right. Okay, so, all right, next question, movie-based question. Here we go. Yep. All right, here we go. And next question. There are 7 deadly sins. Name 3. Go. What are 3 of the 7 deadly sins, folks? Sorry, y'all. It was close. You had it. I was going to give you the all right, Effie jumping in hard for 2 points. Love it. 2 points to Effie for the first question. It's the second question of the board. So, oh wait. Oh, Mark and Betty got 2. I'm sorry. So we have 2 for Effie, 2 for Mark and Betty, 1 for, I think it's Heather. Correct me when I'm wrong. Very good, very good, very good. It's hard to remember all 7. Dash with 1. Wakenya Tonkin with 1. Here we go. Next question, folks. Get ready. Trivia Tuesday night, part 2 trivia. Here we go. Who is listed as co-host or special guest on Truth and Transparency? Who is the guest featured in the credits of Truth and Transparency on Lana's show? Maybe you remember? What's her name? It's a chick. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Bonner's Ferry. Comet and Cupid. Bella, there it is. Mark and Betty with another 2 points. Love it. All right, everybody very close. Effie right behind. Effie's trigger finger is hot. Let me tell you. Okay. And that's the end of that round, my friends. Thank you for playing. We got 6 more to go. So it's anybody's game. The points double. So this round of points will be 4. These questions will be worth 4 points each. So just keep that in mind. And we'll go back to the dashboard here. Sorry it's taking so long. A lot of good answers with Bella. Bed 20s. Bella. I love it. Twizzle stick again. Twizzle stick always the right answer. Always the right answer. Wait, Dash, you didn't get that one, did you? I thought I gave it to Mark and Betty. I don't know. Let me. The judges want to look back and confirm we have a flag in the play. Let's see here. So who had the first Bella? Bella. Mark and Betty. Try to trick me. Alright, Dash. If you'd said Bella Lugosi, I'd have given you an extra point. But okay, now we're down. That was 7. This is number 6. So 6 to go, my friends. And doing very well. Thank you all for playing. If you're new to the Purge, feel free to do all the things and subscribe. Hit that button and let us know how you feel about the show. Sorry I gave away the answer sneak peek right there real quick, but hit the music for me, Alex. All right. First 4-point question. What online fundraising company did the Goncalves family use to raise money for the trial expenses? What online fundraising company did the Goncalves family use to raise money for the trial? Who remembers? 4-point question. All right, Effie with the big 4-pointer, right in front of Mark and Betty. Wow, this is a battle between Mark and Betty and Effie. Swiffer Fly with the right answer. OnlyFans sleazy people. I like GoFundMe better for them. The sarcastic answers are way better than the real thing. Heather gets a point. I'll give Heather a point. GoFundMe. That's too much, dude. Was that Shaggy, isn't it? Okay, so is there contention? One more time, I'll look back. Is Shaggy in here? OCD Shaggy. OCD Shaggy. I don't see his name. Oh, OnlyFans say he said it first. Epic. Of course, the humor has arrived, my friends. Not that you all weren't fun. I'll double check now. I'm seeing if Dash said it first. She says, or they say they saw it. They said it first. So we'll just double check, just to be fair here at the Purge on Trivia Night. I see Bella, Miss Potts, Miss Johnny Knapp, Bella, Roey, Effie, Mark and Betty. If you did Dash, I don't see it in there. Maybe YouTube deleted your answer. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't see it. So those points go to Effie, or Mark and Betty, I'm sorry. And so now we're going on to the next of the 4-point questions. Wait, who got that one? Mark and Betty? Are these 2 points or 4 points? They're 4 points. Okay. So that was Mark and Betty, right? They have 8. Next question. What island did Steve G allegedly take a vacation to? After the murders, what island did Steve G allegedly take? I'm sorry, Effie, okay. I'm seeing random order. I was reading backwards. What island did Steve G allegedly take a vacation to? Unfortunately, Costa Rica, not an island. All right, on the board with the big 4 points. Love it. Well, this will be a close one. I'm trying to make sure on the score here. I think I have Mark and Betty with 8, Effie with 4, with 4, Heather with 1, Wakenya Tonka with 1, Dash with 1, and Heather or somebody. Who else had 1? Just put a 1 if you're the one who has 1. So just so I keep it fair. Puerto Rico, the correct answer. Epstein Island. Shaggy on the board. We're giving you 4 points for that answer, Shaggy. Fantasy Island. Heather Strickland coming in a close second. Bitcoin. Okay. Gilligan's Island. Island of Lost. These are epic. Okay. It's a serious game. Here we go with the next question for 4 points. What are the professions of Jack Showalter's parents? They both do the same thing. Do you remember what their professions were? Jack Showalter's parents? I know they do mission work in Africa. Does anybody know what their professions are? Swiffer Fly with the big answer. All right. Really quick, too. 4 points there to Swiffer Fly. All right. And real close with Wakenya Tonka. Phyllis Biggs. Realtors. Doctors from Dash. And Dan got Dash. Big man Dan. How you doing, my man? My man Dan. This is when I went to Catholic school, it used to drive the nuns crazy. When I'd be like, I'd call him Sister My Man. I'd be like, my man, sister. How you doing, Sister My Man? I'd get whipped all the time. They hated that. Doctors Without Borders. pediatricians. 5-second lag, huh? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to broadcast as quickly as I can. Okay, so these next questions will be worth 8 points apiece, folks. And let's get back to the dashboard here. And we'll call them out. Baby. Babe, you big baby. Let's see what we got here. Alright, I'll make an extra dashboard so we don't have to wait again. And it's here, do that stuff, and that there. Okay. I can duplicate this page a couple times. You have to go back every time. Sorry, it's in prototype right now. It's just a prototype model. They are doctors and he is a punk. Wait, Mark and Betty, hold on. We got a claim. We got another flag in the field. Doctor. Glad I'm not sick. Rochelle had doctor. Mark and Betty had doctor. Let's see, what do we have here? The drone. Too funny, I can picture it. Mark and Betty had doctor. Who did I give it to? Swiftfly? I'm sorry, Swiftfly. I gotta take it away, give it to Mark and Betty. She is right. She was first. I'm sorry I missed that, Mark and Betty. Okay. Well, let's move on to the next round now. These are going to be worth 8 points. 8 points apiece. And my paper's getting really scribbly. So that should help. Alright, so what do we have next? We've done 8, 7, and 6. So our next one is 5, folks. Here we go. 4 more to go after this. I hope you're enjoying trivia on the Purge. I'll give you a little sneak peek at the answers there, at the questions. Let's see who knows the answers. Alright, Alex, give me that music. Here we are. Heather Strickland in the house. Oh, it's Heather Strickland that has one. Okay. Thank you very much for popping back in there. Appreciate it. Another win for me. Dash wins every time. Okay, here we go with the first question. 8 points apiece, y'all. What is Kaylee's brother's name? Does anybody remember Kaylee's brother's name? He's an Oakland Raider fan. Who remembers Kaylee's brother's name? Wears a black Oakland Raiders hat. Who remembers Kaylee's brother's name? I do. Dash, you're cracking up. Junior, Steve Jr. Rowie gonna get Junior. Rowie on the board with 8 big points. Excellent. All right, and let's get some of the funnier answers here. Steve JNR. His name's Oh No. All right. Okay. Enough cutting up. Get serious, class. System of Man. Guillermo. That's my mom's friend's name, number 2. These are great, number 2. Hunter. God, so cheap. I had him at the bar. Oh, man, that would have been a great trivia question, Adam, but I'm going to use that one down the road. All right, here we go. These next questions are worth 8 points apiece still. I think we have 2 more. Our first 8 points went to Rowie. Here's the next 8-point question, folks. Still anybody's game. Number 1. What digital currency is Steve G a part of? What digital currency is Steve G a part of? 8-point question. Number 1 son is hilarious. I know Ethan's ex-girlfriend's name now. Per Bub's new video. Oh. Mark and Betty looking strong today. The British are coming, folks. The British are coming. Everybody with the hacks got the hacks, got the hacks. Bitcoin. Thief. Is that... Bitcoin's up to $80,000 now. Unreal Dogecoin. All right, great answers, everybody. One more 8-point question coming up right here. Gather round, kumbaya. And here it comes. Next question. What company did Kaylee do her internship for in Texas? What company did Kaylee do her internship for in Texas? Who remembers that name? In the same city. That's hilarious. Money washing. InfoWars. Eco Shield. Toes. Eight-point question to Toes. Cartel. Not exist job. Now, I want to double check before I issue the points. Miss Potts had Extreme Networks. I know it had a different name. I know it wasn't InfoWars, though. I'll go with Eco Shield as the correct answer, since that's what I thought it was. All right. That ends the 8-point questions there. And Toes on the board with 8. We've got OCD Shaggy with 4 bonus points. Heather with 1. Mark and Betty at 20. Living in my town. Effie for Rowie at 8. Heather Fitzgerald with 1 bonus point. Dash with 1. Tonka with 1. Dash in the lead, everybody. Still anybody's game. Here we go. Alright, it won't take as long now. Let me get to the next one. So that's... Let's see where we're at here. We've done 8, 7, 6, 5. 4 more boards to go. Anyone's game. 16 points on these questions, everybody. So it'll be... There's a little preview for you if you were looking. And look out. Here we go. First question. Give me the music, Alex. Here we go. First question. 16 points apiece assigned for a free poster from the Purge. What is Heather Fitzgerald's dog's name? What is Heather Fitzgerald's dog's nickname? What does she call him? Who remembers what Heather Fitzgerald's dog's name is? Murphy. Alright, Toes. 16 points. Wow. Alright, 24 points assigned to Toes so far. Pitbull, Baby, Fonts. Pitbull Bottoms with Rowie. Alright. 16-point questions. 2 more to go. Next question. Give me that music, Alex. Hit that, maestro. Ready? Next question. What is Bethany's last name? What is Bethany's last name? Easy one for you. What is Bethany's last name? Alright, Mark and Betty just ahead of everybody right there on that one. For 16 big points, that takes her to 36. Takes them to 36, sorry. And we have a flag on the field. Again, I don't think that Miss Potts had the correct answer. Let me double check. We asked what the dog's name was. I think that was the question, right? And Jeff said Murphy. I saw a bunch of good nights. I'll just double check in here just to play it safe. For the poster from the Purge. Let's see. I've still got Toes with Pitbull Hippopotamus. So sorry about that, Miss Potts. BK. All right. I'm trying to keep. They'll get harder as we go. Hopefully here. So next question for 16 points. First 16-point question went to Mark and Betty. Wait, now another one. Who had it first? Miss Potts had it, and then you say you had it first. Double checking one more time. Oh, was that on Funk? On Funk, okay. I have, let's see. I see real people. And the first answer I see is Mark and Betty. I'm sorry if you did think you had it. Well, this is going to be a tricky game. I got to play coach too. All right. Final 16-point question. 3 more rounds after this. 16-point question. Here we go. What is the name of the apartments where Brent Kopaka was killed by police? What is the name of the apartments where Brent Kopaka was killed by police? Who remembers? What's the name? What's the name of those apartments? I gotta remember. Getting close, Steptoe. Coffee drinkers. Auschwitz. Who remembers the name of the apartments where Brent Kopaka was killed? Very close answers. Got a coffee something. Coffee Road. Anybody remember? Getting closer, guys. Come on. We'll give you one more round of music here. Maxwell House. The hot joint. Come on, guys. You can remember. Well, getting closer. You're hot. You're warm. Shanks. G and a diamond. Oh man, one more round. Come on. 16 points here. Coffin House. Anybody remember? You're close. It's not Coffee House. Not Coffee House. Not Coffee House. Close. You're halfway there. Bullets are flying in. One more round. Coffee House. It is not Coffee House. Black Rifle House. That's epic. I want to try. I tried that actually. Steptoe, no. Feather Strickland, sorry. That's BK. You're on the right. You're on the La Quinta. Fed dorm seems accurate. It's about right what they look like. Cafe House? No. I'll do one more round of the music after this. Give you one more chance. You can do it. Coffee Corner. I go with Shaggy. One more try. One more round of the music. Drive you crazy. Tea House. Coffee House. Coffee Club. We're getting there. Somebody's going to remember it. Yeah, the staged one. Espresso Emporium. This is more fun because of the answers you guys give than the actual answers. 16 points, Sweaker Terrace. 16 points on the line here. Coco Cafe. Coffee House Apartments. Who's got the right answer today? Come on. I'm gonna give you one more round and I'll give it to you. Heather Strickson says Palermo Caffeine Cottages. Google says it's Coffee House. It is not Coffee House. No. Coffee Talk. I'm feeling verklempt. Nobody's gonna get it? Really? Unless I'm wrong, it's Coffee Pot, folks. Coffee Pot. Unless Google wants to challenge me on that. Coffee Pot. All right, that was the end of the 16-point questions. And here we go. Chino corner. All right, well, we still have Toes out in the lead there behind Mark and Betty with 36. Toes at 24. I'm wrong. Coffee pot. It's coffee pot. It's always been coffee pot. We'll look it up. And then I will do the walk of shame. You guys aren't supposed to be using Google, by the way. But if you're fact checking me, that's fine. Brent Payne. Why did I put Brent Payne? Go Paga. It's coffee pot. It's always been coffee pot. Am I in a Mandela effect? Boom, 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 boom. How do I think it's coffee pot? I'm convinced it's coffee pot when I wrote it. Coffee house. Well, that's a Mandela effect for me, honestly. I've heard coffee pot a million times. So let's go back and see who had a coffee house first. I apologize, guys. We really drug that one out there. I've always heard coffee pot, but that's just maybe the voices in my head. I'm sorry. All right, it's getting serious here. Down to the nitty gritty. We got Swamp Rose on the main stage. Down to the bare essentials. All right, so coffee house it is. I apologize. The host was wrong. First time ever. And from what it looks like to me, Swiffer. Oh, just Johnny Knapp. It doesn't even seem fair. With a big 16-pointer. All right. Johnny Knapp, the first with coffee house. I apologize. Maybe I'm thinking of what's on my kitchen counter. So, all right, John E. Knapp with a big 16 points. Okay, now we go into the 32-point questions. Coming up on the end here. I'm going to wrap it up and tie it into a nice little bow, as we say. Thank you for playing. I appreciate it. Miss Potts. She's being snarky. I don't know, Echoes. Can you help me get him out, though? We accept your apology. Literally, Kane must be working with the same data that Mallory had. How is it not coffee? I swear that's a Mandela effect. All right, you guys got me. Walk of shame. Tony says he's sorry. Look at his sad little face. He was missing for a whole 24 hours. Thought he was wound up in a ditch. I called all the hospitals. All right, we got a pretty good game going here. Anybody's game. Next points. 32 points on this next set of questions. Oops, I didn't mean to show you the answers already. Don't cheat. All right, we don't get it. I don't get it. There we go. First round of questions. Alex, hit the music. Sorry, I stalled on that. Here we go. First question. 32 points each. What is Heather Fitzgerald's... Wait, what? We already had this one. I'm sorry. Psych. Okay, my ding dong, ding dong. Kane can't even play his own game. I got to turn this off just so there's no peeking. And we'll go back to the dashboard. I apologize. Okay, so we have 3 more rounds to go. These are 32-point questions. So that leaves us with 9 more questions. Anybody's game at this point. It really is. I'm not even playing. All right. So this is box 3. Here we go. These are some pretty... I think box 3 was my favorite one of them all. Yeah. This is a pretty decent one. Let's see how we do. Are you guys ready? Get in my office. Okay. Kane's not funny anymore. All right, Galax, hit the music for me. Thank you for playing, folks. 32-point questions. Here we go. First of 3. Coming up right here. What rock band is Cluminati's fiance, husband, a member of? Does anybody remember what rock band Cluminati's fiance / husband is a member of? Give you a hint. I think it was an 80s or 90s band. What rock band is Cluminati's fiance or husband a member of? I don't know if they're married now. What rock band? I just realized what the answers are going to be. What rock band? Nickelback. Please. Foo Fighters. Would not know. Tool. Bay City Rollers. Thank you. SATURDUI. Nite. Beetlejuice. Cinderella. That's awesome, man. Yes. Love Cinderella. I saw them twice. Open for Van Halen. They were the early opening act. The Butthole Surfers. Note. Jingle Bell. I know Heather knows. What band? What band was Cluminati's fiance? Leonard Skinner. Poison. Motley Crue. I want to know what the real answer is. One more round of music. It's starting to give me a headache too, but it just adds to the drama. What band was Cluminati's? And I'll tell you, there's somebody in the chat that has part of the name in there. No, they don't. Never mind. No, close. They rhyme with. It rhymes with dash. The first word of the band name rhymes with dash. Does anybody remember? It's a 3-word name of a band. Does anybody remember Cluminati's husband / fiance? Blame It on the Rain. It is not the, what was that band? I will tell you, you're getting very close to the Clash. Smash Mouth, Bash, The Nash. Let me tell you a big hint. Get ready. This is for 32 points. Oh! Swiffer Fly with the big win on that one. I'm going to write that on the back, Swiffer Fly. Remind me you got you on the back. Meow. 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 Okay, Swiffer Fly with 32 big points. Nice. Crash Test Dummies is the answer there with Cluminati. Fine creator. Nice lady. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Epic. My favorite was the Nash. Corned beef hash. Market. Smashing Pumpkin. His name is Cletus, though. All right. First of the 32-point questions down. Two more 32-point questions to go. Here it goes, folks. How many undercover officers were on the body cam on Banfield? I spelled Banfield wrong. How many undercover officers were on the body cam on Banfield? Does anybody remember? Should be a quick one here. Monster Mash. Blue Halen. You guys just say, Mark and Betty, 32. Wow, I got to turn the paper over. Mark and Betty with 68 big points. That's real talk, folks. Unless there's a flag on the play. 2-5. All of them. Okay, I was gonna ask who had the bushy eyebrows on Banfield, Saeed or whatever, but anyway, all right, that's 2 down of the 32-point questions. Next round will be 64 32-point questions for the poster, folks. Let's see how we do. Oh my gosh. Oh, we got a flag in the field. We got a flag in the play. Hold on. We got to look. I see Effie. Unfortunately, Effie, Mark and Betty's a couple chatters ahead of you there. Milli Vanilli, that's it. Thank you. That dude with 2 beers. I'm sorry, Effie. It was Mark and Betty. So here comes the next question. We'll move on. After further review, next question, folks. Last of the 32 pointers. What have you got here? Anybody's game. What type of vehicle did Ethan share with his siblings? What was the type of vehicle that Ethan Chapin shared with his siblings? Does anybody remember? Might do it for money down the way. Swiffer Fly. All right. Swiffer Fly at 64, the first to pull ahead. Congratulations to you. Very good. Great job. Ford Explorer and a Jeep. Okay, either of those answers would have been fine. Cherokee's a good answer. Red Jeep, yep. A Jeep Mallard. Is that a Mallard duck? White Elantra. Miss Pot's on fire today. Snark, snark, snarf, snarf. Does anybody remember the Snarf guy? Who was the Snarf guy? Okay, that's the end, unfortunately, of the 32-point round. Swiffer Fly looking pretty doggone good with 64 points. Mark and Betty at 68. Effie still with 4. I with 4. OCD Shaggy with 4 bonus points. Toes at 24 points. Heather Fitzgerald with 1. Heather, the other Heather with 1. Sorry, I can't read her name right now. And we got 16 to Miss Johnny now. Wakinian Tonka with 1 and Dash with 1. Chrysler 3 million. That's the pimpiness of all the Chryslers. All right. Let's get back to 2 more boards, folks. 64 big points. If you were sitting this out before, you can still join in and have a great time. If you're new to the Purge, feel free to subscribe and join us and become one of us, basically, is what we want to do. We want to make you Purginians. It doesn't require any brainwashing, but we do have an Kane Ultra program available where you can get fully clear by the end of the night. It does require a lot of whiskey to get there. So let's see, we've knocked down all but 2. So we're on 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And here we go with board number 2. Play that music for me, Alex. And let's get the 64-point round. Anybody's game here underway. And here we go, my friends. First 64-point question. How did you do that, Dash? Thank you. I didn't even know I was eligible for that. Thank you very much. That's the first donation. I really appreciate that. Awesome. Very nice. Okay, here we go. First 64-point question. That was really cool, man. Thank you. First 64 question. All right. And we're going to do this again tomorrow. We'll have hopefully harder questions for Wakinya Tonka. And the fun will continue. Here we go. Jenn will be on the show tomorrow night, hopefully. And Heather will be here, hopefully. And Pippopotamus will be taking care of Miss Fitzgerald's makeup and hair needs. Here we go for the first question. What is the alleged name of Hoodie Guy? What is the alleged name? You guys, I gotta stay serious here. I'm trying to be Alex Trebek. What is the alleged name of Hoodie Guy? Does anybody remember? Dash got blocked. How did that happen? Bryan Edden. There we go. All right. Miss Heather Strickland. Thank you for reminding me your name. That gives you a total of 65 points. Miss Heather Strickland. Let me write it down so I don't forget. Again, Dash, thank you very much for the first ever Purge Super Chatter Ratter. So let's see what we had for some answers here. We're going to get to the next question. That's the first of the 64-point questions. And that went to Miss Heather Showalter. No, Strickland. Okay, let's see. Dash winning. Win. Are you drinking tiger's blood? Let me just double check we had the right winner there for the poster. Heather Strickland, jackass. I like it. I'll stay with it. Here we go. Next 64-point question. Alex, cue up that maestro for me, brother. And two more 64-point questions. Here's the first one. What visual part of the PCA did Ann Taylor tell Detective Payne was too hard to see? Remember, we talked about it today. What visual part of the PCA, probable cause affidavit, did Ann Taylor tell Payne was too hard to read? It was an image. What was it an image of? Does anybody remember? Boom! Wow. All right, Effie. Victorini coming through. Wow, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. My goodness. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even... That said thank you. Thank you very much. Tony thanks you. The trivia chat thanks you. Numero dos. All right. Love it. Thank you so much. I love you being here. I can give you a heart. I didn't know that. Let me give Dash a heart too. That's dope. Oh, that's cool. It's got Aki with the heart in it. Oh, I love that. That breaks my heart. You guys are awesome. Okay. Jeff had map. Dash, so now Dash. I gotta have a DoorDash question for Dash. Then it'll get really confusing. So what was the question again? What visual part of the PCA? And I thought that Miss Potts, if she was here, was going to get it. Rochelle had Ma. I'm going to give it with Effie. And that's 64 big old points. That takes her to a total of 68 points for Meanie Weenie. And we've got charitable donations in here today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And... let me throw some hearts your way. You're awesome. All of you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for waiting for me to come up with the questions again. Kind of didn't do my homework again. You did get it? Were you the first? Because I expected to see... I'm only on YouTube. Phyllis with $4. Thank you. Oh, man. I gotta like it. I can like it too? Look at all those likes. Wow. Thank you, Phyllis. Thank you, all of you. If it was just one or two of us, I would be having just as much fun. If it was OCD Shaggy and I know we'd be laughing our asses off, but these answers are blowing my mind. It's freaking hilarious. Oh, look at that. It's got the little, if you look, it's got the dancing thing. I didn't even get to pick what you get. That's funny. Dash, thank you very much. And then... we have, of course, Victorini, my neighbor, my little childhood wife, Rini, and Phyllis. Thank you so much, guys. Okay. All right, one more, I believe, 64-point question. This one's getting off the rails, honestly. And this music is giving me a headache like you wouldn't believe. All right, but we're going to play one more 64-point question. Get ready, get your fingers ready, get your... knuckles cracked. Here we go. What city is ADA County Courthouse located in? What city in Idaho is Ada County Courthouse located in? Anybody remember? It should be an easy one for you. Oh, that's a good question, Heather. Was it a woman? No. Oh no. Effie on the destroy trail with, what are these? These are 30. These are 64-point questions, right? Is that right? That's 132 points. Wow. All right, that ends that round at 64 points. Thank you for playing. We have one or two more. Plenty of chance to come up. There's going to be 100 and... What math? 20... 4, 8... So 128 points for each question. Alright, so let's pull the dashboard back up. Thank you again, everybody, for playing. And I'll hide the things so no peeking. It shows I answered first on your screen. Let's see what. I'll double check. Got another flag on the play. It's Purge points. We'll turn it into Dogecoin later. What was the question on that one? I forgot now. Latah County. Who did I give that one to? Was it Effie? I thought I had Effie on it. Let me see what we have here. Okay, map matches. YouTube is ridiculous. House. Boise. How did I miss that? No, I'm sorry. Toes. Effie is 1, 2, 3 folks ahead of you, buddy. I'm sorry. You did get the right answer, but Effie had it first. I'm sorry. On my screen anyway here. I'll show you a picture at the end so we keep the game going. But there's plenty of time to win. These are 128 points apiece. This next one here. So hang in there. And I believe this is the last 3 questions, the last round of Idaho 4 Tuesday trivia contest. So let's see now. Yep, this is the last 3 questions. 100. It can be anybody's game. You can't check until tomorrow, Toes. That's hilarious. Okay, no peeking. Here we go. Everybody get ready. 128 points each question here. First question, Alex, hit the maestro for me. Let's turn you back on and take a look. And hopefully there's no more misspellings now. Get ready to play the Purge Trivia final round. What do we got here? What is the name of A.R. Hayes' biggest male dog? What is the name of A.R. Hayes' biggest male dog? Does anybody remember? A.R. Hayes has a big dog. What's his name? Anybody remember? A.R. Hayes can answer that. He's qualified. Bruce. That's the name of the shark in Jaws is Bruce. That's funny, Jeff. Pavarotti. All right, Toes has got one. There it is. Beautiful. Well done, buddy. 2 more questions to go at 128 points. So I tell you, it could still go with 128 points any way possible, any which way but loose. Part 2. And we got Electric Boogaloo on top of that. All right, so we got Toes there with a big 128. Love it. Very good game. This has been fun. On her 62nd birthday. All right, let's see. And it was the correct answer was Xander. Is A.R. Hayes' dog. Spelled with an X. I always spelled it with a Z. First for food. That definitely gets you some bonus points. Clifford the Big Red Dog. Big Dog. We had it when I lived in San Diego. We had a dog that was named Big Dog, and he was this big, giant Rottweiler. He weighed 200 pounds. And he would just wander the neighborhood because my buddies would go surfing, and he wouldn't cause any trouble. He wouldn't wander in the street. But you'd just be sitting there outside talking to people. All of a sudden, 200-pound dog just put his face right up to your head. Oh, hi, Big Dog. It's a good thing he was friendly. Okay, anyway, there I go again. Somebody's going to get to choose a poster. We've got 2 more 128-point questions. Get those knuckles warmed up. Bring your coffee. Let's get them going on, baby. Alex, cue up that music for me. Here we go. What is the name of Lana's projector? Does anybody know the nickname of Lana at Truth and Transparency's projector? What is it called? Who knows? Woo! Got about a chance right there. Alright, let's make sure right out the rip I'm getting it right. I think I have it right. I think I have the correct answer. Is Hector the projector? And that would be Swifferfly with that answer. Let's see where Swifferfly left off at. We got one more answer. Swifferfly with a big 128. So let's review. I have to check my phone. Can I check it in a second, or why am I getting blowed up? Thank you, Kayla. Oops, did I say that right? Trish. You're funny. Okay. Alright. A lot of cool people in here. Alright, and so listen, here we go. Breakdown. Last question for 128 points. We've got contenders all over the place. Toes still in it. Swifferfly with 128. Effie with 132. This is not exact science. Toes with 128. Swifferfly with 64. Wakenya Tonka with 1. Dash with 1. Mark and Betty at 68. And OCD Shaggy with 4. And Rowie with 8. So we're looking between Effie and a few other people. So here we go. Last question of the night. Tuesday night, Idaho 4 trivia. I hope you're ready. Here we go. Let me get the chat lined up. Put a smile on your face, everybody. We're having a great time. Phyllis. Okay, here we go. Last question. What YouTube show did WSU Mom Kim first appear on? I can't even say it with a straight face. What YouTube show did WSU Mom Kim first appear on? Does anybody remember that one? Let's get another round of the music for you. What YouTube show? I'll send you to Rev. Is that... Alright. We're going to need to go to the judges on this one. My guess was Drunk Turkeys, but I have a few different answers. OCD Shaggy saying DTS. Dash saying Lana. T-Rex from Johnny Knapp. Trev from Jeff H. TNT from Miss Potts. Effie says drunk. Just drunk. Olivia. So we're going to have to go to the judges on that. Is Miss wow, that was a tough one to end on, wasn't it? I was sure it was Drunk Turkey's show, but that's probably just the most popular appearance, I guess. Trex. Drunk Turkey show, Wakenya Tonka. Chronicles Olivia, Heather Fitzgerald. We all trust her as my producer, as a reference. Was it 1111? Wow. There's so many. I won't say its full name. Oh. The Alcoholic Chickens. Just great questions, sir. Just read the questions, clown. Daniel passed the interview to Chronicle. So, on Fry's channel. Alright, I'm going to go with Drunk Turkey Show unless there's any objectors. You want to pull the flag out of your back pocket? I'll be happy to So was it Chronicles of Olivia? Is that the answer? Was it Rochelle that got the big JJJs? G-Fam interviews, okay. Yes, okay. Chronicles it is. So let's see who I believe it's Rochelle, which could really affect the game. Did somebody say Slime Factory? Phyllis. Oh man, I can't. Chronicles of Chris. The Chronicles of Miss Chris. Oh man, okay, so Rochelle had Olivia's. DTS Lana, DTS Swifferfly, and Turning Over Every Stone, T-Rev. And so my first appearance of Olivia's is Rochelle. Heather confirms Chronicles of Olivia. Any contention on that? Anybody gonna... If you feel like you won, I'll be happy to send you a poster anyway. There's plenty of them to go around. You're welcome to all of them. Alright, so we're going to give Rochelle 128 points. I really got to get this more organized. Jen's probably losing her mind. She's so OCD. Did I say Rochelle? I'm sorry. I used to live on Rochelle Court. I probably shouldn't tell you that, but I did. Okay, 128 to her. Alright, let's review the points, folks. And before we end this, one more round with the awful music. Oh, do you want to hear the elevator tune again? I kind of like that one. Let's see if we can't hear it. So we're reviewing the winner here today. I've got Miss Johnny now. 18. Wakinian Tonka with 1, Dash with 1. Heather Strickland with, I have a 65 there, is that correct? Rowie with 8. Effie with 132. Mark and Betty at 68, 36, 68. Heather with 1. Toes at 24. OCD with 4. Swifferfly with 128. Toes with... Oh, Toes! 24 plus 1, 28. Swifferfly was 64. Okay, the results are in, folks. Dash had 1. Wakinian Tonka, I'm trying to 1. And Miss Johnny Knapp had 16. The winner by unanimous knockout is T.O.E.S. Turning Over Every Stone. Big winner today is Toes. Let's hear it for him. All right, folks. He's the winner of a Purge poster. Tell me what poster you would like, Toes. And it's all yours, buddy. And I did listen to your music last night. I was checking it out. I was listening to Diamonds. And I gotta ask you, I'm gonna play it in a second here. As soon as I can figure out how to turn this music off. Sorry. Yay! Toes got some crazy videos, you guys. If you didn't know, now you know. Woo! That was a heck of a round. I'm glad we got that. I thought there was going to have to be a playoff. Honestly. Go to the playoffs. Congratulations, Toes. The big winner. Second winner, actually. We had yesterday's winner. I have it written down somewhere. It's on one of these pieces of paper. So what would you like, Toes? Which poster would you like? I'll be happy to send that out to you if you like. Let's see what we got here. Effie was in it to win it. I'll tell you what. So was everybody. Everybody had a fun time. It was just so much fun. I love the trivia. That's the funnest idea. Jenn, credit Jenn for. I think because Dinky IMO had the movie trivia the other night. We had so much fun that I said, well, what can we do? And Jen's like, oh, well, you can do Idaho 4 trivia. Yay! Oh, they keep disappearing now. It's happening to me too, so don't feel too bad. So we have Johnny Cash. These are all from Ruth Eckerd Hall. Sammy Hagar, Killer Queen, Fleetwood Mac, Rumors, Chicago, Led Zeppelin, Chicago again, Molly Hatchet, Yes, and Pink Floyd. So you choose from any one of those, and they are yours. And then I want to play one. I have to ask you a question, Toes, while you're here. Thank you for being here. Well, the questions what the world? Holy macaroni grill. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your avatar is, I used to have that same poster. I'm sorry, I'm yelling. Rochelle, you're part of the show. You're not even technically supposed to be eligible. Oh, you're trying to get in a band that plays Fleetwood Mac? I love that song, Rhiannon. I had a friend named Brianna, and her dad, when she was a kid, always used to say, "This song's about you," and it was Rhiannon, because it sounded like Brianna. Thank you so much. Oh man, wow, that means the world to me. I can't even begin. Wow. I'm trying to hit like on it and stuff. I don't know what you can do. I'm afraid if I do anything, I'll block by accident like I did Heather. Alright, I'm trying not to say but I am. Let's see here. That was a blast. Wow. Thank you for being here, Shaggy. I missed you, brother. I live 20 miles from Johnny Cash's birthplace. Oh, that's sick. Is that Tennessee? I know they lived there later. You want the Fleetwood Mac? Okay, that's actually in the best condition, and I think it was somebody said they wanted the Killer Queen. If you want my email, I'll put my email here for you, and I'll be happy to send that if you want to give it to your son as a Christmas present. That would be really cool. That would mean a lot to me. So I'd be happy to do that for you. And Toes will get the Fleetwood Mac Rumors one, which is, it's in really good condition. The Freddie Mercury one's not in bad condition either, but if you guys want to ever contact me, there's my email. Please do. In Arkansas, okay, yeah. I know because the Grand Ole Opry's in Tennessee, right, Nashville, so anyway. I have fun. If anybody wants to come up here and do it, it's a blast. I don't mind writing the questions. I enjoy writing the questions as much as I do reading them. But I'd love to have, me, even if Jenn did it, whenever, then we'll do. Aunt B, I'm Kane B too. Very nice to see you, Aunt B. Thank you for coming in tonight. I appreciate it, and thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I think I'm gonna shut it down. Oh, maybe why I block some people, because you can unpin the message. Or you can remove. Oops, sorry, meanie. It might be what I removed you. This was fun. We went 7 hours, so nobody will ever watch this ever again. So you can say whatever you want. How many people can access my email? Just me. It's an email with the. It's got the 2-step verification, just so you know. So that's connected to my YouTube account. I had to have the 2-step verification. So whatever you send me is safe on that one. I think all my emails are pretty secure at this point. I do have a pretty tricky email password, but so I what Effie? Oh, Meanie. Yeah, I don't know if maybe I removed you. I don't know. It's happened before. I've made mistakes. So okay, yeah, that's my email there, Toes, and I'm sorry, who was? It was. I know it was. Darn it. Anyway, whoever asked for the Freddie Mercury, just tell me where to send it. I'll be happy to send it out to you. So yeah, Effie is Meanie because I think I accidentally. Now I think I might have accidentally, instead of unpinning her comment, I removed her. And she spent 3 days banging her head against the wall trying to answer trivia questions. And she was wondering why. I'm sorry. But the funny thing is you're not in... you're not in my blocked list. So I hope it'll clear up. I will email, now that I have email support with YouTube, I'll email you. It'll pop out if I slap the back of it. Yeah, that was a big oops. I'm so sorry. God bless her. She did create another name like I would. It could be YouTube. I'll let YouTube take the responsibility. The silver Hyundai goes to. Yeah, okay. It was Miss Johnny Knapp that asked for the Freddie Mercury. So if you like, send that out. And B, thank you for being here. All right, everybody, good night. I'm going to shut it down and eat the rest of my cheesecake. Tomorrow night, Jen and I will be live. Hopefully, I haven't confirmed that with her. And, I'm not going to go. Heather, you're trying to keep me on here longer. I see you. But everybody was awesome in here tonight. Thank you very much. Much love to everybody. And I'll probably see you in Swamp Rose or something tomorrow. And sorry we weren't chock full of information with the questions, but I'll try to make them really, 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 really hard next time for What Can You Talk. So, all right, good night, everybody. Thank you. Have a great evening. Thank you for watching the Purge Trivia.